Hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. We are going to be heading out onto stage 4 very shortly. Before we do that, myself, Matt Payne and Emma Martin, we thought we maybe would just have a little bit of a quick think about what's happened so far, because it feels like we've come to the end of a chapter in the championships. I do like my sort of book metaphor or analogies, take your pick which it is. You can work that out yourselves. We've come to the end of a chapter. We've had sort of 3 really interesting parts to the story so far, stages 1, 2 and 3, where we've seen really a precursor to the action in terms of general classification. We've seen a few of the favourites stretch their legs, but not a huge amount. And I'm thinking of people maybe like defending champion Mistakes 100 in category 2 in the men, Jason Osborne in the men's competition, Kate McCarthy in the women's category. But they're not really moving that much in front so far, or haven't done.
No, they're not. And I think the start of this tale is a slow build for GC. It's one of those books that you settle down with by a lit fire in the dark winter months. And at the moment, we've had that transition into stage 1. We've had stage 2 and stage 3. The names are starting to come. But you know what? I think the real characters in this tale have been hiding amongst the loose leaves of the book at the moment. And we are going to see a real surge in the storyline today.
I think we will, and I think we see the main plot line in terms of which is the general classification, that team competition becoming much clearer. The almost the subplots of the other classifications, the sprint, the climbs competition, the GCC, the Masters. I think all that's going to continue to evolve and change because of the terrain that we're in front, that's in front of the riders. Moving on to today, this is one of 2, and we've still got a building plot, haven't we, over the next 2 days in terms of climbs, because we've got a hard day today, and then we've got an even harder day tomorrow.
We do. And like every good book, there are people who love a good book, and there are people who, when you have a chat with them about your favourite book, they didn't like it. And there's a number of people out there who will be battling with themselves to this course today in Bhutan. I think it's about the mental challenge as well as the physical challenge out there today. You're frowning at me.
I have a look of puzzlement. I love that word, puzzlement, on my face, only because I'm not sure there's anybody that doesn't like it, more so much as that they're suffering through it, so they can say they've completed it, because it's not necessarily suiting them and their riding style. So it's a bit like when you read a book and you know it's actually quite a good book, but maybe it's just not the genre that you prefer. So
good analogy. I like that. Genres.
Okay, I tell you what, let us know on social media what genre you think this is so far for you, and get that in on the comments as well. We are going to head into stage 4 whilst Emma is now leafing through the genres of books. I would love you to join us as we go into stage 4 of the MyWhoosh Championship for 2026. Yes, this is the halfway point. So welcome to stage 4, Break the Field. And as the theme tune starts to play in my dreams as we go between our stages, it's leading us into our first big mountain stage. We're going to the world of Bhutan for both the women's and the men's race route. And they are essentially all laps of this route that weaves its way around the Bhutan nation, starting in the snow on the top of a big, brutal rise. We drop down, we then go round. We head out onto the big climb of the day, going up Dragon's Fury. We drop down and go back in towards the snow and climb back up to the snow line. Our start-finish line for each lap. Women are on 2 laps, men are on 3.
Yes, and one of the changes to today, as out of that pen, is it's a descent out the pen, not a climb. So the riders, I think, are going to really like that start today. We roll through to that 5.1 kilometre marker where that first sprint segment is. It's not far off the base of the climb. The base of that climb coming at the 7.3 marker. I think that's going to be the main sprint of the day for the sprinters who are not going to see themselves over the climb. So expect those pure sprinters to be targeting that climb segment today. The climb, the Dragon's Fury, we've used it on the Sunday Race Club. The first part of that climb is really steep, and then the headwind towards the top is really going to slow the riders down. And it is a real challenge out there. The riders who are coming forward on GC are going to need to make the most of today and tomorrow. And I think we'll see those rise to the top. The long descent then through to the start of lap number 2. And as Hayley said on the podcast, that riser at the end of the lap that is also repeated into the finish, do not discount just how tricky and technical that is to get right on that run to the finish line. We go out for 2 full laps here in the women's course, the finish coming at the 45.5 kilometre marker.
And I would agree 100%. And it was one of the reasons I deliberately made sure that we covered it in the Inside the Race podcast that we're bringing at the end of each day stage, quite simply, because that is a critical point in the racing. I think this is a really, really smart design, of course, whether we use it for Sunday Race Club, or which we've done before, or whether we use this for the MyWhoosh Championships. And I think it is going to test the riders. It is going to show who's got their pacing right into this and how many tired legs suffer. Now, our rider who has definitely paced it right so far is Angie Arias, who is leading in the Category 6 women's, moving up into the lead there. All the riders in the top 3, I think, cannot be discounted when it comes to our climbers, Arias, Agudelo and Smith. And Joanna Warren, no more as a sprinter than necessarily a climber, but I think there's some all-round potential there.
Yeah, and the top 8 separated by 12 seconds. So this is a really, really close race. And Georgina Jones, the Vegemite Vixens, in 9th, 45 seconds back. She could go well today. I don't think 45 seconds is too far back on GC for her at all.
And I've got to say a big shout out to all of our riders racing so far. Our leaders' time at the moment, 4:41, the longest time of racing so far. This is a lot of racing, 6 hours, 48 minutes of racing so far. So well done. Brilliant. I mean, that's a lot of racing in the legs. Yesterday on stage 3, it was Juliana Agudelo who took the stage win from Maria Zabala and Angie Arias as they came into the finish. You can see their top 3 separated by less than 0.6 of a second.
Yes, Nina Pierce took 20 points, the maximum number of points out there on the course yesterday in the sprint competition, lifting her overall total to 47. Georgina Jones in second on 39. And Dominique Charlebois taking 10 points in the climbing competition, moving her up to second overall and just 1 point behind Angie Arias.
Yep. So the overall climbs competition sitting with Angie Arias, the leader in the overall competition. Our riders down on the start pen. All of our riders leave that same place. It's Category 6 to go first, 10 minutes gaps as normal between each of our race fields on the MyWhoosh Championships. It's time to go racing. It's time to see if the snow spikes are on and we're ready to race across the ice and down into the sunshine here. And you can see already these riders really absolutely setting off at speed. Angie Quapp here nicely tucked into the front of that main group with Liz Smithson just behind here. And I think for me, Maria Zabala tucked in, Jones is in here. This start, it's quite short to the descent. So you want to be in the group because when you go into the descent, it's going to speed up. But you don't need to be too quick.
Yes, and a more steady state start here, but Londano just needing to squeeze on. One or two riders getting caught out here, and it is an easy one to get caught out on. Arias, Montoya, Agadello, Jaskalainen, Smithson, all towards the front of the pack, and in the draft is where you want to be coming into this descent. Big group still moving through. Fanucci Sarasu, one of our riders who climbs well on the Sunday Race Cup, and Musa Al-Mansouri. For me, Musa Al-Mansouri, she's an absolute star when it comes to climbing. And I think today and tomorrow are probably the stages she's been waiting for.
I think so. I think if this is for me, I'll get my words out. I'm trying to think of the most concise way to say it. In itself, that's then taking longer. For me, this is about pacing into this point. It's about how much energy you've expended, how wise you've been with that energy. Monica Hajuk in here, but riding strongly. Good morning, Monica. Good to see you on the bike again. I do like the geometric jersey. I've said that before. I'm going to keep. I'll probably say this every time we see it. I do like a geometric design. It appeals to me. I'm loving the setup. And I've said that before as well, but I am loving the performance of Monica Hajuk the most because all of our riders are absolutely nailing this. And I think Hajuk is really, for me, really showing just what this race is all about.
She's having a really big battle out there with Jacqueline Almeida, actually. They are so close on GC, 15th and 16th, so in the top 20. Great performances from them. And I think, do you know, it's fabulous when you go a little bit further back down GC or right the way to the bottom of the GC, but people are still riding and racing their own competitions, and that for me is wonderful. Now, Liz Smithson on our screen at the moment, currently leading the GCC competition. She's established a really strong lead, actually, over the last 3 weeks, but 3 days.
And not that long.
I know, over Hala Obaid. Obaid 6 minutes back. But Hala Obaid is a strong climber.
Yep. Hala Obaid at 6 minutes 50s could be there. But I also think Musa Al-Mansouri, as we said, is going to make her way up there as well. Now,
Liz Smithson also leading the Masters competition, but the gap, I'll tell you something, the gap is tiny. And when I say tiny, it's 1 second from her own teammate, Joanna Warren. So that's a really interesting one.
And in third place, in fact, it's another teammate, Bridget Bremner. And Bridget Bremner, we know how strong Bridget Bremner is on those climbs. She's only 2:36 back. And I know this sounds like minutes and minutes. And when you would be, if we were talking about this with a flat sprint parkour coming up, if it was all short stages, then that would be a really big challenge, a big hurdle to overcome, but it's not that kind of parkour. It's big, it's tough, it's high, it is brutal, and it's going to make a huge, huge difference what's coming up. Now, just seeing the initial fly by Pierce, as she drops into this bunch, getting the group all together. So all of our riders basically pretty much into the swing of things, but already you will notice if you look at the top right-hand side of your screen that we've got 4 groups on the road at the moment in category 6, and the 4 groups on the road at the moment now settling into their pace, because if you go too hard too early on a big climb stage, you're going to be in trouble. The first key point today in the competitions in the race here in Bhutan, 5.1 kilometers in, so we're already over halfway towards that checkpoint. It's a sprint checkpoint, and I think for me this sprint competition, Pierce, Jones, Warren, Hurtado, Charlebois, all scoring points. The 2 at the top, Jones and Pierce, are going to be very interesting how that plays out. We're going to dive in with Adriana Barco, with whom I have exceeding bike envy. I have to say that is one of the nicest designs, I think, of the Colnagos that we've seen. I do love that paint scheme.
Well, there we go.
Well, I know you like the Giro d'Italia version of that.
I do. Absolutely love it. That would be my dream bike.
Or the Girodonna version of it.
Yeah, that would be my absolutely dream bike. Well,
I like the black and the red.
Good. barcode on your screen at the moment. Part and parcel of the leading group. It's a good sized leading group here as they come towards the 4-kilometre marker. Now, that first sprint checkpoint coming at 5.1, they are just over a kilometre out from it. And whilst we just hang on to the launch for that sprint, the team competition in Category 6.
Yes.
It is the Cycle District Alpha squad who are currently leading the competition, 14 hours, 4 minutes and 29 seconds, against the Vegemite Vixens, who are just 41 seconds back at this point in time. So the team competition really close in Category 6 at the moment.
And it's still close between between third and fourth place, and fifth place. So I think third, fourth, and fifth are going to have a battle of their own today. And then maybe that will evolve further out. Sixth and seventh teams again, not a lot of time between them, and even smaller gap, in fact, between seventh and eighth. So I think the whole of this team competition, it's that old phrase, isn't it? It's not over till you get across the finishing line.
No, it isn't. And Juliana Agudelo on our screens at the moment in this group as they punch up this short climb. We talk about these short, sharp climbs here in Bhutan, and they are short and sharp. They're up and over very, very quickly and now running towards the sprint for the first time today.
And Juliana Agudelo has been riding really strongly in second place overall in the competition. And I think today is testing day for all of our riders. She moved up 3 places yesterday in the first of our big sort of climbs being thrown into it. I think we're going to see a real shake-up in this group. But at the moment, pretty much all together as you take this right-hand turn. No big launch for the line at the moment.
No.
The sprint banner is on its way. It is literally only a few hundred meters away, and it shows you who is interested in this now. Geraldo going on the front here. Pierce has kicked hard on the back there.
Yeah, she has indeed. And Jones starting to move because she wants the extra points. And I think Jones is banking on the fact that Pierce isn't going up and over those climbs today. Interesting move. So Pierce through 1, Jones through in 2. Those are the points there that they're going to get allocated in that sprint competition. There's a little bit of a gap, actually starting to establish itself in what was the leading group out there. And I think I noticed Ange Quapp on the wrong side of that gap. Well, Pierce takes 5, Jones takes 4, Warren takes 3, Geraldo takes 2, and Hadjuk takes 1 in that first sprint today. 21 riders in that leading group. But there is a gap of 12 seconds back to Jacqueline Almeida, Ange Quapp, and Lady Montoya.
And of those big climbing names that we've potentially mentioned, like Obeid, El Mansouri, they're all in that leading group, along with riders like Smithson, Bremner, Warren, and Jones as well. So let's move across from category 5 to from category 6 to category 5 into the top of the overall standings. This is our general classification at the moment. Isabel Alzette clear of Victoria Sewell. At the moment, that gap, it is 2 seconds. The top 2 switching places. So Sewell being deposed by Alza on the overall lead. The same thing happened in third and fourth. Kansara Jones switching places with Loxley. Loxley dropping into fourth. Kansara Jones up onto the podium in third place in terms of the GC. The time gaps, however, really tight in sort of the top 6, but then it starts to stretch.
Yeah, it does. 27 seconds separating the top 6 riders in Category 5. And we say it starts to stretch. There's then a gap back. Kath Tompkinson's at 1 minute. I don't think that's a big gap. Then behind her, it's there's a number of riders all bunched around that 2-minute marker. So the Category 5 race is going to be really interesting today. Isabel Alzat currently leading. She took the win yesterday in 1:26.50. Becerra was second. Seslag was third. Amy Loxley took the most number of points in that sprint competition, but that too I think is shaping up because Louisa Schultz was very close second on the day, and she's got the most points overall at the moment.
There's 10 points between Schultz and Loxley, isn't there? And I think that that battle is going to develop as we move forwards in that sprint competition. So Schultz leading in the sprints. In the climbs competition, Becker leading that overall at the moment, just ahead of Loxley and Giuliano, and it's into their terrain we head here in Bhutan. On the climbs in category 5, you can see those jerseys up and away, predominantly the light blue of category 5, but we have our leaders' jerseys in there. We have the Masters skin suit, the all green skin suit, indicating a rider competing in that Masters competition. The gold jersey of the overall leader being worn by Isabel Alzate as this group come out from the race start. This is the critical moment, really, for me from the start. You keep that group together as you come down into this slope, and you've got a good chance it'll stay together onto the first real rise, which kicks in. It's only a little kicker coming in at about 2.5, 3K, and then there's a bigger kicker just after 4K to take us up onto the plateau where we see that sprint at 5.1 kilometers. The group at the moment, though, Emma, I think we're going to see, and this is a prediction, there's bound to be one category that proves me wrong, but I think we're going to see smart starts from our riders where they don't all go off like hares out of a trap.
Well, the push out of the pen has taken place, but the very quick settle down into zone 1, zone 2 here in category 5. Really smart start. Isabel Alzat on your screen at the moment. Alzat leading the competition, 4 hours, 23 minutes, 23 seconds of racing so far. It's only a 2-second gap back to Sewell, Kansara, Jones, Loxley, Beckera. So there's been a strong group of them out on the road for the last 3 days. I think we're also going to see some strong and close racing here in category 5 on the climb because those riders are really well matched.
Now in with Amy Loxley. Amy Loxley, our leader on the GCC competition in category 5. This battle between Loxley and Tijeros, I think it settled down a little bit after the first forest, and Loxley in the leading group consistently. And I think for me, that's what's given her that lead over to Jaros in second and Elisa in third. But it's not over because those time gaps can change. If you have one bad day in the mountains, it can be worth 5 bad days on the flat in terms of time.
Oh, that's brutal.
Well, I was going to say 7 to be fair, because the problem is if you have a bad day on a climb, I mean, we've all groveled up them.
But if you have a bad day today, there's no telling that you couldn't have a better day tomorrow and somebody else have a bad day.
Yes.
So you know, it swings and roundabouts throughout the peloton, and you know, you can't have a good day every day.
You can't have a good day. Well, you can have there's a good day there's a good day to have a bad day, which is a flat day. But there is also some riders whose bad days will not even be noticed because they are so consistent. At the moment, for me, Amy Loxley's falling into that category. We have to wait to the end of the 7 stages over the 8 days to see if Loxley is going to keep up that record, though. And I think that, for me, we're only on stage 4. There's still so much racing to come.
Well, we are on stage 4. Should we do a little run round of the rest of the competitions? Because in the Masters competition, Kath Tompkinson is currently leading that competition. A great piece of work from her. She's not too far off on GC either, just outside the top 5. So really, really strong performance from Tompkinson as we drop into her pain cave with her. Leading that competition by 53 seconds from Skierska. Then Wilhelm is 2:42 back. And Matt is just showing me that he has found the keyboard and put it into the studio that matches the multicoloured lights of Kath Tompkinson. So we have one now in the studio just because we had keyboard envy from Kath.
You.
Okay.
You had, and it's your keyboard on your system, so
thank you very much.
There you are.
I very well appreciate that.
I haven't written your name on it though, so
I appreciate that. In the young riders competition, Isabel Alzat, as well as holding GC, also holds that young riders jersey, but is of course underneath the gold one.
It is, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the battle unfolds between Pepe Aliwa and Nicole Hernandez. The 2 riders in second and third place here, they are currently separated by less than 30 seconds. And I think that's really going to run because they're so closely matched when you look at the work that they're doing. I mean, they're both riding for the Fem Cycle Collab squads, but Eliwa riding for the Fem Cycle Club Cycleholics, and Hernandez riding for the Fem Cycle Club Cycle Sparks teams. Second and third in, that's going to be a real good run. Okay, let's see. We are just in here. We're going to just run across to Brooke Samuel. So Brooke nicely tapping out a rhythm here. Hopefully Brooke, who we know is currently competing in what is much different time zone to us in the studio. I hope it's all going okay. I'm hoping the body's adapting to the different changes of rhythm when it's different racing out of your normal time zone for a day as to when you race for days in a row. And for some people, it seems to settle down. And for others, it becomes more. It increases that accumulated fatigue we've talked about by doing a stage race.
Yes, it's evening in Australia and New Zealand, and by the time the men start to finish their racing, it's going to be I suppose it's no longer evening; it's very, very early morning. But it really does depend upon where our riders are around the globe, and we have riders all around the globe, from the USA, Brazil, and Colombia to Australia, New Zealand, and wider Europe and elsewhere. Indonesia. I'm trying to think of all the places where our riders are. They are literally around the globe on multiple time zones, and they're all coming together here on MyWhoosh. This group at the moment coming together for that first sprint checkpoint in 600 meters time.
Let's very quickly run through the team categories. At the moment, pedal artists leading from pedal dancers, with Aeronova in third place. All those teams very close together, less than 2 and a bit minutes separating them. As we see Louisa Schultz on the front here, the sprint leader in category 5, going for another long one here. And interesting move here I love the way that our riders, I mean, we are about to go off into the mountains. We're at 5K, the mountains kick in at 7, and guess what? Schultz has absolutely dialed it off the front.
Yeah, and Loxley there, interestingly, just poking her nose out of the bunch to make sure she picks up the rest of the points in terms of that sprint competition. So Schultz pushing, and it's interesting, isn't it? Because she doesn't need to push this hard, but she has indeed gone well and truly clear. Loxley is coming out of the bunch to take those 4 points. Sewell now comes to the front with Beckerer as well. Riders choosing to sweep up those minor points in those minor places.
Starting to really become a clear pattern, isn't it? Really clear pattern. The way that Schultz is going, getting the early points, Loxley's banking on going over the climbs better. The gap between them, it was 10 at the start of the day. It's come 1 point further now. So it's now up to 11. But I think Loxley playing that long game at the moment. So 5 points for Schultz, 4 for Loxley, 3 for Beckerer, 2 for Sheslak, and 1 point for Sewell. And they will be added to the overall points totals. Right, let's move across to the riders who are a bit further up the road. Category 6.
Yeah, just to note though, 27 riders in that leading group in category 5. Category 6 are indeed further up the road. They're at the 9.2 kilometre marker. They're 2K now into the Dragon Fury climb.
Okay, let's go back down to the start line. Every 10 minutes, we've got another group about to leave this start pens. So we look down with Carolina Elzet still resplendent in the general classification jersey here in category 4. That gap, though, 2 seconds. Elzet holding the lead that she took in the overall on stage 2 into stage 3 and into stage 4 behind the top. I'm trying to even work out how many it is. The top 13 riders didn't change position.
No, I know.
Incredible.
Yeah, and Natalia Ridzik sat in 14th place, Monica Falana in 15th. There's not a lot between those two riders either. So it is all interesting and to play for in Category 4. Yesterday, Elzat took the win from Pamplona and Montoya. Angelina Roa picked up the most points in that sprint competition. She's leading that sprint competition by 45 points to 35 points to Hanna Pekakova. Carolina Elzat picked up the most points in the climbing competition. She's ahead of Shanna Martinuski. By 10 points again, 38 points in total to 28 points.
Yep, that 10-point gap. Interesting battle I think we're going to see between Pekakova and Fu, who's tied on points with her in that sprint competition. They're both on 35, and I think behind the gaps are opening up, but there's still lots of sprint points left. There's still lots of climb points left. There's less sprint points than climb points. But it's not huge. And remember, when we go out of the mountains into the time trial in Montreal and then into our last stage, things will change again, I'm sure, in some of our competitions. It's time to go racing in category 4. The red jerseys make the way from the line of wheels, spin their way across the ice and snow of Bhutan, making the way out. The Bhutan World, a popular one to ride in, even if it is incredibly hilly pretty much everywhere, it feels like. There doesn't seem to be much flat ground, certainly not many flat routes, although it is quite steppy between the big climbs. So there's flats and sharp ramp rises rather than it being constantly undulating at 3, 4, 5%. So you do get a little bit of a break. Seba Alray on our screens. A big thank you to Seba for the message that came through, confirming indeed she is. I think not only racing for Wolfies, working at Wolfies, riding at Wolfies, but also one of those people who really is engaging a lot of people in their activities and what they're getting up to. And Seba Alray, I think, had a pretty good day yesterday. I mean, I think we're expecting to see big things of her when we come into the mountains. But Seba, on our screens, thank you very much for the message and letting us know what you're up to. Don't forget, you too could get in touch. We really do love to get those messages, so you can get in touch with Emma. It's at biking_Emma. You can get a hold of me. It's at Matt Fixer Pain. And of course, you can always get hold of Emma, myself, or Haley on the social media, which is at MyWhoosh Racing. Now, Gina DeGrazia on our screens, the GCC leader. Gina in 4th place in the sprints competition, scoring points in that. 11th place in the climbs competition, but leading that GCC competition overall.
Yeah, she is. And Seba Alray is her competition because she is sat in 2nd place, 2 minutes 43 seconds back.
Going to no mistakes kind of territory for DeGrazia at the moment. It could hold to the finish if they're well matched, but one mistake, one error by either, and that could really swing in either direction, I think, as they come over. Now, in the Masters competition, Rosalina Barragan with the lead over Helen Taylor Carter, with Alma Mongelli in 3rd position. We saw on our screens yesterday, looking very happy and smiling. I'm not so sure she'll be happy and smiling as we get towards the top of all these climbs, but I'll tell you something, she will when she's completed this stage, because it will be stage 4 complete. But she has a battle on in this competition. Now, our riders pretty equally spread, actually, between Barragan to Taylor Carter, then Taylor Carter to Mongelli. So our top 3 riders battling it out in that competition. For riders in the older age category, in our younger age category,
well, Camilla Pamplona is currently leading that from Angelina Roa, but let me tell you, just 31 seconds separating those 2 riders. And I think that one is going to go, well, really closely to the wire, because they're currently 6th and 9th on GC.
Yes.
And hardly anything's, well, what is separating them there is what is separating them on the youth competition, 31 seconds.
It's next to nothing. I think, realistically, because basically anybody who's in the top 13 or so has really done the work on the first 2 stages. That's where the shake-up happened. Now I think are waiting to go into this, but that doesn't preclude riders who are outside the top 13 from breaking in there and changing the standings overall. The youth competition, I think, is going to just run and run. They are so close. Angelina Rowe's sprint performances, though, I have to say, are absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, they are indeed. In the team competition, Rebel Union currently leading in category 4. 17 seconds is the time gap from the Cafetieras squad. 1:58 back in 3rd is the FCC Wattworks crew. So three teams really, really close at the moment. And I tell you, Cycle District 4 is not that far back, 3 minutes 22. That is not insurmountable, and is one that could change quite dramatically today.
German Prado on our screen. Saw a great picture in the week on social media from German Prado with the little one, with, I think it was the rainbow bands across the middle.
What a cool little bodysuit.
World champion baby grow. Just amazing. And I've got to say, a massive, massive inspiration. I mean, German, I'm sure, to lots of mums and lots of dads and lots of people out there, full stop, about how fast and how well she's come back to this and smiling, very, very happy. Do say, happy riders are fast riders. She at the moment is looking very happy,
Well,
and I'm sure will be very quick.
let's not forget she's a multi-time road and time trial champion from the Philippines, and she's an absolutely class rider and racer. Great to see her coming back into form, and I think, well, I said right at the start in Category 4, I think she'll get better and better as every day moves on. Really looking forward to watching her in the climbs today. We know she can dig so deep. We've seen it on the Sunday Race Club. I think we might see it here as well, but at the moment they're rolling at the 3.8 kilometre marker towards that first sprint checkpoint at the 5.1k point.
Now, let's just dive in with Shanna Martinuski, teammate of Jermaine Prado on the What Works squad. Those two riders, regular riders. So good to see Shanna. Bomb ears.
She sent me a message saying that she's moved the turbo to somewhere warmer because it was so cold.
Wow.
She actually couldn't cope. So she's moved the turbo in the house to a warmer room.
So we've gone into a colder world, which is Bhutan with snow. Shanna Martinuski moves the turbo somewhere warmer. Yeah, we did see her with sort of the headband on and the big jacket on. I don't know about you, but I always feel I produce better performances when I'm racing without long legs on, without long sleeves on, with just the minimum layer that's needed to race. I feel like I'm racing. I never have raced with big jackets on before now in pouring rain and whatever. But when you come into a sprint or anything where you're putting in that big effort, like we're seeing our riders now, that's when it really feels that it's in the way. Now, this is going to be really interesting. We've got on our screen 5 key riders, I think, in today's stage here. Pekka Kova, dead center. You can see our Ray on the left, De Grazia on the right, on the very edges, Martinuski at far left, and Roa far right-hand side. I'm going to be interested to see how they go for this here, because I think all of these riders potentially are aware that they need to have some energy for the climb, but they're also contending the sprints because they need to get over with the lead group. It's winding up at the moment. It's Roa out of the saddle. She's not flat out at the moment.
Shiki Fu is on her wheel, I tell you. Shiki Fu goes up and over the top row, has got a battle if she wants this. And now Hannah-Pekka Kova, she's middle of the screen down below. She's coming in really fast from behind. She's going to run into the slipstream, go over the top of Roa, but not over the top of Shiki Fu.
Angelina Roa sitting down partway there. Notice that Pekka Kova kept on going, dialing that all the way into the line. So Category 4 in through our first sprint. 5 points to Fu, 4 to Pekka Kova, 3 to Roa, 2 to Martinuski, and 1 to Idzik. Interesting, Natalia. Idzik's decided to come out and play a little bit more. Now we're onto this stage.
I tell you, that's a really interesting move because we've not seen Idzik at all. Normally, we would have thought, the natural assumption would have been Idzik would have targeted the sprint competition, but she hasn't.
I think she's going for GC.
I was about to say, it
really
tells me that there's probably been a real conversation with Idzik and what she can do and where she wants to be. So looking forward to today. I can tell you all 29 riders who started today in Category 4 all still together.
And really interesting to see the way that Idzik is now coming out to play, and Roa went and sat down. Indication maybe the overall is where it's going to be. Now let's dive into the Category 3 race where Jen Real is leading the overall classification in Category 3. The gap back behind her, well, it's basically nothing.
0.2 of a second. I know, this is just so close. It really, really is. 0.2 of a second, 0.8 of a second, 0.9 of a second. The top 4 riders separated by not even a second at the moment. But when when you go further down, GC, 3 seconds back is 6th place. But even like when you get to sort of 2 or 3 minutes, within 3 minutes, you're still looking at 16 riders at the moment in Category 3. This, for me, is one of the closest categories we've got after the first 3 days. General's been doing a fabulous job to stay on front, but Eva Essler took the win yesterday from General and Melissa Tuma. Those 3 are 1, 2, 3, but not in that order on GC.
No, they're not. Eva Essler is moving herself into the top 3 with that ride. She's ridden herself into this. She was 11th on stage 1. She moved up 5 places. on stage 2. She moved up further 3 places yesterday, so Esther on the rise. Sarah Carolus scoring the most points in the climbs competition yesterday.
That was interesting because it takes her 1 point ahead of Helen McKay in that competition.
Okay, let's move off to our race start as we make our way off on the start to the Category 3 riders on the right-hand side. Our Category 6 riders just hitting the summit of the climb here. Now, Arias, interesting move. This going for the points. Smithson's going to, I think Smithson may well have just edged that as she went over the top. Now, we saw this group break very quickly. The main bunch break into 3-4 groups as it came out from the pens. Still a big leading group going over the top of that Dragon Fury climb. Still with the points first. 15 points, 12 points, 10 points, 8 points, and 6 points. 5 points. Can't read it. What's going on? 15, 12, 10, 8, and 5 points going out for Smithson, Arias, Shalbar, Pierce, and Agadello, respectively, because it's a Category 1 climb. And as we've said, the bigger the climb, the more points awarded. It means there's 30 points on offer in total
today. And I'll tell you, 13 riders in that leading group in Category 6. Smithson going up to 36 points overall, but that still holds her in third place. Arias on 40, Shalbar on 37. The climbing competition is really, really close in Category 6. Category 3, Jenny Sanchez is leading it out of the pen at the moment, trying to drive the pace.
Jenny, you're 600 meters into a 45.5-kilometer mountainous route, and you're dialing it on the front. It's clearly been on the coffee for this morning, multiple espressos maybe. So I think really wanted to make sure she gets into this descent first. So from that point of view, that tactic is really, really key. So just diving into our descent at the moment, we're in with Angel Hadlock at the moment in Category 3. Good morning to Angel, one of our regular riders, leading in that GCC competition, riding for the full Send Collective squad. Sitting in third place in that team competition as well. And we were talking about riders who have been not quiet, but noticeable by maybe a lack of aggression that we would normally expect to see from their racing. And I think Angel Hadlock really does fit into that category.
Well, in with Jen Reel at the moment, she holds that leader's jersey, but she also holds the Masters competition as well. Reel in 1, Vittler in 2, 6 minutes back, actually. Helen McKay in 3, 11 minutes back. So Jen Reel doing a phenomenal job. She's got 2 jerseys on. There's another one underneath that gold one.
There is indeed. So Reel, Vittler, McKay are top 3. The battle for the podium places, so close between McKay and Berard. It's a gap of about 3 minutes, which, as we've said, on the mountains, and that can be very quickly overturned. So let's just run you through the riders in the sprint competitions inside, because this is going to be the first points that are scored. Overall, Carolus with 34, McKay with 33, Lytton with 25, and Pluto with 19 in that sprint competition. The youth competition, we have our leader on the screens, Angie Londano, leading that competition out. I think the main challenge now likely to come from Diana Corrales. Corrales has the potential, I think, to change that all around, between those riders as we move onwards.
Yeah, interestingly moving through the field as well, and moving away from the competition in that youth. We have the Category 3 pack coming up to the 3 kilometre marker. One rider, it looks like, just distanced off the back of the group as the group punch up and over this small rise.
So the riders just making the way up on to this little riser before they drop down once again. We are in with Diana Corrales. Excellent. There you go. No sooner said than done. The team are amazing behind the scenes. Good to see Diana on our screens already. And the question is going to be, what are we going to see from our Colombian rider here today? What is she going to do out on the course? Is it going to be a day for Corrales on the climbs? What do you think, Emma?
Well, she's looking very comfortable on that bike at the moment. She's looking,
Yeah.
she's looking like she's very pleased to be here at stage 4. And I think we could see a good performance today. So no pressure, but we are going to watch. And I think category 3 is going to be a really interesting race. Like we say, one rider off the back. They're at the 3.6 kilometre marker, that first sprint checkpoint coming at 5.1. Corrales, I think this is always really interesting because we have Diana Corrales, Sarah Carolus in the peloton in category 3, and they're both often very close to each other.
Yeah, us and us at the end is the separator pretty much when we're talking about them. Jojo Bauer just leading out at the moment, really dialing it as they come down into this descent. We're in with Sarah Carolus, the leader. They're just going in through as we just take a drop in with Lorena Beltran at the moment. So currently lying in 9th position overall, 123 down on the race leader. And certainly not out of this yet. Just in with Sepulveda as well. Interesting to see Sepulveda nicely tucked in. This group doing a good job. I mean, there are riders distanced out this group already by this fierce start. And you can have the day when you wake up and you just go, oh, do you know what? My leg's saying no today. You can be having a great day, and it can be on the back of a really great day, and you go to bed thinking, I'm going to be good here, and then you're not.
Well, you can also have one of those days where you get on the bike to do your warm-up and you feel shocking. And then after your warm-up, you get really surprised. And it's a better day than you thought. Well, McKay at the moment is punching on the front here. Aravena and Carolus are also towards the 4. They're still 500 metres out from the sprint checkpoint. But we've got Litton, Londano, Garcia, Salgado and Miller on your screens at the bottom as McKay starts to just slowly wind this up. Carolus is not doing a slow wind up, so now Helen McKay kicks, Salgado is there, Londano is there, but this is McKay versus Sarah Carolus at the moment, and McKay now goes up and over the top.
So they come around that sweeping bend, they go under the archway and underneath the structure to go to the line. It's McKay who's going to take the points here from Carolus. So they are now going to be tied on points at the top of the standings. There was 1 point separating with Carolus above McKay. It's going to switch round, maybe out on the course. We will have to find out because they're tied at the moment at the top. McKay's 5 points, Carolus 4. Miller with 3, Salgado with 2, and Lodono with 1 point. But very interesting the way this is starting to play out now as we drop in onto the climb. Now, Category 6 came over with a run for the line by Liz Smith, and it's Amy Loxley who this time is over the top, and she's got a good sized gap. Now, decision time. Do you wait? Do you wait for this group? 11 seconds.
Yes.
From the summit of this climb to the start of the big ascent of Dragon's Fury next time around, it's 17.1 kilometers separating the two, with that climb to the start-finish line as well. There are some flat sections. There's a lot of downhill. I would be resting rather than waiting. So I wouldn't give away the time necessarily.
There's 6 riders in the group behind. It's not a huge group. It's a group where you can get some draft, you can get some recovery. If you're out on your own, you can't. As you come towards the end of this lap, the headwind is absolutely really strong. I'd want to be in the group taking as much recovery as possible, particularly if I know I can put a gap in like that and I'm the strongest climber. Now, if we take a look at Category 2, they are down on the start line at the moment. Emily Sopers, 3 from 3. What a great start to the competition.
Yep, 3 from 3 for Sopers. So Roche coming inside the top 3 once again at the finish of the last stage, really pushing herself up into position. In the GC overall, though, that leading group of riders coming into the line, 12 riders. They're at within 8 seconds, 12 riders. A little bit further back down through the pack, it does start to stretch out. The longest riding time in Category 2. At the moment, that total time for us, 44 minutes.
Yeah, but when you take a look at GC, in the 24 riders, still under 2.5 minutes. This
Super
is
close.
really, really close. I mean, and even a bit further back, we don't get to the 5 minute mark until we hit 27 riders. So, there are some really strong riders in the mix still, and the GC is wide, wide open. I do think today we are going to see some moves in GC in Category 2, and I think we may see some riders really rising through the GC standings.
Well, I think it could well be a day for somebody who, like Eleanor Wiseman, who's leading in the climbs competition overall by 10 points from Sylvia Correa. But Correa's been riding really strongly.
She has.
And Bergen's not far challenging with Murray as well. Let's head out onto the course with Carrie Stewart in Category 2 as the clock ticks down underneath the MyWhoosh Championship banner here in Bhutan. Our riders up out of the saddle, kicking down on those pedals, making the way out onto the course. Our gold jersey on the shoulders of Emily Sopers. 3 from 3. We said that yesterday. I mean, it can't be overstressed, can it? That is an amazing achievement.
She's the only rider to have done it.
It's not been identical parkour. It's like it's been a flat sprint stage, flat sprint stage, or all mountains or all hilly.
But I'll tell you something. She's a rider that if you want to know how to come into the finish and position yourself in the sprint, you want to know different sprint tactics. She's a rider to watch. You can go back into the footage, play it back and take a look. She's had some great strategies and different strategies of how to win the race, including putting a dummy run in to wind the competitors up. Well, in Category 2, Sopers leads that individual competition from Roach and Gorea. The sprint competition, as we said, Anna Russell yesterday, and she's on form against Gonzalez Rua. It was just a really, really interesting battle yesterday. Gonzalez Rua's team came to the fore for some team tactics, but Russell at the moment, 41 points for the Riot on Fire squad in that sprint competition against Gonzalez Rua's 34.
Yeah, that overturn from Gonzalez Rua leading to Anna Russell on there, what's looked to be a really deliberate tactic. There is a big discussion on that on the podcast from yesterday. Do have a listen back to that if you want our take on that. We're in with Vanessa Murray. I tell you something, we go in with Murray every time. She's either got the best tunes in her ears or she's just really happy. It's day 4, up again and riding, and she's... Do you know what? She looks fluid on the bike. I like riders who look fluid. She's just like really floaty. There's no tension there. It's just really, really relaxed riding style. And I think that's really, really key. You've got to be, you don't want to waste energy fighting the bike at this stage. It's not going to do you any good at all. You want to be relaxed on that bike.
Well, she's neatly ensconced within the Category 2 bunch as they come towards the 2 kilometre marker. Everybody's still together. They're currently riding around Zone 1, Zone 2. So nice and steady pace here in the snowy worlds of Bhutan. The Masters competition at the moment held by Sarah Roach. But I tell you, it's a really, really close competition. Sarah Lundin in second, 25 seconds back. Stephanie Briggs in third, 33 seconds back. So the Masters competition is going to be a battle to the finish line. And riders, we talked to Kristen Kolczynski. She was really clear she was targeting that Masters competition.
Yes.
And riders targeting these competitions, and that is their focus. The teams will help. They'll help them defend their positions, not just on GC, but in these competitions as well. So the Masters competition, the youth competition, as well as the GCC. And the sprint and the king or queen of the mountains. So, there's lots going on out there for these teams. And as the riders and race positions evolve over the 7 days, tactics will shift and alter. The youth competition, Justine Dubin is the rider wearing the white sleeves of that competition. Great riding from her.
Yeah, definitely. Day after day, putting in those rides, getting that result. And I think really, really, I'm hoping learning lots on the way through. And I think that's one of the things we can't stress enough, is that this is a learning experience for so many riders, not just our youth riders like Justina, but also for all of our riders in the racing, because you've got to learn from it on the way through, because that is how you improve.
Christine Schneider on your screens at the moment, the German rider. Hydration to the side, ready for the day. Ice vest on, keeping cool, absolutely crucial. In terms of riding and riding performance, as cool as possible indoor riding and racing. There is a big heat wave across Europe, and I'm sure Christine Schneider is used to the strategies employed to deal with it.
Yep, I'm sure she is. Currently 4 hours, 6 minutes of riding in the bank already, and we know from watching her on the Sunday Race Club, she's an experienced rider that knows how to deal with that accumulated time in the saddle.
Yeah, talking about accumulated time in the saddle, the team competition, the Watt team currently topping the table ahead of Core. But when I tell you there's just 5 seconds between those two teams, it is so close. 32 seconds off of top spot is the FCC United Cadence. As we go in with Joanna Kalman from that Core squad, she's on your screen at the moment. Right on Fire in 4th place. They're 3 minutes 21 back. 3:51 back is Cycle District 2. So, you know, there's some really tight competition going on.
Do you think Joanna Kalman has been waiting for the climbs?
Yes.
I think she's not been too worried about what's happened so far. I think Kalman, the way we see her ride, I mean, she's a prolific scorer at the top of, a podium rider, a top 10 rider in category 2, a prolific rider on the podiums in the Sunday Race Club. Each and every Sunday, we see her riding, really putting some strong performances. She's a good all-rounder, but I think she's a great rider for picking her time to put in the effort.
I agree, but for me, the Core squad, I think, we see them at the end of the month on the Sunday Race Club come out and really target that team competition. I think they've probably targeted the team competition here, and I think it's about getting all of their riders round as high up as possible on GC every day, possibly over star individual performances. I don't know. Maybe we should ask one of their members later.
Maybe we should. We're just in with the riders heading in towards our sprint. So Dorothy Gonzalez-Ruiz on the left-hand side of your screen, leading this race up this steep, sharp climb at the moment. This is her opportunity to score points before we go over the climb. We saw her being distanced on the first climb yesterday. She'll be looking to come back and make this hers. She's got company. It's Anna Russell, who took the lead in that sprints competition overall. Now, we saw late yesterday, Russell really pushed Gonzalez-Ruiz into going super, super hard. It's going to be very close here today because it's a short run in when you come around this right-hand turn. Now Gonzalez-Ruiz picks this up. She says, I'm not playing games. Let's go for this sprint. Russell on her heels here. And it's left the rest behind. Emma Todd, the nearest challenger to those two riders in terms of that sprint competition, now moves up into 3rd place. Russell versus Gonzalez-Ruiz right on the line. It was super close. That is going to be fractions of a second there.
I can tell you it was fractions of a second, and Anna Russell takes it from 0.005 of a second from Gonzalez-Ruiz. So Russell takes 5 points, Gonzalez-Ruiz takes 4, Todd takes 3, Manshandi takes 2, and Murray takes 1. The gap now looking as though it's 8 points at the top of the table. But I think that battle will continue right to the wire. 35 riders in that leading group, which is the entire Category 2 peloton.
So the Category 2 riders going through, just to give you just to break that down, 5 thousandths of a second. That is literally divide that second into 1,000 pieces. You can't do that in your brain. It's so quick. You can't imagine that, and it's only 5 of those tiny little fractions of a second that are there. I mean, that is literally zero.
Yeah, it would have challenged a photo finish.
Okay, let's go across to Category 4 and into the results of the Dragon Fury climb. Martinuski taking the maximum points in that competition, with Dowling coming through over the line in 2nd, Barragan in 3rd, Pamplona in 4th, and Seba Alray in 5th. Martinuski clear by a little bit of a gap at the top, but coming back together, the main group there behind.
13 riders in that leading group as we drop down into the start pen with our final starters today in the women's race. It is Category 1. Who's going to break the field today?
Category 1, the overall competition being led by Kate McCarthy. That gap still 18, 19 seconds at the moment. Catherine Fua at 55 seconds down in third place, moving up one place into the top four, just stepping over Elise Gallegos, who dropped down one place this time around. Van Heuling inside the top five as well. This has really been a bit of a waiting game by most of the riders, with the exceptions of McCarthy and Guerra, the leading two.
Yeah, it has, and it's a really interesting race that's unfolding in front of us already in Category 1, and it's going to unfold even more today. I think we're going to see the real GC contenders coming to the fore. Mika Soderstrom, the sprint competition, Mika Soderstrom picking up 20 points yesterday. It has been a real battle out there with Kelsey Jade Van Shaw. She's on 31 points. I think that competition will go right to the wire on the final day.
And in that sprint competition, we saw a very similar situation to the one that happened with Gonzalez, with Van Shaw being dropped on that climb up in Hedera Island and then unable to get back in. And it left all of the points beyond the climb available then for Soderstrom, who really looked to mop up all those points. It's overturned and really pushed out that gap. I mean, Soderstrom now is a long way clear.
Yeah, but talking about climbing, Kate McCarthy has 40 points in that climbing competition. Taguera's 32 and Tomasi's 23. Those three riders have really showed that they are targeting the climbs and showing their prowess out there. As we drop in with Kate McCarthy, the world champion, part and parcel of the pack, and wearing the leader's jersey.
Yep, the world champion in action. And I think for McCarthy, it's a natural combination, isn't it? The joint aims, and I think maybe even three aims, a trio of aims in terms of McCarthy to take the GC, to take away the climbs competition. They are very compatible goals.
Yeah.
And then the team that she's really is a key part of, but supports. It's one where she's supporting the other riders as well as them supporting her. I think that team competition is really important as well, and it's not incompatible.
No, it's not at all, not incompatible at all. And at the moment, our Block International sat in third place in that team competition, 1 minute 9 seconds back. The FCC Endorphins in second, 34 seconds off the Sweat Sensations. Mika Soderstrom also part and parcel of that our Block International team in that sprinter's jersey after that performance yesterday. Whilst we're talking about teams, let's also talk about the support teams very briefly that people have got around them and in their rooms. We've seen a few of them on the cameras already today. I know Kate McCarthy has her uncle and her dad with her. So even the world champion needs family support.
Indeed. And we see that time and time again around the globe, and it really has evolved. Now, we talked about Kristen Kolczynski targeting the Masters competition, as she said on Inside the Race podcast. She's here on our screen. So Kristen Kolczynski leading that competition from Amelia Van Hove and Sophie Giovanni. They're your top three. It's a good gap now, 2 minutes and 3 seconds between Kolczynski and Van Hove, but not the sort of gap that can't be overturned by a good or bad day on climbs, particularly, I think, in Category 1, because the pace is so quick up the climb. If you have a bad day, you're punished for it more, maybe, than some of the other categories, because the leaders are going so quick. So it's a bit like, if you miss a train at the station and it's just a stopper train, it's not very far up to the next station before it stops, and it takes quite a long time to get there. If it's it's a high-speed train that you miss, you've had it. And this is the sort of high-speed train that if you're not on a good day, you have literally got left behind.
Well, I mean, a coincident on your screen at the moment, currently lying 8th on GC. She sat in a really, really close-packed group, and it's going to be interesting to see how she fares today. I think she's going to go well. She's been looking really, really strong on the Sunday Race Cup, and her training is putting her in tip-top form. The other riders and racers out there in this peloton, I'm just going to mention that we put a little call out this morning in terms of a little video from the studio talking about the psychology versus the physicality of the MyWhoosh Championships. And one of the Category 1 riders has got in touch to give some tips in terms of what helps her on the big climbs.
Excellent.
I'm not going to give the entire game away, but Jennifer Gothlander, really, really nice of her to get in touch. She says, find a piece of music that really, really you can get into. and utilize that in terms of, just giving you that little bit of extra power, that little bit of extra uplift as you tackle a difficult stage.
Now, Heather Shanks just illustrated why MyWhoosh is so good for the sales of ice vests around the globe here. At the moment, it's a burgeoning industry in cycle sport. It seems to be the de rigueur item of choice for everybody from riders racing outdoors to indoors. And Shanks keeping that core temperature down as she makes her way out onto the course in Category 1 on the left-hand side of your screen, right-hand side of your screen, Category 3 now. Making their way up the Dragon's Fury climb. The finish line is at 13 kilometers in terms of this checkpoint of the climb. They are, of course, continuing onwards. We'll see this again during the race on their second descent, but first time up, Camila Salgado out of the saddle here, really stamping on those pedals, kicking out over 220 watts there. You can see she sits down real quick just to make sure that she can get those legs recovered for when the group come onto a hill. Salgado taking 15 points, Bauer taking 12, Liu behind taking 10, Litten with 8, and Real with 5. But it's the race is broke asunder.
It has indeed, and wow, what a race going on here. Salgado takes 15 points, Bauer takes 12, Liu takes 10, Litten takes 8, and Real takes 5. The King of the Mountains competition, Salgado is still way out on top, but GC, wow, 6 riders in the leading group, 9 seconds back to 4 riders. Londano, Tuma, Beltran, and Plakowski are the riders chasing. Barbara Bulwara, the defending champion from last year, currently sat in 11th place at the moment out there, 37 seconds back. She's trying to hold on as we drop in with Category 1, and Tilly Field is off the front.
So Tilly Field on the move here, looking to pick up points in the sprint competition here at the Thimphu City Sprint. And this, I think, will be very, very telling indeed as we come in. Tilly Field has been working well, picking up points in third position in that points competition with 18 points above Tennille Otto. But look at this. Look at the power Soderstrom. She sweeps past absolutely majestically, kicking at nearly 8 watts per kilo here. Field's kick was great, but my goodness, Mika Soderstrom has shown why she has got this competition by the scruff of the neck at the moment. Soderstrom now out of the saddle, stamping on the pedals, going in towards that banner. There is clear air behind her. She's back down. She's dropped the watch. She's dropped the power off. She's recovering already before she gets to the line. Soderstrom, that is a great move by her. She's leading, or was leading, by what was a gap of 14 points. It's now going to be at least 15 as Van Shaw and Field make the way to the line. I think it's going to be 16 points, in fact, because I think Tilly Field is going to snaffle the 4 points. She does indeed. So 5 for Soderstrom, 4 for Field, 3 for Van Shaw, 2 for Susnick, and 1 for Fua.
Yeah, interestingly, the Category 3 field was the fastest field of races today to that 5 kilometre marker.
Yes. Only a second quicker than Mika Soderstrom, but when you think of the relative proven abilities, that's actually a really fast ride to that point by Category 3, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and Category 2, 20 seconds back on the time. So just an interesting little flavour of the racing.
Yep. It's no indicator what category people are in as to how fast their race field would necessarily hit
it's
that
about
first
how they've raced that first 5K and how they've come out of the pen. We often see a more steady state start from Category 1 than we do from perhaps Category 6 or Category 4. Category 3 today wanting to get things moving. I think that's because of how close the competition is in Category 3 and how close GC is.
Okay, I'll just leave that there. It's not that I don't disagree. It's just I don't really have a strong opinion. I know that's a rare thing, but I don't.
Well, write it in the record books. But Category 3 at the 15.7 marker, they're on the descent here. Bauer, Litten, Real, Essler, Liu, Salgado. Now, really interestingly, they've got a 13-second gap back here. But what we're seeing is Essler, Liu, Salgado, right of the Tiger. Litten and Real Riot on the Storm. Barbara Bulwara was not that far back. She too is a Riot on the Storm rider. So there's a balance here, because in that group behind is indeed Barbara Bulwara. So there's a big question here. Do they wait? Do they try and stop the move to get their third counter into the pack, or do they just push on?
I think it's so tricky, isn't it? Because you could either have two riot squads with three riders all clear at the front, or one riot squad very definitely ahead of the next riot squad, who will be very definitely pretty much in second place if that was to stay the same. But we're only once up the main climb for some of our riders, and category 3 have shown that you can go into a climb and it can all change.
Category 5 at the 26.8 kilometre marker. They are now 1 kilometre away from the second sprint of the day. The leading group in Category 5, all together on the road here, as you can see. It's not a huge group. It's 7 riders in Category 5. Category 6 have already gone through this sprint checkpoint that the Category 5 races are coming up to. It was a leading group of 13 at that point on the road, so a much bigger group in Category 6. Pearce, Jones, Warren, Arias and Hadjuk took the points that time. Category 5, we're just seeing them push on up this short, sharp rise. And Loxley and Alzat, both of those riders on your screen at the moment, you can see up and out the saddle, just pushing on at the front.
They are the gold jersey in the mix here, just holding a position here. Isabel Alzat not losing position. Shul in here as well. Becker in the mix. Another of our jersey holders along with Loxley. So those points will be up for grabs at the moment, but the name that's missing is Schultz here.
It is indeed. The points are up for grabs for Amy Loxley, because Schultz not in the mix. Those two going head to head in the sprint competition. And this is what Loxley has banked on. She's banked on the fact that Louisa Schultz, will pick up the sprint points early on in the day and when there are no big mountains. On these types of days, Loxley is banking, and it's worked, that Schultz won't be in the group.
But she's going to make 5 points over Schultz here. But she lost a point effectively in the previous sprint. So it's going to be a net gain for the day of 4 points on this stage. Let's say she does that again, she's still actually going to be behind Schultz coming into the final stages. So I think it's going to be really interesting the way this plays out. I mean, the way Loxley's going now, she's looking good. She gets 5 points. Schultz won't pick up any points here. Schultz took 5 and Loxley took 4 on the preceding sprint today. So I think it's going to leave it finely poised as we come out of the mountains.
I think there's enough points available, because there are 35 points still to go over the next 3 stages after today.
I think it'll be after tomorrow. That's kind of where my head's at. I know that it's the calculators are impossible to work out at this stage without having a crystal ball about who will take which places. We'll have to see. Our riders up and away. Loxley at the moment in that leading group, looking very, very good in the sprints competition in terms of today's point score. As we go in with category 2 on to the climb, 12.2k done. Only 800, probably only 700 meters. In fact, there we go, 700 meters to go to the top of the climb. In with Rhiannon Denton at the moment, out of the saddle here. Emma has been saying, cometh the mountains, cometh Denton.
Yes.
Will that be the case?
Well, we'll see today, won't we? But Denton up and out the saddle. You can see her there on your screen. She's towards the back of the group at the moment, but the group wide across the road, Wiseman, Briggs, Stewart, Denton are all in the group. Yaramillo, Eck and Proust have been dropped. They're 30 seconds back further down the road. But it's a 17-rider group at the moment in Category 2. And they are all locked together on this first ascent of the Dragon's Fury climb. 500 meters to go. 1 or 2 of the riders are going to start to pop off the front of the pack, because they're going to want the points in the climbing competition. At the moment, that competition, well, it is being fiercely fought. Vanessa Murray moving on. Wiseman in the polka dot starting to come up in play.
So Wiseman with 39 points. Murray in fourth place with 17. Big points gap there, but Murray battling with Bergin in terms of that competition overall. Sylvia Guerrero, the rider, in second place. So chasing the heels of Wiseman now, not wanting to let those gaps go. Knows that there is a big points haul to be had at the top of the climb. 15 points for the first rider in each of our race categories to go over the line. Wiseman's going to take the 15. Immediately behind it will be 12 points going to Guerrero. Murray leads the rest of the group through, and Soper's shown that she's got that sprint kick at the top of a climb, goes over. I think it was Holly Bergen who takes a point at the back there. We wait for confirmation.
Just 5 points.
Oh, yeah, 5 points. It's so important, isn't it? I mean, that is the win on a category 4 climb.
I know.
And now you get it in 5th place.
I know. It's absolutely brilliant. 17 riders going over the top of that first climb together. So Wiseman in 1, Guerrero in 2, Murray in 3, Sopus in 4, Bergen in 5, Kalman, Manshandi, Steyer, Hakkinen, Sanchez, Roach, Lethbridge, Stewart, Simmons, Denton, Briggs and Nielsen are those 17 riders. They run across 3 teams, the Core Squad, the Watt team and the FCC United Cadence. Those 3 teams are where those riders come from.
And now that when we are seeing those, you know, we got a big group away, but it's only 3 teams represented. The teams are now putting their team in contention because as the time gaps open, it's harder and harder. If you've got a rider, if you've got a team with no riders in that lead group, you are in trouble. Now, as we go up on to the climb here, we're in with Lisa Hermansen. We're just taking a look down at this group.
22 riders in this leading group now in category 1. A number of riders dropped, and you can see that on the top right hand corner of the screen, but at the moment a number of riders in the mix. Fur is there, Karamani is there, Gallegos, Sosnick, Passio, Tomasi, McCarthy, Kulczynski, Gabby Guerra now moving towards the front of the group. So is Francesca Tomasi. Coinston now needing to start to pay attention because this is now getting wound up.
This is going to be really, really key here. I think we're going to have to see how these riders now start to break. Francesca Tomasi on the attack on the first ascent of the big climb of the day, the category 1 climb of the Dragon's Fury here in Bhutan. And Tomasi is taking it to the rest of the riders early here today. Answered by Camilla Alberg, who we go to out of the saddle. Currently holding 3rd place. Alberg makes the selection, sits back down again, gets that recovery in. You can just see the push. This has smashed the group. Look at it. There are riders, there are bodies littered down the slopes of Bhutan here at the moment as they come underneath the rock face. They're sheltered from rockfall. They're not sheltered from the power of the leading riders on this climb, and this has absolutely smashed the 33 riders apart who were together at this end of the sprint before the climb.
Yeah, so 33 made 22, 22 I think now makes 13. So every single attack is making this group smaller here today. Lisa Hermansen has made it into that top 13. Stephanie Medder is on the wrong side of the gap at the moment, 3 seconds back with Amelia Van Hove. She's going to need to work now. She's going to need to dig if she wants to get back in. But I tell you something, I think she's going to make it. And so Medder is bringing Van Hove back to the group. Stephanie Medder is starting to get into the wheels of the 13 rider group. 13 become 14. Great work from Medder.
15th and 16th, that's Van Shaw, along with, I think it's going to be... I'm just taking a quick look at Van Hove. Look at that, coming on to the wheel. So Van Hove is coming. She's got Van Shaw behind her. The gap behind is to Susnick. That's going to be too big. Look at the kick coming here. Van Hove desperate to get into the wheels, to try and get some shelter, to try and get every advantage. You can just see the draft figures going into the green, but then breaking back into the grey as the gradient kicks again. And this has done for Van Shaw now. She's off the back of the group. Van Hose, after that brave move to try and get into the wheels, it's going back out again. The front of this race, led by Camilla Alberg. When it gets steep, the going gets tough, and at the moment, it's a tough getting going.
Well, they are indeed. They're still wide across the road, but the group's so much smaller than it was. The pace is on, the pace is off. They've got 2 kilometres of climbing still to go. Guerra, Gallegos, Passio, Alberg, Maya is in here. Fua is in here. Meda has pushed herself up through the group. So from the danger zone into the group itself, great riding from her. Bruni is in the mix. McCarthy is there as well, as we drop in with Maya, Ulberg, Guerra, McCarthy, and Tomasi.
Tomasi's got that real killer look in her eyes, hasn't she? She sat there, tapping that rhythm out.
It's the today
Honestly,
is mine.
Oh yeah, you're in my terrain now. You're coming into my playground to play. Let's see what we can do here today. Can we really put them under pressure? She's out the saddle really quickly here again. You can just see McCarthy down on the saddle. It's a lower position from McCarthy. Really interesting, that seated position, how she's riding. It was a really interesting comment coming from Elise Gallegos about watching the riders like McCarthy and Guerra and looking at how they get that power down. Real tip from her. Let's dive across as Category 1 battle continues on the slopes to Category 4, currently at the 27.2k marker. They're about 700 meters from the next sprint line. They're just on this little rise that takes them into the sprint, and that's a sweeping right-hand turn. At the moment, Roa in here, Al Ray in this leading group. This is the pack in Category 4 as they came over the top of the climb of the Dragon's Fury climb. It was a group of 13 riders basically together as they came over the top of Dragon's Fury for the first time. They've dropped down, and you can see at the moment Angelina Roa on the left-hand side of your screen.
She's going for the sprint points.
She wants them, doesn't she? She's not going to leave this to chance. She kicked, she's gone clear, she sits back down again. We saw this from Roa in the last sprint. She kicked on the steep section. She then backed off. She knew when she'd done enough to keep the position she got. She worked out what was achievable and what wasn't.
Yeah, and nobody is challenging this. Hannah Pekakova is starting to lift the pace to get the positioning right in the group because she wants the additional points. So she's moving through to the front of the group to ensure she tries to pick up as many points as possible. But it's not a move to contend with Roa. It's a move to make sure she secures the 4 points behind her. So interesting positioning in the bunch. Shanna Martinuski on your screen at the moment. Again, just picking up the pace, not wanting to lose the group as Roa comes back into the pack, and so does Pekakova.
So Roa with 5 points, Pekakova with 4, Barragan with 3, 2 points for Martinuski and 1 point for Pekakova. And that move there by Pekakova, that is all about the battle between herself and Shiki Fu.
And Shiki Fu not in that leading group.
Yeah, so that means that gave her those points. So those are our 2 sprints for the day done for Category 4. Pekakova and Roa both picking up 8 points on the day, but Roa leading the competition by 10 points.
Category 1 coming closer to the top now. They're 600 meters, 500 meters off from the polka dot banner. They've still been riders, but at the moment, Passio on the front, Coinston, Bruni, Mayer, McCarthy, Guerra are all in the mix. This group of riders here, I think there must be 12 riders still in this group. We'll do a double check when we come underneath the polka dot banner, but Coinston, McCarthy, Guerra, Tomasi, and Ulberg are all still here.
They've been leaving bodies behind. They really have. There's people being shed. Van Heulen's gone. She's at 16 seconds at the moment. You can see Van Shore has gone as well.
Hermansen is out.
Yeah, Hermansen. The riders who are battling to stay in the wheels initially to stay in that group have been shed. This is a real selection being made. This is for the overall. They're going to collect points as they come up to the line, as we see the sprint out by the leader in the GC overall. McCarthy's going for the climb point. She really does want to make that her own. She's at the top of the standings in terms of climbs points in Category 1 from Guerra. It was an 8-point gap coming in to this climb. She's going to have extended that again because of the points being allocated by a further 3 points. 15 points for McCarthy at the top of the climb, 12 for Guerra, 10 for Tomasi, 8 for Passio, and 5 for Kolchinsky. The overall in the mountains stretching, but the overall general classification across all of our stages, I think we are now seeing a really big change in where the riders are behind this group.
They are indeed. And behind this group, Van Heuling is the rider who's highest on GC, who is in trouble. She is 27 seconds back now. But the 12 riders at the front of this Category 1 race, McCarthy, Guerra, Tomasi, Passio, Kulczynski, Alberg, Bruni, Meyer, Fua, Gallegos, Koinstinen, and Meda.
Big gaps behind. Big gaps behind. Van Heuling, 27 seconds down on her own. Thinks she's likely to be collected by Susnik, Van Hove, Hermansen, Caramello, and Van Shaw. That's a big group, 45 seconds down. That's the next group on the road. Then you've got another group of 5, 6 riders behind at 1 minute 9, 1 minute 10 down on the leaders. Can't see Van Heuling getting on. 27 seconds, too much to get back?
Yeah. The group of 12 that are away will not want anybody back in the mix. They will want to keep that pace. They'll want to keep that gap. They want to take the recovery on the descent, but they will not want anybody back into that group because the riders at the front, the big attacks will come next time round. And everybody in this group knows that group of 12. They're going to need to take as much rest and recovery as they possibly can between these two climbs, but they won't want the group numbers to swell. Well, talking about group numbers, at 26.2 kilometres, the Category 3 group will be the next group into the second sprint of the day. There's 6 riders in the leading group. It's around a 27-second gap back to a second group on the road, but it's still really significant. And the leader in the overall GC, Jen Reel, is and has made the selection to this group of 6. She's got company with Jojo Bauer, Camilla Salgado, the rider in the polka dots. Eva Essler is there as well. It's an interestingly composed group in that Category 3 race. You can see the difference there. You've got 500 metres back to Beltran and her group on the road. And we've also got, I think that is the young rider, Londano, in there as well with the white sleeves.
I'm just looking, I think Tuoma is in that second group on the road. I was just doing a double check to see if she was. I think Tuoma has lost time here. From the group, and that is going to be a big change because Tuoma was sitting in second place overall. Riel is leading out the first group on the road on the left-hand side of your screen. The gaps have opened up, and it does mean we're going to see big changes at the top of the GC because these gaps that open up now are only likely to grow as we continue to make our way out round Bhutan.
And the duo of Lytton and Riel is a real dangerous duo to have in this leading group. But then you've got Salgado, you've got Ting Lu and Eva Essler. Those 3 are also teammates on that right of the Tiger squad. So 2 Riot crews in here, but Lytton and Riel defending that leader's jersey, but not having the third counter like the right of the Tiger squad do. Salgado currently in that polka dot jersey.
So Salgado, the rider, potentially we're looking to see if she's going to come sprinting out. We know she's got a good kick on her in terms of that sprint competition. Carolus, McKay, Lytton, Pluto, Vittler, the top 5 overall. But this is a day where we've got the GC contenders coming out to play. I'm really starting to stretch it and make it impossible for pure sprinters necessarily to be there. We're just seeing Lytton now looking to pick up the maximum points. She does. So Lytton, the rider who could profit the most from the lack of McKay and Carolus in the group, picks up maximum points on that sprint. It's going to help her in the pursuit of the top spot. It will bring her closer to second place. It won't take her above McKay or Carolus. So Lytton with 5 points, Bauer with 4, Essler with 3, Riel with 2, Salgado with 1. the points competition. It's
Yeah.
ticking away, but
It's
it's definitely
interesting.
not the main show, is it?
No, but it is going to go to the wire, you know, and it's going to be about those riders picking up points like Listen just has done after the climbs versus those riders who are the pure sprinters. And I think it's going to be a really, really interesting battle. Well, category 6, the first riders who were out of the pen today are at the 35.3 kilometre marker. They're 500 metres from the top of the Dragon's Fury for the second time. They're 1 hour 18 minutes into this race today, and it's a good sized group at the moment. 12 riders in the leading group in category 6 coming up this climb together at the moment. Well, I think the question for me really is, well, at some point very, very shortly, we're going to see the riders push for the banner and to pick up those points in that competition. But this may well go right down to that final climb at the 44 kilometre marker. There's a small, sharp climb on the way into the finish line today, and with 12 riders all together, still with 400 metres to go at the top of this climb, you know, it could just be who's got a punch left before the finish line.
Yes, I get what you mean. Yeah, sorry, I was just being a bit dim.
That's fine. Agadello and Hadjuk are on your screens at the moment. You can see the work written all over Giuliano Agadello's face at the moment. Hadjuk, you called it at the beginning, Matt. You said Hadjuk would be waiting for the mountain. She looks collected at the moment in terms of this push. Gaviria Arrayas goes underneath the banner. Schalbois, Hadjuk and Smithson are the riders coming through. Really, really great work out there from this group. So all 12 of them go through as a group, but Arrayas picks up the 15 points, Schalbois picks up 12, Hadjuk picks up 10, then Smithson and Pearce.
Do you know, for me, the danger here for everybody is that they've got Nina Pearce in this group, who we know can sprint, and she's shown she can climb. For me, they need to. They're not going to shed her on the descent. You're going to come into this finale, and you potentially got her in this group leading this out. And I think that's where this it's not a worry is, but where there's a potential for change coming over the top here. Jones is in the group. Yes, we know she can sprint as well, but at the moment, Pearce is leading that sprints competition. It's who can sprint and climb and sprint on the back of the climb. Really interesting racing category 6. I think it's. I'd love to be able to know and read the minds of the riders in category 6 and see what they're thinking. And all I'd want to know is, how much are you saving here? How much are you being careful because of what's to come tomorrow? We will have to find out. Okay, let's take a little bit of a quick scan across our riders at the moment. They're all out en route. They are making their way up on the various climbs. Category 5 about to come up towards the top of the climb for the second time. Let's run through some prize money today as we take a look at the category 6 riders prize fund. Now, let's focus in on the climbs competitions today. So the overall climb winner. So this is at the end of the entire race, $400 US. So you can see why these climbs points are really, really important. Every day, those climbs wins. If you can take the maximum points in climbing on the day, that's another $30 US each and every day. And if you can climb well, given we've got an uphill finish here today, you're probably going to be first on stage. That's going to get you $170 US. If that then propels you up in towards the overall general classification, $1,600 US for the GC for our winner. And our winners of the team competition in category 6, $3,300 US. Go to category 5, it all goes up. So the overall climbs winner, $600 US. The winner of the climbs competition each day, $40 US if they've propelled themselves to the top of the GC, $2,400 US. And if they're then in the winning team, it's a further $4,400 US across the team. That's irrespective of whether it's a team of 3, 4, or 5 riders at the end. It's up to the team how that team prize is split between them. But if that was 4 riders, for example, that'd be $1,100 US each in category 5. Now, let's go to category 4. You can see it's gone up once again. So if the teams are splitting the prize money this time around for the team win, it's $5,720 If they have the general classification amongst them, well, that individual rider will take away $3,400 The mountain winner overall $1,000 and for every stage where they scored the most points in the mountains competition, it's $50 in category 4. Moving on to category 3, the stage scorer, the big scorer of the points, who scores the most points on the KOM. And remember, today that is 30 points. Those 30 points, if you were to take 2 wins and take away the most points, will get you $70. The overall mountains climb competition, 1,400. 4,800 for the individual classification winner, likely to be a climber, let's face it. And then if they're part of the winning team, $8,360 in category 3. Our penultimate race category team competition has a top prize of $13,200. It's going up so quick. $13,200. In the general classification, the individual winner up to $7,000. The winner of the mountains competition overall, that is $1,800, and each of the wins in terms of scoring the most points, $105 in category 2. And then we move to our category 1 prize list, where it is the biggest prize fund. Now, let's run through these in totality, because it is important for to see just the scale that the best riders in the world are racing for. Every single one of our special jersey winners, the sprint, the mountains, the young rider, the masters, and the GCC winners, $3,000. And remember, riders can be wearing more than one jersey at one time. So you may find that riders are competing in 2 of those classifications. We then have the stage prizes up for grabs. Third on stage, 300. Second on stage, $450. Top prize on each stage, top step, $750. Mountains winner on the day, $150, as is the sprint winner. The top 10 individually, the prize list topped off with $12,000 for the individual winner, and that is going to come from somebody who can climb. But the team competition prize, that's the biggest prize fund of all, because of course we have $23,325 going to the winning team in category 1. That is a big split, even if you divide that between 5 riders, and it may well be that it's a smaller team that takes that prize, but the division up to the teams. Now, in with our leading group in category 1, the riders in this category racing for that prize fund we've just seen.
Yeah, they are at the end of lap 1 as well. So the end of lap 1 done, the start of lap 2 for category 1. The group, well, it's a good sized group still at the moment. 12 riders at last count in that group. 12 riders still in that group as they go out onto lap 2.
Now, as we went into that prize money, we were just seeing category 5 approaching the top of the Dragon's Fury climb for the second time. The riders taking the points on the second ascent of Dragon Fury in category 5. Natalia Becker taking away 15 points. Amy Loxley taking away 12. 10 points going to Isabel Alzat. Victoria Schul taking 8. And Jackie Giuliano taking 5 points. And that leaves the standings at the moment with Becker leading in that climbs competition from Loxley. They are 1-2 at the moment in the climbs competition, with all of those points allocated out. Yes. In category 5.
Yeah, and at that point at the top of the climb, there were 4 riders clear at the front with a 10-second gap over 2 riders. And in terms of that team competition, the pedal dancers, the only ones having all 3 counters through at that point. We drop in with category 4. We go in with Alma Mongeli on day 4. The MyWhoosh Championship bag from last year in the viewpoint. We're sending lots of love to Alma Mongeli out there at the moment. She's currently sat in 20th place at 33.3 kilometres. She's on the base of the climb for the second time. She's 18 seconds down on what's quite a large group on the road, but well and truly clear. Her eyes are glued to the road. She's working her way up the climb, and she's going to pick people off on the way.
And I love the forethought from Elma there with the MyWhoosh bag just propped up on the bed beside her there. So
I've been here before, is what she's saying.
Yeah, 100%. And we know that she's doing a good ride here. She can see Kong just in front, you know. Those 12 seconds that you've got Marson there. You've got Idsik, you know. There's riders in sight, and that inspiration, you know, we talk about this being a mental game. Having riders in between you and the next rider.
At that.
You've got riders in categories. It's always a little bit of an motivation on there. Now, Mel Scribbins on the climb. Mel, no climb goes on forever. I promise you that. Thank you, Mel, for all the comments on the YouTube channel. It's much appreciated. She's making her way up the climb.
She
so
is
the Army's representing
that
big climb. She's got to get over the top. And then we get to the top.
You've already done it once,
Mel.
Mel.
Yeah, you've done it once. What are you worried about?
Yeah. She's got, Mel, I'm going to show you my sweetie jar as well. That's a great sweetie jar. I'm loving that.
There's more in there than there is in the studio. That's for sure.
There is. We've only got a few. That's a lot. But then you're climbing the mountains and we're just talking about them. So, Mel, carry on out there. Fabulous to have you on board. Back on board. Category 1 at the moment, just dropping down off of that climb at the end of lap 1. That's how the finish will happen, because the finish line is at the top of that climb next time around. Well, the second sprint of the day at the 27.9 kilometre marker is the next checkpoint that the Category 1 riders will come to. But Soderstrom, Van Schoor, neither of them in the leading group. Neither of them are going to pick up points. Not too sure that's actually an issue for either of them. I'm just taking a look to see who else is in that competition. Well, it's Tilly Field. She's not in the group either. So actually, the only rider in this group who has points in the sprint competition is Catherine Fua. Well, we drop in with Category 3. We're going in with Melissa Toomer, and you can see she's on the climb at the 32.7 kilometre marker. She's 2.5 kilometres up the climb for the second time. This is a real example of that low cadence climbing that Gallegos was talking about on the podcast.
It is indeed. And Mel Toomer now, this is about damage limitation. She's just moving down. We've seen how good she is on the first few stages. She's pushed herself right up on GC in those first few stages. She's now into the mountains territory where she's starting to lose ground. Now, this is where that mental strength needs to come in. It's about getting in there, doing your ride, not thinking about what's happening in front of you. You can't control that. You've got no influence over their actions in front, the way they're riding, who's attacking, whether they're opening a time gap, whether they're coming back. All you can do is sit in your ride. Same here, true for Romane Sepulveda. That is all about this. So it's about putting your ride down here. Focus on that ride. Focus on pedaling circles. You know, that's one of the real key tricks. And say this to people when they're out riding and when they come over and we go out with them. Think about it. It's these little tricks, pedal circles. You're coming up over to the top, just pedal that circle. Just focus on turning each of those pedal strokes out and round, flicking that toe round as you come through. Just give yourself a little bit of a break in terms of keep that spinning, and that's going to be really key. We're in with Gina Van Rossum at the moment.
She's tapping a nice rhythm on the climb.
She is. She's tapping a good rhythm on the climb. Gina, one of the key people in the Femme Cycle Collab crew. And at the moment, she's taking on board some hydration at the moment. It just eases off here. You can see that gradient. It's a little bit of a downhill. So good time in there with the drinks, Gina. I hope, Gina, this is totally different territory. There's more ascent here in this climb on the climb than you'll find anywhere in the Netherlands, which is Gina Van Rossum's home. But I tell you something, it doesn't matter whether you're battling a headwind in the Netherlands headwind competition or going up a climb. Power is power.
It is. And I'll tell you, Marie-Pierre Biarard is 11 seconds ahead of Gina Van Rossum. So she's got a nice target there in terms of either maintaining that gap or trying to close it down. You know, she's got a nice little bit of work to do there and somebody in sight every now and again, which is a great thing to have. Well, Category 6 moving towards having the finish line in sight very, very shortly because they're 1.1 kilometres from that finish line today. This has been a fabulous job, a fabulous race out here in Category 6, 1 hour 32 minutes at the moment, and the push is on. Towards the back of the category 6 race field, Jessica Krause on your screens at the moment, again doing a phenomenal job out there, day in, day out. This is day 4. This is stage 4. She's about to go on to that climb for the second time. Absolutely brilliant work out there from all of our riders. Let's just put this out here whilst we focus on the front of the race. Completing the MyWhoosh Championships is an amazing challenge in itself.
Yeah, Jessica Krause racing for the FCC Cadence crew, doing a brilliant job. She's going to take over 7 hours of racing today with the time out on course. I tell you something, doing a fantastic job. We're going to just jump in with the front of this group because we're coming in towards our race finale. Unfortunately, here in the studio, Emma's kept track of who's calling which races, thank goodness. As we come in towards our finish, this is going to be really fun. As we come in, we're starting to see the gaps open. Riders now struggling with the pace. Come on, Monica. They don't let those wheels go. Zabala on the front, opening up the throttle here. 4.7 watts per kilo. The finish comes at 45.5. It may be less than a kilometre, but this is going to be tough as we see the moves starting to be made. We're starting to see the push come. Zabala pushing. Smithson now moving up. Agadello on the left-hand side of your screen once more. She wants to be up there, and the gaps are starting to break. Is it too much too early from Zabala? The group came in together. Smithson holding second position. She's not gone completely yet onto the offensive. I think she's maintaining that gap, but this is about now who wants it the most.
Well, with 500 metres to go, the Category 6 group of 12 riders has been stretched up the climb on the run into the finish line. It's a flat run from the top to the line, around 300 metres of flat elevation. Zabala, Smithson, Charlebois, Pierce, Arrayas, Agadello, they are all in the mix. Hurtado could not be out of this yet, but I think 5 seconds may be a big ask.
Zabala has moved up through the standings day after day, moved up 2 places on stage 2, moved up 3 places on stage 3. She's leading this out from Smithson. Smithson on the wheels at the moment. Another rider who had a good day on stage 2. But you can see you've got riders challenging behind, looking to try and come up onto the wheel. Zabala still leading this. Her distance is running out. Now Smithson puts in the kick up 5 watts per kilo, goes on to the wheel of Zabala. She's going to look to use the momentum, to use the drive. The line is coming. The 2 riders are side by side. Smithson goes over the top as they come into the finishing line. It's going to be Liz Smithson who takes race victory. It's going to be Maria Zabala who takes away second place. Agadello will take 3rd in that battle with Pierce for 4th. And then it's going to be Arias coming through in 5th position. The overall lead should change, I think, permanently. It's showing provisionally as being with Liz Smithson at the moment. We're just going to get confirmation of that, but no doubting the win by Smithson. Smithson in 1, Zabala immediately behind her in 2, Agadello in 3, Pierce in 4, Arias in 5, Charlebois, Jones, Warren, Hoyos, Hurtado, Lodano, and Hadjuk over the line in that order.
Yes, what a race in Category 6. And I think you're right, just taking a little look at the GC overall, we do have a new leader at the top, and Smithson from Agadello, Zabala, Arias, Charlebois and Warren, but still only 8 seconds separating the top 6 on GC in Category 6 after that race today.
Wow.
Well, Category 5 are going to be the next set of riders through, and at the moment, Jackie Giuliano is in trouble. Herself and Angie Seslak have been dropped from this group of 6. It's now looking like a group of 4.
And this is really critical for the general classification. Remember, gaps have been measured in seconds up to now, and fractions of a second have counted. We've got some really tight positions up at the top. The overall standings coming into this stage, Alzet, Sewell, Kansara, Jones, along with Loxley. At the moment, Becker is making a move up in. She was in 5th place. She looks like she's on the way. The rider missing from this picture is Kansara Jones, who's not in this group of 4, not in the top 6 at the moment. And now we've seen Sewell on the front, leading the almost straight over the way across this road. Look at this. Shul just drops back, but quickly into the pedals. There's so little to separate the riders. They're side by side on the climb.
They are indeed. They're coming up to the 500-meter to go mark. It's coming up to the flatter section, but they've just got to get over this final rise. They're not quite there yet. Alzat, Loxley, Beckerer and Sewell, 4 riders in category 5 coming in towards the finish line today here on stage 4 of the MyWhoosh Championships.
So who will take away a victory? Shul took victory on stage 2. Stage 3 went to Alzat. They're both looking to double up and get double victories here. Loxley at the moment on the bottom of our screens, a 5th, a 2nd and a 6th place. What can she do today as we see the punch coming from Beckerer being answered by the rest of them? Alzat now goes up big into the red zone, but Shul holding the wheel of Beckerer on the front. Alzat moves over the top. She keeps on punching over 5 watts per kilo here as Beckerer lifts to 6. The banner is round the left-hand bend. Beckerer leading this out in the green with the jersey coming on her shoulder of the golden jersey. Last stage winner. Will she do it? Shul comes over the top. Shul's going to make 2 stage wins here on the MyWhoosh Championships. What a sprint finish. Shul, Alzat, Loxley, Beckerer. Nothing to separate them. And it is Shul, Alzat, Beckerer and Loxley in that order over the line. 4 riders. Now the clock is ticking on everybody else in the general classification.
Oh my goodness me, Isabel Alzat's heart rate at 199 as she came over the line. She absolutely gave that everything. Well, the rider at the moment giving it everything is Nina Dowell. She's off the front of the category 4 pack at the 42.8 kilometre marker. This is a long run for the line.
So you can see we're just in with Shanna Martinuski chasing Nina Dowling at the moment. The Category 5 race is going to unfold on our timing screens as we bring you the
I don't think she could quite believe what's going on.
Come on, Shanna. You've come indoors. You're in the warm. It's warm. It's hot. It's good. It's clearly working for you at the moment. Dowling 6 seconds up the road. Martinuski at the moment 32 seconds clear. I think at the moment just it's bouncing up and down a little. Yep. So about 33 seconds between Martinuski and Rower. Hyde is behind Pekka Kova of Barragan and Haglin.
Well, this is really interesting because Shannon Martinuski went over the top of the climb solo, 5 seconds ahead of Nina Dowling. Then it was a 24-second gap back to Rower and a further 14 seconds back to Barragan and Pekka Kova. So the climb really shook up the Category 4 race. Dowling obviously has caught Martinuska and gone over the top, and now the position has changed. So she's now 5 seconds clear, where it was exactly the opposite way round at the top of the climb.
Now this is a real big kick coming in here, and got to remember that this is going to be key for our finish. Martinuska was 2nd on stage 2. She won't want to be 2nd this time around. Nina Dowling, though, at the moment, leading out. Dowling with an 8th, a 5th and a 6th position.
Well, we just dropped in with Category 3 very quickly. 5 riders went over the top as we go in with Category 1 and take a look at this. At the 31.6 kilometre marker, there are 1,500 metres into the climb, and Francesca Tomasi is on the move. Guerra, Koisten and Kolczynski, Bruni, Alberg are back in the group behind at 7 seconds. So is the world champion, Kate McCarthy. Tomasi, we've been watching her and over the last few days, and she's been pushing on the mountains. She hasn't been pushing too much for the points competition. McCarthy and Guerra have been sweeping up those points. Perhaps Tomasi has just been waiting, and at some point here, Guerra and McCarthy are going to need to go because Francesca Tomasi can climb.
She can. She's down on GC by 56 seconds, though, on McCarthy, and about 38 seconds on Guerra. So it's not a case that Tomasi is virtual leader on the road. She's not the rider with, if it was to stop now, she would take away all those seconds, enough to take the race lead. It won't. So what happens from here to the top, and then how big this group is on the descent is going to be critical, because the speed of the group on the descent will help them. Passio now leading the charge behind with Fur, with Alberg, Bruni, Gallegos, all in the mix here. Gallegos having a good climbing day today, chasing Tomasi at the moment. Let's tell you something. This is interesting by Passio. Passio leading them up this race. We know that she's got the experience.
Oh, day after day after day after day.
Day after day after day on a stage race. We know she's got the experience of big climbs and how to pace it. For me, this now is, are the rest of the bunch going to let Passio just drift away? Very dangerous. And are they going to let Tomasi continue in this escape? Category 1, left-hand side of your screen. Category 4, right-hand side of your screen. The Dowling Martinuski pursuit continues. Martinuski on her way, trying to close the gap to Dowling.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You were talking there about Guerra and McCarthy's gap and the clear gap they've got on Tomasi on the GC. The rest of the riders don't, and I think that's what Guerra and McCarthy have banked on, and that's what's forced the other riders to chase. Passio now back in the bunch. Guerra continuing to, I was going to say chase, but she's continuing to make sure the pace is not down on where it needs to be. Well, down on where she needs to be to take the win is Shannon Martinuska, but she's closing the gap on Nina Dowling on this climb. She proved to be the stronger climber of the two at the top of the Dragon's Fury climb. Dowling stronger on the descent and the flat sections. This is going to be interesting because this is the climb, and then when they get to the top, there's 350 meters of flat section to the finish line. Martinuska in the polka dots here, Dowling in that red jersey. These two, Martinuski is going to close the gap here, but these two are then going to have the run for the line and the battle of the last 600 meters.
Well, Martinuski now makes it to the wheels of Dowling. Two riders clear, nearly a minute clear now of Angelina Roa, over a minute back to Hyde, to Barragan and to Al Ray. This is really settling the overall initial foray and the first big gaps in Category 4. Left-hand side of your screen, the chase and the catch has been made by McCarthy to Tomasi, and so has Guerra. Three riders at the front of this race, and Alberg now and the rest of the group have been left behind. So the move made by Tomasi, the chase coming from behind from Guerra and from McCarthy, bring them into contact. Three riders moving away in Category 1 as we come down to focus on the finish of Category 4, because we will finish at 45.5k. Yep, 250 meters right now as we come in towards our finish. Two riders together. Will the what works for Martinuski? Will Dowling be put under house arrest? Will they be able to reverse the positions? Can Dowling bust out of jail, get herself out? This is going to be really key. Martinuski with a second already, moving hard, trying to push, but Dowling has got the initial jump, and it could be enough. Dowling is running for the line. Martinuski has not got an answer. Nina Dowling is going to take race victory here in Bhutan. 2 second places for Martinuski. You can see the frustration, but my goodness me, Martinuski goes into the yellow jersey, and this is going to be the reward for that effort. Shanna Martinuski is going to take away the race lead here, and it's going to be by a margin.
Yeah, it is going to be a by margin, but I tell you something, there's another 3 days of that race competition in Category 4 to go, and it is going to be really, really interesting out there. Now, if you are one of the men in the men's race and you are thinking about missing a stage because your legs are sore today and you want to ride more of the stages on MyWhoosh, take a read of the technical guide and ensure that you can take a day out, because I'm not sure you can. You choose not to start, you choose not to start. So please do read the technical guide and ensure you have the rules correctly before you make any decisions.
Indeed. Now, these riders up and away, making themselves scarce from the main bunch, because we've still got a large number of riders involved in all of our race categories as they make their way up here. I'm just taking a quick look at the Category 4 race, which has just come over the line. I'm just going to very quickly bring you this. So the top 5 are over the line, and the time gaps are big. Martinuski coming in with Dowling, 56 seconds clear of Roa, 59 seconds clear of Pekakova, and it's going to be over a minute to Barragan and Hyde. That is unfolding, and this is why this is such an important race finish.
Well, Category 2 are over the top of the Dragon's Fury climb for the second time. 11 riders in the leading group, and we'll go back to that. But Category 1 at the moment, the attack is on, and the world champion on your screen at the moment. You can see the work being done here from Kate McCarthy. She is pushing and pushing hard. She's very, very close to a maximum heart rate that I've ever seen on screen. Gabby Guerra in 2 is holding this at 5 seconds. There's some great work being done from Guerra back there. Francesca Tomasi, who launched the attack, is at 10 seconds yet again. Fabulous work being done from Tomasi, holding this at that distance at the moment. Alberg clear between Tomasi and Passio, but Passio has company in the likes of Elise Gallegos, Merle Bruni, and I think I saw Kristen Kulczynski in that group as well.
Well, the top 4 riders in this order on here are the top 4 at the World Championships.
They are indeed.
From Abu Dhabi, that live World Championships final that we saw unfold last year. The battle between Alberg and Tomasi, I think, is going to continue. We're in with Tomasi at the moment. Alberg didn't panic when she got dropped, and then she saw McCarthy and Guerra come across. They've gone past Tomasi now. Tomasi's got Guerra in a sight.
Tomasi is moving really, really well here. I think Guerra could well be caught shortly, and I think Tomasi and Guerra could well be together.
And look at the gap to McCarthy. It's not race ending. It's only 28 seconds from McCarthy to Alberg. And look at Camilla Alberg. I think she's really pleased with this. She's coming on strong here at the top of the climb. She's out of the saddle, really kicking those pedals around. You know, she's kicking the bottom out of the bucket each and every time she gets to the bottom of that pedal stroke. And that is brilliant to see. And I think it's setting us up. The gap's not huge in category. We dive down to Category 3.
We do indeed. 5 riders in the leading group in Category 3 as they're punching their way up the small climb. It's so steep this time. It's 8% at the moment under the wheels. But Ting Lu, Brittany Lytton, Eva Essler, Jen Reel and Jojo Bauer are the 5 riders leading the Category 3 race. Caroline Manfron, well, she's 500 metres back on a solo ride at the moment for what may well be 6th place. But at the moment, Brittany Lytton, she's on the front of the pack and she is protecting her teammate, Jen Reel. Reel in that gold jersey, the leader's jersey in the competition overall.
And Bauer's now been dropped from this group. So a previous winner of the MyWhoosh Championships now being distanced, being spat out of the back of the group. Real now looking to maximize the lead over Tuoma. We saw Melissa Taloma dropped out of the climbs, who had done such a great job on those early stages. Lou sitting in 4th place overall is going to profit from this. So is Essler sitting in 3rd overall. Real is going to profit, and so is Lytton in 5th place. So of our top 5 riders, only Tuoma not in this leading group of 4 as they make their way up towards our race finish. The time gaps are opening. 5 to Bauer now, over a minute back to Manfron, and it's going to continue onwards to stretch as we come up over the top of this climb and into that finishing arch. Who wants this? They know this is for the overall. They know they've got the overall at stake. Every second is going to count. And it's when do they just know that they can launch that sprint and take themselves to the line? The stage finish here, to some degree, slightly unimportant.
This is 2 teams head to head. 2 riders from Riot of the Tiger, 2 riders from Riot of the Storm. There's a lead out and a big push available on both of these 2 squads. And at the moment, Lytton is protecting that gold jersey, Lou and Essler.
Now, don't worry about the rider there in that Masters jersey coming in towards the line. It's our riders in the blue and the gold. As you see the big kick coming from Eva Essler now. Eva Essler's leading this out, but look at the kick coming from Jem Reel. Reel is going to take away the victory. The golden jersey is golden today. It's top spot. You can see Reel coming through there. It won't increase the lead by a huge amount in the overall. They're all going to come through with essentially the same time. Bauer has lost 5 seconds, but my goodness me, what teamwork.
The teamwork between Lytton and Reel over the last few stages has been absolutely amazing. It really, really has. It's been a wonderful, wonderful joy to see. And I tell you, they've done it again. Jen Reel, top spot. What work from Brittany Lytton. I mean, absolutely amazing. Eva Esler and Ting Lu, what could they do about it? I mean, they took second and third on stage at the right of the Tiger crew. Great job. But Lytton on the front, all the way up the climb, worked her heart off for Jen Reel, and it paid off.
It certainly did. Now, we're going to drop a little bit back further down the slopes here to category 2. The overall is going to be very close. I mean, generally takes 2 stages there. So the first rider to 2 stages in category 3. Will we see 2-stage wins for any of our riders here? Category 2. It's a much bigger group here. And I tell you something, again, this is an overall battle happening as well on our screens in category 2. We've got category 1 up. We've got McCarthy in that race lead. It's not a substantial gap. 13 seconds to Guerra, 27 seconds to Tomasi, and it's, I think, 40-some to Alberg at the moment. Just trying to get those numbers up for you at the moment as they come off at the top of the summit. Emma, have you got the official positions over the top of the climb at all?
For category 1 or category 1? Okay, sorry, I'm looking at category 2, because in that leading group in category 2, we've got 3 riders from the core squad and 3 riders from the Watt team. So the teams are in play as well. In category 1, over the top of the climb, Kate McCarthy goes over in 1, 10 seconds clear of Guerra. Tomasi in Guerra in 2, Tomasi in 3, 5 seconds behind Guerra. Olberg in 4, she's 18 seconds clear of Kristen Kulczynski. Gallegos, Bruni, Passio, Meyer, Fua, all together.
And that was the positions at the top of the climb. On the descent down, we've seen that gap of 10 seconds down to 13 to McCarthy. So those positions will change and the time gaps are going to yo-yo. It's going to come down to the climb. But at the moment, these are not decisive moves. There's no massive increase in time gaps in category 1. We're in with category 2.
Let me give you a heads up as to who's in that group.
Yep.
So Eleanor Wiseman, she went over the top of the climb in 1, and Sylvia Guerrero in 2, Vanessa Murray in 3, Emily Sopers in 4, Mally Steyer in 5, Sarah Roach is there, Hannah Hakkinen, Joanna Kalman, Stephanie Sanchez, Mandana Degan-Mashandi, and Hayley Simmons. Those are the riders in the leading group.
Can I just confirm, Noah, is Wiseman in there? And
yes.
Is Denton in there?
Wiseman is in there. Denton is, it looks like Rhiannon Denton is 40 seconds back.
Okay, so Denton of the leading riders in terms of the overall, it's Denton at the moment who's just suffering. I just lost some time.
But I tell you something, Emily Sopers is in this group.
She is. I mean, that
Could
has got to be danger.
From 4?
Well, it looks like Sylvia Guerrero is already kicking out to try and stop that from happening. 8 watts per kilo going down on the climb here by Sylvia Guerrero, whose best position so far was a 3rd on stage 2, leading this race out at the moment in category 2. Joanna Coleman, who's kept her powder dry, who's kept quiet, has kept out of sight and out of mind, now starting to move. Murray out of the saddle. Sanchez really kicking on the pedals here. Currently in 4th position behind Guerrero. The bunch is coming, but can they close down Guerrero? Guerrero's at 7 seconds now. She's holding 7 watts per kilo. Will Guerrero go pop? She's going to get a little bit of draft coming into this long left-hand turn that was going to help here with her staying clear of the group coming in behind. That is fortuitous for the solo rider behind. They've got to push. Mandana Degan-Mashandi now on the move. Mashandi's leading top position so far, a 10th place. This will be the day she breaks into the top 10, but what position will it be?
Well, this is also about the team competition because Sopers, Manshandi and Roach, the 3 riders from the Watt team, up against Simmons, Kalman and Guerrero from the core squad. That competition is so close. Seconds are going to count, and Sylvia Guerrero's seconds are counting for the core squad now.
So none of the core team are going to chase this down. There's no margins in it whatsoever. There's no profit chasing down your teammate. Now we start to see a push coming from Sopers of the Watt team. Sopers with those victories so far. Every single victory in this race has been hers, but Guerrera is going to take it today. Sylvia Guerrera has got the jump on them. She's going to take away the win. The first person to break Soper's winning streak, it's going to be Sylvia Guerrera. She comes through in one. Behind the best of the rest today is going to go to Soper's as they come in over the line. Guerrera in one, Soper's in two, Hakkinen in three, Kalman in four, Roach in five, Mashandi in six, Wiseman, the Clive's leader, comes through in seventh position, also leading in that Masters competition. Sanchez, Simmons as well, all over the line. What team and core with all three of their riders in? The question's going to be, what's happening in the teams, Emma?
Well, I'll tell
two.
you what's happening in the teams. 7 seconds separate those two teams. The Watt team taking it today from the course god, but it's just going to go to the wire day after day after day. Doing the business today in Category 1 is Kate McCarthy. She's at the 42.8 kilometre mark. It's an 18-second gap now on Gabby Guerra. But the big news is that Camilla Ahlberg has caught and gone past Francesca Tomasi. Kulczynski, Passio and Mayer are also on the move.
Yep, the group breaking on that second climb. So the group breaking on the second climb. As they came over that second climb, the gaps really did open up. We saw that attack by Tomasi provoking a response from McCarthy and Guerra and dropping riders down. Lots of riders going backwards, absolutely exploding. I think the legs going pop.
Well, the top 4 riders in the world on your screen at the moment. McCarthy took that gold medal. Guerra took the silver. Tomasi took the bronze. But Ahlberg ran her to 1 point that day for 4th place. It was an absolutely amazing battle, and it's an absolutely amazing battle that these 4 riders are giving us today here on the MyWhoosh Championships.
So let's see how this plays out. You can just see Tomasi holding with Ahlberg at the moment. 2 riders clear on the front. The usual 2 suspects, McCarthy and Guerra on the top of your screen. All 4 riders are on shot. A massive thank you. We absolutely love the fact that we can see the riders and what they're doing on the race. Our avatar on screen is the avatar of the world champion, Kate McCarthy, top left-hand side of the royal people on your screen. And you can see just how much effort is going in. Guerra now on your screens, the avatar of Guerra chasing McCarthy's, the power coming from the humans, the avatars in position on race route. And this is going to be key in the run to the line. Ahlberg and Tomasi together, chasing, not wanting to lose too much time. A spot on the podium at stake as these 4 riders have really broken clear. Kulczynski is not out of the running in the 5th place spot. She's 10 seconds down on Ahlberg at the moment. Passio a further 5 seconds back behind, and she's got company. She's got Catherine Fuhr to battle with to the finish.
Can I tell you, last year, McCarthy won the championships over Guerra by 3 minutes, 39 seconds. Ahlberg was 7:49 back. Tomasi 9:34 back. This is going to be so much closer this year. There's my prediction.
Yeah. So at the moment, the riders on the road in the order that they were in at the finish in last year's MyWhoosh Championships, but the time gaps are nowhere near as big. Guerra looks to have closed the gap in terms of time gaps. However, it's starting to stretch out once again. McCarthy's onto the climb, now kicking at 7 watts per kilo, holding 6.8, 6.5. What can she keep kicking at here? It's opened up the gap to Guerra. You can see some of our lower categories scrambling to try and go with the world champion here on the run into the line. There's competitions at play. There's
everywhere.
There's seconds up for grabs here. If you can get a little bit of assistance, if you've got that little bit of a carrot, that little bit of an inspiration to ride that little bit harder, if you're one of our young riders trying to stay with the world champion, I can't blame you, but my goodness me, you're going to have to pull something special out because McCarthy is flying. Now Guerra onto the slopes. Now she's ticked over 7 watts per kilo. Can she hold a higher pace? The gap is 21 seconds. This is for the GC. Never mind the stage position. This is about Guerra keeping in touch with McCarthy. If McCarthy has a bad day, Guerra will want the time gap to be as small as possible. And Guerra looks up at the screen. She needs to keep focused on the time, on putting the power down. This is what she's racing for now. Guerra is not going to catch McCarthy before the finish, but Guerra now has to minimize the time gap. McCarthy looking to maximize the time gap.
She is indeed, and you can see her. You can see the pain written all over her face. She might be the world champion, but it is still a painful effort out there. It is hard work, whatever level you are at. But McCarthy at the moment is top of the world, and she is top today at the moment on the MyWhoosh Championships.
Kate McCarthy looking good on the front here. You can see the effort that it takes to take away a win here on the stage. The golden banner floating up above the actual gantry, the finishing line in sight for Kate McCarthy. Number one in the world for so long now. It's a number one. It's going to be a stage of victory for McCarthy. It's going to be 3 stage wins in a row on the MyWhoosh Championships in Category 1. McCarthy over the line. You can see she starts freewheeling, leans on those bars as behind. Guerra is looking to minimize the time gap. She came into this climb. It was hovering around 21 seconds. What has Guerra got this down to? She's closed the gap a little bit as she's come up here. I think it's going to be about 16 seconds. So Guerra strong at the end there. Look how deep she's gone. Tomasi versus Alberg behind, and it's Tomasi with the lead. She's broken Alberg on the climb. Tomasi is going to come to the line, dancing on the pedals. Tomasi still looking strong over the line. Alberg, the determination is there from the Swedish rider. She needs to minimize that time gap to Tomasi. Tomasi over the bars. Alberg over the line.
Well, Galise is sprinting from behind. Elise Gallegos is absolutely dialing this at 10 watts per kilo to try and take the next spot on the podium. This is a big push. Kolchinsky, Fua, Bruni, Passio. This is a sprint for the line today.
So who took that as they came in over the line is going to go to Elise Gallegos from Ashley Passio. Is going to be Kristen Kolchinsky in immediately behind them. Will Bruni and Catherine Fua. They're going to round out the top 9. You can see that on your screen at the moment. And they're inside of 1 minute of McCarthy. If you've watched the Sunday Race Club, you may have seen McCarthy right clear for minutes in a time gap. Right now, she's not able to do so. 20 seconds on the line for Guerra as they hit the line. Tomasi at 38 seconds, 51 seconds back Alberg. And then Gallegos, Passio, Kolchinsky, Bruni, and Fua inside 1 minute with Nicole Mayer rounding out the top 10, 1 minute 20 down.
Well, I'm just absolutely amazed at what I've just seen. The level this year in the women's fields are just absolutely outstanding. Sylvia Greer took the win in Category 2. Sopers, Hacken and Kalman, Roachman, Shandy Wiseman. Oh, it's just been amazing out there today, and more riders coming over the line as we speak.
Wow. Wow. Should we just say wow for the rest of the show?
Oh.
I mean, there's just astounding racing across all of our categories. If you're still racing, keep on going. That finish line will come, and you will have completed the next stage. Riders coming in across the line still in all of our race categories. I don't think any category having all the riders finished so far. So with your Category 1 or Category 6, do keep on pushing in, get to that finishing line and get that stage complete. Let's run through our race category by category. We're going to start off with Category 6. Liz Smithson taking away the stage win here today. Absolutely phenomenal job by her. Her first stage win on the MyWhoosh Championships this year. She goes in over the line in 1 and takes away the overall lead as well.
Yeah, Giuliana Agadello will lose that leader's jersey tomorrow. The time gap, 2.9 today. It was 2.8 on GC, and that's the difference between 1 and 2. So Smithson will wear the leader's jersey tomorrow.
When we move to Category 5, you can see Victoria Sewell taking away top spot with 1 hour 28 minutes and 42 seconds as they came in over the line. Alzette will hold on to the overall lead though by a 1 second lead. It's a 2 second lead to Loxley.
Yeah, it is. Natalia Becker just 3 seconds back on GC. So a great job from her today to be able to go with those moves and stay in prime spot. I can't believe it's still so close at the top. I really can't. Category 4. Well, Nina Dowling, Shanna Martinuski, they battled it out there today, didn't they?
They did, and they knew that was for to take away the lead overall, because the 56-second gap back to Angelina Roa really just that's just a small indicator of the gaps that open behind it. It is really blowing this race apart today in category 4. The overall lead, though, going to Shanna Martinuski. She holds the overall lead by 13 seconds at the moment from Nina Dowling. But those two riders now clear by nearly a minute. That is great riding.
And we head to Colombia tomorrow with more climbing. But a very different type of climbing tomorrow. Category 3, General, that was just one bit of teamwork with Britain Lytton leading that out. Eva Esther and Ting Lu making a great move in that final 4 to come through to the top spot. And then we start to see the time gaps behind. It keeps General in that gold leaders jersey tomorrow, but the time gap to Eva Esther just 0.9 of a second on GC. Ting Lu 1 second back. Lytton 1.9 of a second back. This is so close out there after 4 stages in category 3.
Yeah, Jojo Bauer only just out of that margin. It's 8 seconds. The rest of the riders over 3 minutes back now, so may well be down to those 5 riders in terms of the overall, but big day tomorrow. Let's go to category 2, where we saw another great race unfold. Silvia Garea, the Italian rider there on the front for the core squad. This was about the team race as well as the individual, and the core squad played that well today in terms of sending Garea up the road, but behind you could just see those gaps opening. In terms of the individual overall, there's still 7 riders in 11 seconds.
I know.
9 riders within 30 seconds, and you go a little further back, top 12 are still within a minute and a half.
Yeah.
So although it's broken, it's not an A and a B. This is a sort of full spaghetti alphabeti, list of riders behind them.
And there's also 12 seconds separating the top team from team 2. So the Watt team and the core squad are going to go head to head, I think, all the way to the wire.
Now, we just seen that race finish in category 1. Kate McCarthy, the world champion, taking the race victory. You can see there by 20 seconds. Overall, it means that Gabby Guerra is still hovering behind at the moment. I think this is really going to be an interesting battle between them. Francesca Tomasi and Camilla Ahlberg coming through in 3rd and in 4th place. Then it's that sprint finish, and you can see that block of riders: Gallegos, Passio, Kolczynski, Bruni, and Fua inside of a minute. And that really means that we're now starting to see the picture become maybe a little bit clearer in terms of the positions behind our top 2.
Well, you say that the top 9 are still within 2 minutes of each other in that category 1 women's race. It is really interesting. And in the team competition, it's really close. The Sweat Sensations still top of the table in that team competition. The FCC Endorphins 47 seconds back. It's 2:37 back to Ablock International. So the next few stages are going to be decisive in that team competition too.
So we've seen another page turn in the book. We've seen another race unfold in front of us today. No real plot twist in terms of category 1. It's still all left on the table, I suspect, for tomorrow's stage. Other categories, though, there's definitely a selection being made. A number of the riders now have disappeared. Our main characters have emerged in the women's race, and we're going to see what happens with the women's race tomorrow. Before we get there, though, don't forget we've got the men's race coming up. Also in Bhutan, doing 3 laps of the same course our women have just done 2 of. It's going to be absolutely critical for the overall as to what happens in all of our race categories. I want you to go nowhere other than refresh yourselves, refuel yourselves, and get yourselves ready to go. Because quite simply, we're going to be back. Myself, Matt Payne, who you can follow at Matt Fixer Payne, and Emma Martin, who you can follow at biking_Emma. Follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh, and the Inside the Race podcast at MyWhoosh Racing. We'd love you to hit subscribe on the YouTube or on Twitch TV, wherever you're watching at the moment, and tell your friends about it. We're here right the way through till Tuesday, so plenty of time for them to join you. Have a watch party. You never know. It's a bit like reading the book in a book club. We've got to yet to find out what happens in the men's race. We're going to take a break along with the broadcast team very quickly. Then we'll be back resetting, ready for the stage to bring you all of the race action. So make sure you're there. From Emma, from myself, Matt Payne, and from all of the team, we'll see you in a short while. Till then, goodbye. So hello and welcome back to the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. We are at a critical, if not necessarily the most critical stage of the racing, as has been proven in our women's race already on stage 4, where we saw the races really split apart. Myself, Matt Payne, and Emma Martin in the commentary studio here, making sure that we try and bring you as much information, data, etc. as we can. I've got to say a big thank you to MyWhoosh and to MyWhoosh Info for providing that data and giving us a chance to try and keep up with all 6 races. And across all 6 races, Emma, we've seen selections being made of one type or another, but definitely we're not necessarily seeing who's winning the race overall, but we're definitely seeing who's not going to win it.
Well, we're seeing riders come to the fore, but we're seeing riders, not rider. And I think that's the key differential at the moment. We've still got really good groups and really tight racing out there at the moment across all 6 categories. Nobody completely dominant yet, even though you might hold that yet with a big question mark over Jason Osborne in category 1. I think some of the other teams will really start to, well, I think they're going to start to try and hold him back in that category 1 race, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to.
So in terms of the women's race that we've just seen, I'm not going to give you any spoilers. There were some gaps were reinforced, some gaps were overturned, but we are seeing a selection made where, you know, we're down to 10% of the race field, realistically, in most of the race categories left in contention. You know, that's the sort of numbers roughly, and this is Matt's maths, that we're looking at. Whereas in the men's race fields, I think there's a lot of it's wide open. Will we see that same selection? Do you think we're going to be down in terms of GC to 10%, 5% maybe even
I think
left
one
in
of the things that
contention.
surprised me in the women's race today, and again, no spoilers, but we saw groups coming into the finish and having to sprint it out.
Yeah.
That for me was really surprising. I didn't think we'd see such large numbers as we saw in some of those categories. Yes, okay, we saw 2s and 3s and maybe 1s in some of the categories, but it was just some of the categories. Others, I mean, you can still throw, 15, 20 seconds over the top 10. And that's after the first of the climbing stages. It wasn't quite as brutal in Bhutan as I thought it was going to be in the women's race. The men have got an extra lap. They go round 3 times. Perhaps that extra lap adds a different level and a different aspect to the racing today.
Well, we'll have to find out what plays out in the men's race as compared to the women's race here on MyWhoosh on the YouTube channel and on Twitch TV. Please do make sure you hit that subscribe button to be notified every time we go live. And make sure you follow MyWhoosh. It's at MyWhoosh on social media. Emma and myself are going to get ready. We're going to dive in to stage number 4 of 7 stages of great racing here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. I can't be the only person playing air drums to that tune on the way into our stage 4, Break the Field. Well, it broke the field in our women's race. Will it break the field in the men's race? I don't think that any race field is going to stay together with the parkour that's in front of our riders. Get your beanies on. Get your skis on the top of the snow slopes and get the climbing legs on the main mountain. We head into the lap. If you were watching the women's race, you'll have seen this course profile. It's very familiar. This time, it is times 3 out the start pen, down the hill, through the sprint line that comes at 5.1k, up onto the big climb for the first time. 5.7 kilometers of climbing to the top, and then you get a break from the main climb for 17k between summit and the next start of the main climb. But in between, there is the climb up to the start-finish line of the lap and the start-finish line of the race. So it's plenty of dress rehearsals, 3 full laps to complete here. And at that last climb to the finish has proved that the gaps can really open. People have lost contact there, and that with time gaps that could be decisive come the last stage.
Yes, it can, and it looks so innocuous on this course, but it isn't, and it's a headwind out there as well. There's headwinds in places today that you really wish they weren't, but on that run into the line, it is once you hit the plateau, the wind shifts to a slight tailwind for the flat run in, but that's the final 350 meters of the race today. That climb, if you've got a teammate with you, as we saw in the women's racing, it is absolutely massive. It changes the run into the finish. Because if you can sit in the wheels and you've got a lead out in your own team, absolutely brilliant. And the defending of the team positions, the defending on GC, it is happening on the stages, and it's going to be happening out here in the men's race today.
Yeah, very definitely. I think we're going to see a clearer picture in that team competition as well as in the general classification picture. The sprint point before the mountain, the big chance for the big sprinters to get that point in. If they're all about the power, they're going to struggle on the climb. So that's where they need to have got the points in early. Expect that to put extra pressure on the sprinters going in. Category 6 are going to be our first riders up. In terms of the general classification, stage winner from stage 2 took second on the stage yesterday, and Jonathan Fagan now leading out. As you can see from the screen, Dylan Kennett, who's got 2 stage wins to his name, only in 11th place because of a big time loss on day 2 when we had that bigger climb in there. Are we going to see the same kind of thing happen today, where it really is those climbers who take control of affairs in category 2?
Yeah, Thomas Culver moving up yesterday on GC by 5 places. That was a great positioning from him as well. And of course, there's, when we get to the mountains, there's winners and losers, climbers and descenders. I think GC is going to be a bit like that today. But, this competition is still really close. When I take a look through the GC, just 20 seconds separating the top 9 riders. And in terms of inside 2 minutes, there's 14 riders in category 6. It's going to be close out there on slopes. There's also a lot of battles going on, as you can see, down the GC about how close this is.
And that's true, whether it's the top of the standings or the base of the standings, whether you are a Lanterne Rouge or a gold jersey wearer. A real battle starting to develop between the riders sitting in 101st and 102nd place. So whether you're first and second, 101st, 102nd, between them, after 8 hours of riding on the race so far today, Dagan Manesh, along with El Abdu Diodi, the 2 riders separated at the moment, only 6 minutes between them after 8 hours riding. Brilliant.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? Now, Dylan Kennett took the win yesterday from Jonathan Fager. Fager going into the golden jersey overall with that performance. Kennett taking his second stage win. Torsten Holtz in 3rd place. Great race. Ola Warren picked up a lot of points in that sprint competition again yesterday, which was good to see. He's leading that sprint competition significantly from Jonathan Fager. Imal Ivanov in the climbing competition established a really good lead over Krickstrom and Zimmel, but there are big points on offer today. 45 points on offer in the climbing competition, should you be the first person over all 3 of those climbs.
So let's go racing in the men's race. Stage 4 is underway. The first pedal strokes are turned in anger as they start to burn up the tarmac, or in this case, melt the ice. And as they head out onto our stage in Bhutan, a very quick start already by Mario Pierre coming out from the start. Now, I was talking to one of our Category 6 riders today. I had a really good conversation with them, actually. And they were saying to me that they can feel the difference in the Category 6 race starts, that they are actually less aggressive than maybe they have been earlier. And I mean, and that says a lot, because Category 6 normally don't know the meaning of take it steady from the start. It's like the antithesis of what they do. But it's quick. It's quick, but it's only going to go into a descent where it's all probably going to come together.
Yeah, and also what I think is after day 1, where everybody responded to the fast start, the riders, the pack isn't responding to 1 or 2 riders going off the front. They're also going, do you know what? Feel free, because we're here and you will come back. Ola Warren, resplendent in the MyWhoosh jersey, the leader in that sprint competition, picking up all of those points yesterday. He's been doing an amazing job.
Yeah, the battle behind him is interesting. Nielsen and Fager tied on points, 24 points apiece. Warren at the moment just...
on a super tuck.
Yeah, just go in, sprint into the descent, go into the super tuck and just
drop
hold
your heart rate.
You've got so many riders behind you. Even if you get mobbed by 20, 30 of them, it's not going to be a problem here. I think Nielsen and the Nielsen-Fager battle for second here and third, they have to be careful, because they've also got Santeri Krickstrom behind as well. So 3 riders battling for second place. We're just in with Jonathan Fager. Jonathan, are you going to go for the sprint today? It's good to see you, buddy. I'm hoping today, is it sprints or is it climbs from Fager?
Well, all I can say is Jonathan Fager is in the gold leaders jersey. He's done an amazing job in the first 3 stages of this competition. The mountains are now starting. How Fager feels about them is something we're not quite sure about, but we will find out today.
Yep, definitely. And I have to say, he hasn't had a bad day, really. Let's face it. His worst day was day 1, where he was 16th. But given the time gaps were non-existent at that point, it was it really didn't matter so much. When we went on the climbs, the biggest climbing day to date up till we're setting off today, he took the win. So I think he's definitely a force to be reckoned with in the race at the moment. We'll have to see how that plays out, because he's got potentially conflicting agendas here, with the sprint coming at 5.1k and the start of the main climb coming at 7.3. And there is a little step into the start of the main climb.
Oh, there is indeed. But as we roll through the different leaders in the different competitions, Joshua Kalangad is the rider we're in with at the moment. He's currently leading that GCC competition from Matt Smithson and Efren Mamba, though all three of those riders within 10 minutes of each other at the moment.
2:41 between Smithson and Callangad.
Mm.
I'm looking forward to that battle. They're both riding for level scores, level titanium for Callangad and level Kevlar for Smithson.
Yes. The other competitions that are out there as well on the road, the young rider competition, Santiago Londano is currently leading that. He'll have the white sleeves on his jersey.
So we'll see whether Londano can hold that from Barrier and Torva. They are going to be trying to chase him. I think it's Barrier really who is the real challenge to Londano. We're just in with Orlando Montoya at the moment. So the leader in the Masters competition. And this time around, I mean, this is a big competition. This is a
it's
really
huge.
There's still 42 riders in this competition in category 6 alone.
I know.
It's at the top. It's 25 seconds separating Malt Newman from Orlando Montoya. So that's going to be really interesting. We are in with our youth leader. This is Santiago Londano.
He's right up the front.
Who is right at the front of this. I think it's a wise move. Two massive packs on the road at the front of the race and more riders behind them. The run into I think for me, this is separating out the riders who are racing for the jerseys and the lead. They're in Group 1. And forgive me if I get this wrong, if you're one of our riders. The riders who are racing, but not necessarily right up there on GC or one of the competitions in Group 2. And those riders just trying to survive maybe in Group 2 and 3.
Yes.
I think,
but there are mini battles going on out there.
Oh yes, and I'm not disrespecting anybody who's in battling for a position elsewhere, who's maybe not in Group 1 and 2. But I think this is about making sure that you don't go too hard too early here for a lot of riders now. We're talking riders are into their 5th, 6th, 7th hours of racing here. It's some riders now going into their 9th hour of racing, and that is a lot of hours in the saddle, and there's a lot of climbing to come.
There is. And all I can say is that those riders who are riding and not at the front of the racing, they're doing an absolutely amazing job. They're with a community that I hope is really supporting them. And I know I've actually, you can see the chats, you can see the comments, you can see the conversations going on social media. People are reaching out to each other. People are helping each other. I understand some of the women on the Discord chats when the men's are racing, keeping the men riding, keeping the men racing.
Oh, brilliant. And vice versa.
And vice versa. There's a real community out there right the way across, not just within the teams. Ola Warren back on your screen at the moment. He's back on the pedals at the 4.7 kilometre
for
marker.
a reason.
Yeah, because that first sprint is at 5.1 and Warren will want to pick up those points today. Fager, I think, helping Warren out here. So they might.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I think they're both part and parcel of the level community.
Oh,
they might not be on the same squad, but they are both within the same level racing community. So Fager giving Ola Warren a little bit of a lead out there, but it was indeed the push for the line. Talking about, there you go, Warren picks up the 5 points. But talking about the team competition just briefly, BMC 6 still leading that competition. Level titanium, level Kevlar, level steel, that level community right at the top of the tree.
Okay, let's bring you the confirmed results on your screen as they come in through the line there. It is Vladislav Bedonyi who just pits Warren on the line, going over the line. They're taking the 5 points. Ola Warren taking 4, Jonathan Vega taking 3, De Silva taking 2, and Quickstrom taking 1. The rider missing from that picture is Rune Nielsen. So as they continue onwards, we are going to see whether Warren can make his way over the top of the climb with the leading group to score even more points. Jonathan Vega, again, another rider who I'm expecting to see up there. What do you think the chances of Warren making it over the climb are?
I actually think they're quite good. I think Ola Warren is riding really strongly at the moment, and it's it's all about how his legs and his head are
Yeah.
feeling.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's going to really come down to how you go, and a good day or a bad day may be coming. Now, category 5, Lucas Petter leading out the competition in category 5. The rider with a gap of 11.5 seconds back to Luke Kendall. Interesting because Petter had a win on stage 1, a 4th place on stage 2, and a 3rd place on stage 3. Kendall and Thornton moving around, with Thornton dropping from 2nd down to 3rd, Kendall going from 4th to 2nd, Spratt going from 2nd to 4th. But the time gaps here, Emma, they're almost in blocks, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. But you know what? 3 minutes separates the top 26 riders on GC at the moment in Category 5. That is, that's a big group of riders all in contention. But you are right, there are blocks, and I think that's what's really interesting. Even if and when you scroll down, you get to 40th place, Bruno Silva, 10:17, 10:9.
By 6 minutes. So at the moment, Luke Allport not on the base of the stand is Lucas Petter at the top. Nice Fossier was the man on the top of the podium, though, taking away the sprint win, but not contending really in GC at the moment. I think today is going to be about making sure he gets through ready for the last 2 stages. Kendall in 2nd place, Petter in 3rd. Juan Rojas picking up the most points in the sprint competition and the most points in the climbs competition going to Gravescu. 18 seconds. Well, not even that. We're in 15 seconds and counting to race start. This is the start of category 5 heading out on to the course. Who has got the climbing pedaling ability to pedal the way to the top? Who's going to be stomping and smashing and going nowhere fast? When we get to the climbs, it's time to find out. 3 category 1 climbs, 45 points available today in the climbs competition, and our traditional man who goes off like he's been fired out of a circus cannon. Indeed, he's got the helmet on for it as well. I didn't know that was coming. Joao Manuel Machado has set off with
like
the
he's on a motorbike.
It's what you would wear if you're going to be fired out of a circus cannon. Good to see. He can't see where he's going on the course. Joao, honestly, thank you so much for making us laugh here in the commentary box. I don't blame you for not leaving that on for long. At the moment, he is motor pacing the bunch off the
But he's
start.
a rider really, really enjoying his riding and racing at the moment, and really enjoying, being part of the community on the MyWhoosh Championships, and he's leading them out of the pen. We're going to stop giggling and start commentating again.
No, don't bother. Love it. It is part of what makes the community on cycling esports. You wouldn't see that would you on a road stage or down at the track. People are just far too serious.
I don't know. Have you seen some of those time trial helmets?
Well, that is true. Good point, Reg. Right, let's drop in with Leonard Gregor Cadabona, the man who is leading in the GCC competition. So, Leonard, well done, buddy. They're doing a great job leading that competition out in the GCC.
And he's got the Fire Flame jersey on today, so I'm wondering whether that means the flames are going to need underneath his pedals on those climbs.
Indeed, the nearest rider to him is Rod Loxley, then Matt Lenador.
It's not a big gap.
That competition, it's 46 seconds between Loxley and Cadabona. I think this is going to be an interesting battle. Is the polite way of putting it, as we see Category 5 still continuing to rocket the way down here. I'll tell you something, whereas Category 6 was maybe a little bit smart, Category 5, they've gone off like a bunch of junior riders, to be fair.
Well,
not necessarily the expected start.
Well, Lucas Petter on your screen at the moment, he's in that golden leaders jersey, but he's also leading the Masters competition, the over 45s. Petter, the gap back to Luke Kendall in second place is just 11 seconds. So there's really strong competition here. And there really is strong competition here because a number of other riders not too far back. Now, Luke Allport is doing an Allport. He is Allporting off the front of the group. He's absolutely laying it down here on stage number 4 of the MyWhoosh Championships. Chapeau, sir.
Definitely, but you can see. I think the problem for Luke with all porting is you need a set amount over the bunch to go clear. And now that the bunch is of the scale and size that it is, the amount of differential has increased. So if you're just trying to all port off the front with a big bunch, it's much harder. Now look at this: Andre Gravescu, our leader in the young riders competition, is now having to try and get back into the wheels here as they come up around this little bend and onto the rise here. So the Romanian rider at the moment just losing a little bit of ground.
Yeah, it is indeed. And Diaz as well off the back of the group, because the push and the punch is on here. They're going to drop down into this next small descent before the rise and the sprint. But Laszlo is on the front here. And this is all about that sprint, I think. Mazaros versus Joel Warren. Oh, they are so close on points. It is 38 points to 35. Luke Kendall in third place with 22. Christoph Laszlo in fourth place with 21. Those four riders still in the mix. Juan Ruas, who took a lot of points yesterday, sat in fifth place with 13.
Well, it could be doing some serious damage. The Sprat goes on the front here to the chances. I was just looking at this in the context of the youth competition. Gravescu has a 9-minute 43-second lead over Barrier. All the rest of the riders are that plus more behind him. But if Gravescu gets distanced early on the stage, he's in trouble, as we see Nicholas Spratt go for a long one. I think there's two things going on here. We've got a lot of riders at the front of the race going, I'm not making it over the mountains. For me, today's race is about getting to 5.1 kilometers in the sprint banner, and then it's about survival, and it's an A and B section. It's like the first part and then the rest of it. So they're racing. This is their chance to race. Nicholas Spratt doesn't fall into that category,
no,
and yet he's gone off the front. Is he going for the world's longest breakaway? I mean, why go so hard so soon?
That's a really good question. And
why there?
Well, yeah, it is a really good question, but I'm wondering whether the answer is in the
Mason team competition.
Well, I'm looking. Nick Spratt is part and parcel of the virtual Velocity with Rod Loxley, Miguel Fio, Leonard Cadabona. They are, where are they? They're currently leaders in the team competition. And I think maybe they want a split in the group. But, it's not like the first climb isn't coming up at the 7.3 kilometre marker. And with it being 5.7k in length, you'd naturally think that would be where the split is. Well, Joel Warren now going on the attack on the front here. He's going second in the sprint competition. Well, I think he's aiming for better than second.
He certainly is. I think this is a win-win-win for Joel Warren. Warren's going to pick up big points here in that sprint competition. There's only 3 points between Mazaros and Warren coming into today's stage, and Joel Warren is going to go clear. Mazaros just starting to move up behind. He's up into fifth. He's up into fourth. He's looking to move up, but he has got some work to do to go around last. Now he does that now. They were separated by 3 points. I think there's going to be a 2-point differential in the points scored here. Warren is going to take away the maximum points he can. He's put Mazaros under pressure. That's bonus number one, in addition to taking away the sprint. But also, at the back of the group is the leader of the youth competition under pressure. Bearing in mind, Joel Warren is currently sitting in fourth place in the youth competition, in the under-23s.
Yeah, so lots of different competitions in play, as well as GC and the stage racing here today, whether it is the individual days that you are targeting or the overall competition. Warren from Mazaros, from Lopez, from Kubiak, from Theme. Those are the riders picking up the points in that sprint competition, but the push is on, Take a look at that. Nick Spratt actually is just off the back of the group. I've just seen the polka dots. Well, there they are, going back into the group. And after that action on the front, he doesn't want to be one of the riders to get dropped off the back.
And that's the problem, isn't it? You go hard, you go too deep, you go put in a TV time attack. That's pretty much the only thing I can think is going for TV time off the front of the race early. That you then, when the main bunch come in and they come in at pace, you mistake the reattach speed to get back onto the group, and then you end up in trouble. Category 5, just making the way away from the sprint towards the climb, which is where we find the Category 6 leaders. Matt Smithson leading out on this climb. Brent Gibson immediately behind him, and they are on to the climb at 10 kilometers at the moment, so halfway up there.
2.7k to go for them on that climb as we drop back down into the start pen for the Category 4 riders.
We certainly do. Ryan Giuliano leading in the overall competition in Category 4. It was an 8th place on the stage for him, but he held on to that race lead. Unger, the nearest challenger, only coming in 14th position. It really was not a lot of change in the GC until you go a long way down. No big movers, more than sort of, a handful of places really, pretty much throughout the race field until you get to like 45th place.
Yeah, well, 3 minutes separating the top 25 riders on GC. So again, quite a lot of riders still very close together. There's a couple of really strong riders, quite a longer way down GC than you think. Marvin Angarita, who took the win yesterday, lying 42nd on GC. But that possibly gives them the opportunity for a bit of an attack. But it does mean that a lot of the other riders need those calculators ready and handy, and they also need a copy of the overall GC results to know what's going on. It's not like you've got some of them might, but it's not like you've got someone in your ear giving you time checks and information.
Let's move to the winners yesterday. The people who scored big on stage 3, the biggest of all was, of course, Marvin Angarita's win in the stage, taking that sprinty charge through from the back of the group to the front, catching a group of 4 riders, including Arago and East. He went past them in the final few meters to take the win by 0.458 of a second from Arago and 1.529 from East. Sprints points winner on the day, the big sprints points winner was Pino coming through to take that. And I think the sprint today at the first sprint line is going to be absolutely critical.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Aidan Sinclair is still leading that competition with 38 points to Pino's 31. But Aidan Sinclair is also leading the King of the Mountains competition with 42 points to Juan Restrepo's 24. Sinclair has been absolutely dominant in those 2 competitions over the first 3 stages. Number one, I'm wondering how the young rider's legs are, because he's also leading the young riders competition. And as you can see, look at all those jerseys.
3 jerseys, and you can see them alongside his name on the nearby list on the right-hand side. Pino with just the 1 jersey beside him.
There he
is.
Aidan
Sinclair on our screens. Hopefully the legs are going well. He's got the map on the side. He's indicating that it is up and down today. It does mean that if he wants, I think the effort he puts in today is pretty much the same effort for all the competitions he's battling in here, because basically you've got to get over the climbs to score big in the sprints in between. You've got to manage your sprint effort through those to go big on the climbs, as we see Giacomo Natari on the front, dialing it from the start.
It is
absolutely brilliant.
He is the coach and sport director for one of the UAE team Emirates squads, often working with the development team, but he also works with the World Tour team. You'd think he knows about going off the front of a bike race.
Anyone would think that that's a habit made by a certain rider riding for the UAE XRG. I'm not going to give you any spoilers on the Tour de France, because for the very first time, I think in my life, I have not watched a minute of the Tour de France.
You've been a bit busy, haven't you?
Been a bit busy. And what is it that's taken me from that? It is the competition that we see unfolding here.
More than one stage race going on at the moment.
And you're watching the best one. This is at the moment, because it is Francis Pino. I wouldn't dare talk about the Tour de France in such terms, honest Gov. This is Francis Pino, who we are in with at the moment, our GCC leader, heading out on to the course. And Pino, of course, as we know, battling that out. So we saw previously, it's Clinton Dave Cirillo who's battling with. That gap still 146. That's nothing today.
Well,
we
also,
know that.
Do you know, pretty much like we were talking about in one of the women's competitions, they're on the same team. So it's teammates having a battle about a competition within a competition. I quite like it.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good when that happens. Let's go into our Masters competition here today, because we're going to go in with Andrew Rushmore of the Level Golden 4 squad, who at the moment has the mighty lead, the mightily Huge lead,
seconds.
32 seconds. It's nothing. Nelson Schneider, the lone biker's right beside him. 2 minutes back, Carsten Mayer. 4 minutes back, Graham Pearce. 7.5 minutes back, Jose Rodriguez. Only 4 seconds behind him is Eduard Caro. I'm loving the battle at the moment. Last man on the overall Masters competition in terms of the GC is Eben Schwartz.
Yeah.
Not often you get to say that about Eben. He's usually the first, but he's at the moment sitting in that Lantern Rouge position. Now, we are at the 2.5 kilometre marker. We are in with Aidan Sinclair. We're going to see quite a lot of him on our screens because he is our young rider, the under-23, the S-Bars competition. In this competition, he's ahead of Matteo Pino. So, not Francis Pino, Matteo Pino by 15.400 seconds. And that is not huge when we come into our climbs. Tapia in third, Batty in fourth, Kabani in fifth. A real battle in that under 23 competition in category 4. We're just in with Willem Thuft along with Giacomo Natari. Natari pulling Thuft out from the bunch to put this little attack over this slight riser at the moment. They're going to be into the downhill. And look at this Eben Schwartz proving that it doesn't matter where you are on GC, you can get to the front of the race and get TV time. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Eben. I'm trying to work out if you're Eben's riding in South Africa. I think they're actually on the same time zone as we are in Europe, if I remember correctly. So,
yeah, he is. He's giving you a thumbs up. It's very, very
good.
true. So it is like around 1:45 where he is in the afternoon. So Eben's fault doing the business in the afternoon, pushing on onto the back of these 3 riders. And they are indeed doing the work at the front of the race.
I'm really interested. It's very coincidental because I was actually talking about my co-host, the expert who I have sat in the hot seat in the downhill, who's South African as well for the World Downhill Championships. That was just this morning.
There you go.
Yeah, South Africa's got a real strong history and of commentators and hosts as well.
Yeah, has indeed. Well, Category 6 at the moment have got a real good history of being the first riders to the top of the climb because they're the first riders out of the pen. They are doing the business right now. That is the polka dot banner at the 13-kilometre mark, and that is Ivanov, the rider in the polka dots. So he's got him on his back. Vikström is going to try and challenge him for the points. I don't think he's going to get there. Ivanov's going to go underneath the banner and pick up 15 points. But Sateri Vikström is really on his wheel, and there's a big push behind. Zimmel is in the mix as well, and we're going to take a look and we're going to see who comes through. I think Zimmel makes third today. Skirski and Kalangad, I think, round out the top 5.
And that has literally, for the top 3, just extended the gaps between them because it's in that order that they are at the top of the standings, even off at the top with Quickstrom in 2 and Zimmel in 3. So those gaps opening because see the 15, 12, 10 points for 1, 2 and 3. And
24 riders in the leading group in Category 6 as they go over the climb for the first time. 1 done, 2 to go.
Wow. Let's go to category 4. I'm just imagining how that's going to feel, knowing that you've still got 2 more climbs to go.
Small pieces, small chunks. That's the only way you can manage this.
I know, but you've got it in the back of your mind when you're hitting all those rises in between that these aren't even the main climbs and they're still taking it out.
Well, don't think like that. You're in charge of how you think.
Yes, boss. Right, let's go in with a man who's no stranger to climbing, Niall Batty, on your screens in person and on the avatar on the screen as he goes in. Aidan Sinclair, though, kicking off the front of this group. So it's going to be the first of the sprints for Sinclair. He's kicked early enough to keep Francis Pino off his heels. Pino at the moment just battling with Batty to make sure he goes in front of him. But it's going to be Sinclair. And you can see Sinclair cruising underneath the archway, letting that group come back. It's about being secure in position without expending one more watt that is necessary.
Yeah, well, I'll talk about expending watts that are necessary in a moment. But Category 4 going through there in terms of that group of riders. And you can see Sinclair taking the 5 points, Pino taking 4, Bombacini taking 3, Snyder taking 2, and Batty taking 1. I say talk about them going through there. So they went through there in 6:37. Category 5 went through there in 6:10. Category 6 went through there in 6:26. So actually, Category 6 were faster at that point than Category 4. That's not going to be
It's not going
A
to stay
nice
like that.
thought for the Category 6 riders to know that their first, 5 kilometres were faster than the Category 4 first 5 kilometres, but it won't stay like that. You're right.
And at the start of the stages, we could say that was due to the sheer volume of riders in Category 6. Now it's about the fact that they just don't seem to learn and go like a loon out the gun every time.
49 riders in that Category 4 pack.
Okay, let's go down to the start line here in Category 3. The overall general classification in front of you with Yu Yun Lin at the top of the standings. He moved up 4 places, courtesy of the 3rd place. And that tells you actually, in that sense, just a lot about the racing. Behind him, Michaela Shakila right in the mix, but you can see Maciej Skiski dropping down 2 places out of the top 3. Reinheimer just holding his 3rd place there. I think for me, this really now is about what's happening in time gaps behind, because it is so close in the top standings. And at the moment, I mean, you look back and you're only on a handful of seconds. Well, you're not even on a minute for the top 30, are you?
Well,
it's 52 seconds, I think.
I know, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Because I'm having a look at it thinking, really? But really, I'm now looking at the minute marker and, to get to 3 minutes, 40 riders within 3 minutes 44 of each other. That's a massive group. Category 3 women's racing is really competitive as well. Category 3 men's racing just as much. Franklin Almeida took the win yesterday, and look how close that was between him and Zach Patterson. I mean, it was close enough back to Zhenyu Lin, but Patterson and Almeida, I mean, honestly, what is that? That's not even a feather widthways, not lengthways. It's absolutely tiny, the gap. Christopher Morgan did a great job sweeping up the points in the sprint competition yesterday, trying to close down on Mason Rocker. He has. It's 40 points to 38 points in that competition. And Fabio Hjulhorst picked up the points yesterday in the climbing competition to go ahead of Ergatan Adar, who was leading as we went into yesterday's stage.
Those 2 riders a reasonable distance clear, but let's just put this back into context. 31 points for Hjulhorst. There are 30 points available in the first 2 climbs alone. And in the last climb,
45
points in total. So more points available if you led over every climb than have been scored by the leader so far.
Yes. Well, Category 3 head out of the pen and leave Category 1 and 2 in there.
Category 3 onto the road. This kick is going to be key. Stay in that group. You don't want to get distanced here because you're going to be chasing for the entire 68.3 kilometers over every single one of those 1,110 meters of ascent. The 3 laps of the Bhutan hilly route playing host to stage 4 in the men's race titled Break the Field. It certainly has done with everything we've seen so far in every race field that's gone out. It has been broken. The question really is, how will it break? Who will be in? What are those splits? Where do they occur? Who's got all the legs at the end to take those stage wins? And remember, stage winners take away prizes on this, the $1 million prize fund, MyWhoosh Championships 2026.
Well, Luis Andrade on your screens at the moment. He's sat comfortably second at the moment behind Mason Rocker, who's putting in a big dig on the front. Andrade doing a fabulous job at the moment in the stage race. And we're coming into day 4. The midway point, 3 stages done after today.
There's less stages to do.
There's less stages to do than have been complete. Now, that's a nice thought. Ivo Sur on the Pain Cave, and he's on the bike and in the mix right towards the front of the pack.
Indeed. Good to see Ivo. I don't think we've seen Ivo so far in the MyWhoosh Championships, one of our regulars on camera on the Sunday Race Club.
He's currently in 37th place on GC, but that's 2 minutes 30 back, so not huge in terms of today and today's stage.
Well, thank you very much for the wave, Ivo. I was waving in the studio back. Let's go to our GCC competition. Dorvin Ellis still holds the top spot in that. Been racing so far for 4 hours, 38 minutes, 48 seconds, plus whatever he's got on the clock today, which is going to be 2 minutes and 5 seconds at the moment. I'll let you do the maths at home.
Well, feel free. But can I just talk about how close not just the individual is, but how close the team competition is? 46 seconds to separate the top 7 teams at the moment. moment going into today's stage in Category 3. I don't think it's going to be like that at the end, but I'm very happy to eat my words if it is.
We will have to see. Let's move to the Masters competition because it is Martin Conda who's leading that competition. Now, this is down another very slim margin, separating these riders out. 2 seconds separate Conda from Pony at the moment. The What's Up rider ahead of the Ride Club Finland rider. So there's hardly anything to choose between them on the same watts per kilo. The heart rate separated by only the watts only separated by 3 watts on average across the racing. The average heart rate separated by 1 beat. I mean, there's nothing in it. Conda and Pony this is going to run and run.
Now, the youth competition is the jersey is hidden today because it is underneath the Golden Leaders jersey. Junyu Lin from Peak Power Racing 3B holds that young riders competition as well. Sergio Osorio is 6 seconds back. Fabio Hulhorst is 7 seconds back. Ponzi is 20 seconds back. Tell you something, there's a lot of really good young riders in this Category 3 race.
Yeah, there's 6 riders within 2 minutes.
Well, I'll tell you something.
Super close.
I'm looking at who's gone down the road, and I am so not surprised.
Yeah, it's like if you pick 2 riders, they're going to go on the offensive early. It's going to be Mason Rocker and Christopher Morgan. They've done this time and time again. You could probably cut this clip from here and play the same notes over
just
the top
put a different day on it.
Yeah, just put a different date on it. You know, it's a true copy and paste. I think the problem for them is there is no way that they are going to solo off to our race finish here.
No, but they're in it for the
sure.
sprint competition because that comes at the 5.1 kilometre marker, and Rocker and Morgan are battling it out.
Separated by 2 points coming into today. 24 points for Corrales in third, Morgan with 38 and 40 for Rocker. Tamo Friedrich starting to hover around the front here, and I've no surprises for that. Tamo, one of our riders, again another regular on the Sunday Race Club, another regular riding on and racing on MyWhoosh.
He's currently sat in 38th on GC, 3 minutes 20 back, but today with these 3 climbs, 3 minute 20, poof, it could just go out the window.
I so needed to record that. Poof. I might go back and go record it again and put it into the sound box, ready to use at a later date.
Well, please don't do that. But at the 3.9 kilometre marker, we've got a 6-second gap to 2 riders down the road, 3 riders down the road at the moment because they've been joined.
Yep, Rui Ferreira went after them. He chased after. He knows a breakaway that's likely to go for a little while for the moment. And I'm just wondering whether Ferreira is going for this because it's his opportunity. I'm just frantically scrolling through to see if he's not up there on the sprints competition, so it's not like he's going to gain anything if they do take it to the sprint line. We're not far away.
No, you gain a run into the base of the Dragon's Fury climb at the 7.3 kilometre marker if you've got a breakaway, and that might be what he wants.
You got to run in onto this climb, which is also going to be really, really key. Now, Morgan versus Rocker on these big slopes. Rocker with the green skin suit as the sprint leader at the moment, having to fight his way onto the wheels of Morgan. The gradient has dropped off and now Rocker goes over the top. Morgan has to respond here. Rocker, the purest sprinter of the two. Morgan, the rider who we expect to go on a breakaway more often. Rocker holding this, but this is Morgan coming back at him. If he can get in the slipstream, it's going to negate any kind of sprint advantage that's been afforded to Rocker. He can't do it. Rocker is going to get this. Morgan comes up. He closes towards the end. He gets into the slipstream as they go over the line. Too little too late to aid him in his pursuit of that. And Rocker opens up the gap a little bit more at the top of the sprint competition. Behind Ramirez in third place. I think it's going to be Rui Ferreira coming through in fourth and Jacek Chikors coming through in fifth.
Well, I think the interesting thing, going through here is going to be what happens after the first climb of the day. Jacques Chikors has 17 points in that competition, and I'm wondering whether he's banking on going over the top. Rocker and Morgan, 45 and 42. They are so far clear of the rest of the field. Just starting to take a look as to how many points are available in that sprint competition over the next few days. Well, there's still 65 points, or 60 points now still available.
So 60 points still available. I tell you The two riders who are close in the sprints competition, Corrales in third, but Manarelli in fourth. Carlos Manarelli has been riding really well. He's been going into breakaways late on in the stage. He's good come the end of the stage. He's better. He seems to be better at the end of the stage than he's at the start. And that may well be telling when we move through this stage. We're just going to have to see how well he's climbing as we make our way through today's stage 4 of the men's competition here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2026. And we've got 2 more categories to send out and away onto the race route. Category 2 has been an absolute battle on the chase, really, behind Josiah Betty and Mr. X100. They were 1 and 2 on stage 1, and they've just kept on holding that position. 2 podiums for Mr. X100 on stage 1 and stage 2 has really helped him in terms of time. Those 2 riders, Betty heading the stands, is Mr. X100 on 3 seconds, 8 seconds back to Mitchell Stewart, who took the win yesterday and clawed a few seconds clear of Nathan Guerra, who is riding incredibly consistently as well, and that is consistently good.
Yeah, you see 19 riders separated by 37 seconds. Yeah. It is really, really close. If I pick sort of the 3-minute marker, we're looking at 36 riders. It just, I actually think this is pretty much wide open at the moment. It is so close at the top. I mean, the top 5, 10 seconds. It's absolutely going to be the business today in terms of this competition, and I think really start to shake category 2.
Well, I think it's going to be telling whether any of our stage 3 winners who were in that break, that leading group who'd kicked on over the first climb of the day and the only climb of the day yesterday, can now repeat that going into today. Mitchell, the stage winner, Damsgaard in second, Guerra in third. Vidal Mayer adding points to his sprint total.
Yeah, Julian Hertz in second, 33 points. So it's a big gap. SS adding 20 points to his points total. It's massive. It really, really is. And I'm doing a double check as to whether anybody can touch him, really, because Ivan Nuki's got 14 points, but they're on the same team. So Mitchell Stewart is the only rider who is close with 13, but 13 from 49. Oh, it would only be possible if SS didn't score any more points.
In the climbs competition, that is. So the climbs competition led by SS. He's a long way clear, but still plenty of points still to come.
There's a lot of points still available, and can you really bank on SS of not scoring any points at all? I mean, I'm just taking a look. There are 134 points still available in the climbing competition. I mean, it's
more than doable.
It is. It is more than doable, but pretty much you've got to be clear, and you've got to bank on the fact that, can you bank on SS and Nuki not being in the points?
I wouldn't put money on that at all. Now, one man who has really excelled, some riders come to the fore when they get there. Some riders search for greatness, others get greatness thrust upon them. I'll let you decide which was Josiah Betty's moment. How did he get to where he is? Well, I'll tell you something. He got there by being the fastest rider on stage 1 and then having the skill and ability to hold it through the following 2 stages. So he held that lead when we went over the first of our climbs stages. He held it yesterday when we were on a middling climb stage, a sort of hilly stage. But this is a whole different ball game. This is like the difference between rugby and soccer, or American football and football.
Yes, well, there we go. I just saw Betty in that golden leaders jersey right towards the front of the group. X100 in the GCC jersey, and he is currently leading that competition by 31 seconds from his own teammate SS.
Come on, SS, what are you doing?
Ivan Nuki, 3 minutes 13 back in that competition. So those 3 teammates are all together. He's also leading the Masters competition.
Yes.
And again, it's really, really close.
I think I'm really interested to see this. You've got you've got Mr. X100 up against Mr. America, Nathan Guerra. I think this is going to be really interesting to see Nathan Guerra with so much experience racing on cycling esports up against the man who has ridden so many MyWhoosh Sunday race clubs. I think he's second overall in the all-time riders. I mean, brilliant to see that battle play out. Let's go to our youth rider, Milan Termerton.
Yes.
Now, the youth competition here this is a brilliant competition.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just putting this out there. There are 6 riders within 3 minutes, 5 riders within 1 minute 40, 3 riders within a minute of 3 riders within the same minute. Milan Termerton's leading.
Josh Power was leading going into yesterday, and he's now gone down to 4th place. This is uber competitive.
Wide open, absolutely wide open. It's like playing soccer and not having a goalie. I'm using a few football references. There's some strange competition going on.
Well, there's polka dot competition going on as well, and in category 4 they've just gone over the top of the climb for the first time. That's the Dragon Fury climb. Now Batty went over the top in one to pick up the 15 points, 12 seconds clear of a 22 rider group, and this is the front of that group that we are looking at. They're about to come back to Batty because Batty has sat up and has waited for them, but Restrepo picks up 12 points, Pino picks up 10, Sinclair picks up 8, and Rusamaki picks up 5 points. The jersey, well, that is an interesting one, but Aidan Sinclair still holds on.
Yeah, it's Restrepo there doing a good job of trying to maximising his points there, taking away second place there. He's staying ahead of Batty in category 4. I think that's going to be one of our subplots running all the way through today's stage. It's that mountains competition as we drop back down in here to the riders in category 2, because you can see we've got a real mix of riders. When the riders were down on start pen, we saw the category 6 leaders come flying through, along with lots of groups in category 6. Because of that, it means the riders on multiple laps are seeing people in front and behind. And remember, all our riders can draft each other irrespective of category. So Julian Hertz trying to profit from that on this run through. He's got a little bit of a gap on Vidal Mayer, Lucas Halen, Mohamed El Case, and the rest of the riders leading the bunch behind. And it's not the group of riders you can see behind Julian Hertz. Hertz at the moment, solo. Then you've got the group of category 6 riders, and then a long way back, so far you probably need a telescope to see them, it is the chasing group in category 2, and that's everybody but Hertz.
Well, the 200 meters, and Hertz has done an amazing job, and just using like one of those emotes to tell us all he's going like lightning at the moment, and like lightning he is. He's off that 5.1 kilometer marker. He's got 1,000 meters to go, and he's around, well, he's 200 meters clear of the group.
Yep, absolutely flying. Great riding here by Julian Hertz. I was just wondering if this was something that's influenced by the sprint, and it is, because he is the second rider in the sprint competition behind Vidal Mayer. He's got 33 points in that sprints competition. Langevin with 21, Machado with 17, but they're all chasing Mayer. But interestingly, on the stage, Vidal Mayer and Julian Hertz tied on the chase for points. So no difference in the point score that they took on stage 3 in that sprint competition. So an early run by Hertz. Okay, so let's see how we move on going forward here. The rider out of the saddle is Lucas Halen. He's riding for second place on the run into the line. This is Hertz to lose now, as Halen is looking at the best of the rest here. Hoyos is right behind him, though, so is Coimbra. Mayer now starting to move up, the leader in that sprints competition. He may not be taking maximum points. He may see the gap at the top come down slightly to Hertz, but he wants to minimize the amount it does. Halen's still in front of him, but for how long? I suspect it won't last for Halen as they go in towards the line. Now comes the kick from Mayer. Hertz has gone through. Mare just needs to stay clear of the rest of the riders behind. You can see that that is not full gas for Mare. That's
No.
enough to stay in front of the rest, but not enough to really expend enough energy to put him into trouble.
It's a controlled and measured effort. That's
Yes.
exactly what it is. And Vidal Mare will be consistent and attempt to manage that effort all the way through these 7 stages across 8 days. So Hertz picks up 5 points, Mare picks up 4, Halen picks up 3, Karstinen picks up 2, and Mendakowitz picks up 1.
So the riders up and underway here in Category 2, our penultimate race, Category 2, leave our race start. And at the moment, Vidal Mare, the rider on your screen, leading in that sprints competition from Julian Hertz. Hertz taking more points that time around. Mare, though, nicely in the mix. The whole of this group, including the golden jersey of Giselle Betty, all together at this stage. Now, we are in with Gaches Zimiel, who is in the mix here in Category 6 as they make the way through. And Category 6 going through for their second time through the sprint, just after Category 2 going through. Mamba, Quickstrom, Gibson, Fager and Newman, who didn't score points there.
Yeah, now this is really interesting because Santeri Quickstrom is the rider with the most points in that group already in the competition, and Jonathan Fager as well. So Fager doing a good job being in the back of that group and picking up points. He picks up 2 to take his total to 29. Quickstrom's on 26. And of course, Warren is not in that leading group. So he might be leading the sprint competition, but now he's got trouble because he's not in the leading group. Now, Category 1 leading at the moment, Jason Osborne.
It is indeed Jason Osborne, 4 hours, 24 minutes, 59.54 seconds, so just under 4 hours, 25 minutes for Jason Osborne. Ollie Jones of the Alpha Duo Space Cowboys, the rider chasing behind us, trying to hold on to the coattails of Osborne. The gap for Osborne, not massive, 22 seconds, 41 seconds back to Don in third place, fourth place, 42 seconds, fifth place, 45 seconds, same in sixth. There is a group, though, realistically here, who are in contention, and there's a gap behind where they're not. And for me, that dividing line, I think, if in terms of a podium position at the moment, I would say that podium position, that line is not drawn until you get to 28th place.
Yeah, Mikel Plantro, 3 minutes 40 back on GC. But as we said, just 3 minutes 40. The riders could lose a lot of time out there today and tomorrow on these mountain stages. So 28 riders potentially still in the mix in Category 1. This competition is going to go to the wire.
Jason Osborne taking away the stage win yesterday. Once again, sprinting through 3 wins out of 3 for Jason Osborne in the Category 1 race. Absolutely flying, but is it enough to keep everybody off his tail when we hit the big mountains? We'll find out. They're putting down the power. It's time to go racing. Our last category to take to the roads of Bhutan is Category 1. They have in front of them 68.3 kilometers, 3 laps of this Bhutan hilly route, 1,110 meters of ascent, and of that climbing. Each time they go up the Dragon Fury climb, the Category 1 climb, there's 263 meters of climbing in that alone.
Yeah, there is. And at the moment, Christoph Kroll just on the front of the pack, pushing on those pedals. Pucker right on the wheel. Van Elster, Osborne, Jones, Power, Vyasin coming out of the start line together. Now, we did see when they were in the start line a number of Category 5 and Category 6 riders coming through to go out onto their second lap. So that is what the category, or who the Category 1 riders are passing.
Indeed, they're not passing some randoms out on the course, just riding. They are riders
Ollie
out
Jones
on the race.
on your screen, part and parcel of the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys crew. We had Lionel Vyasin, his teammate, on the podcast last night. So that is the latest Inside the Race at MyWhoosh Racing podcast that is out there for you to listen to. All about yesterday's stage race, and obviously a little bit more about what that team might be thinking going forward.
Yep, those interviews are not just focused on what happened that day. It's also about the race in its totality. So they are well worth a look back. One man who we've not spoken to is Neil Fryatt, the man who's leading the Masters competition in Category 1. Neil Fryatt, at the moment, his race time 4 hours, 25 minutes, 45 seconds. So by no means out of the running at the moment in Category 1. And loving the paint game. Different shot this time round.
It is a different shot, and I can see that it's daylight and that Fry is facing outwards. So he's got the outdoor view with the garage door open in front of him. I quite like that. You feel like you're outdoors, but you're indoors.
Outdoors, indoors, indoors.
Well,
at the moment, all painful.
Pavel Skierski, Neil Fryatt, Hayden Pucker, all towards the front of the group. In fact, Neil Fryatt and Hayden Pucker were just side by side, two riders from the USA, two really class riders from the USA, both making the World Championship stage on more than one occasion.
We're in with Pavel Skierski, our rider in the young persons competition. The young riders competition being led by Skierski. He's currently 6.8 seconds ahead of Lyndon Milostic. Now 2 minutes clear of Jakob Dane. And there are a substantial amount actually ahead of Jan Jasper.
24 minutes. But can I just say, Lyndon Milostic is climbing really, really well at the moment, the young rider from Australia. I think this is going to be a really, really good competition between Skierski, Milostic and Dane as we go over the rest of the days of this competition. Marcin Wozniak on your screen at the moment. Another one of the Polish contingent. Do you know, we've got really strong Polish riders in Category 1.
Yeah, we certainly have. Great to see him here in action. Certainly another great shot into the pain cave.
Yeah, the team competition is it's hotting up as well here in Category 1. The final boss is in the lead, 13 hours, 16 minutes, 28 seconds. But that's just 28 seconds faster than the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys. Zero Ducks Racing, 1 minute 35 back in third. ZDR2, 1 minute 52 back in third. The Venga Boys, 1 minute 57 back in. Do you know, it's just so close. It's only 2 minutes separating the top 6 teams.
It's next to nothing.
I know. Jan Jasbeck on your screen. Great to see him in the Category 1 peloton. Yeah. It really is one of the younger riders in the peloton. And it's almost, I don't want to say, Jan, that it's a baptism of fire. You've been up and down in Cat 1, Cat 2, but you really have been on that border on the Sunday Race Club, up into Category 1 to race the MyWhoosh Championships. There's probably a lot of learning going on, and there's some great strong riding, but hard.
Indeed. Now, Lionel Vijasin on the screens at the moment. Lionel, the guest on the Inside the Race podcast. You can get there from the link on the page, on the MyWhoosh info page, or of course, you can go there on Spotify or on YouTube. Lionel, always entertaining when you have a chat with Lionel. I think today he's got to let his legs do the talking rather than the personality.
Well, yes, but I think he's more than capable of that.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the team for me, I mean, Ollie Jones is looking really strong. He's currently lying second on GC. But when you look at the rest of the crew, when you look at the rest of the squad, you know, they're really packing tightly. So Lionel Yasin is in 9th, Dan Churik is in 10th, Mikhail Kaminsky is in 12th. You know, you can't really ask for much more than that at the moment, can you? But that team, for me, friends off the bike, great colleagues on the bike, and I think it works really well from them.
I think it does. I was just loving the Category 5 rider who just put in a monumental sprint to get into this group just in time for the group to hit the climb and the explosion to come off the front in the running towards our sprint here. Adrian Alvarado, and good to see Adrian now deciding, do you know what, I'm going to have a little run at this. You might all be a little preoccupied with what's going on later in the stage, but they're quickly onto his wheels here. So Van Els goes over the top of Alvarado. Churik, the man on your screens, in 4th place at the moment, in the right place to bring this a little bit further up towards the line here. So I think we're going to see some movement. Jasper Paradine, so danger man when it comes to this run into the line, closes it down. switches off, and the moment he does, Skierski goes over the top. So now Skierski got the momentum. Lovely move by Skierski. Waited for Paradians to take a breath. He went over the top, and now Ollie Jones is coming, and Jones is bringing Paradians with him. Skierski's going to get rolled here on the way to the line, and it's going to be by two of them. No one's got the power to match Jasper Paradians. The man is on fire at the moment. Jones trying to put out the flames, only holds on for second place. Skierski, Van Els, and then Hayden Pucker.
I just want to keep saying to Pavel Skierski, wait, because he did the same yesterday. He just goes too early. But I mean, it's absolute credit to him for giving it a go, but he gets rolled on the line because Paradians and Jones just wait. Well, yes, Paradians takes 5 points. Ollie Jones takes 4. Pavel Skierski takes 3. Van Els takes 2. And Pucker takes 1 point in that sprint. It's just, you know, when you just like...
It's so easy when you're sat here watching with this massive overview that we get.
I know. You know, it's so true.
We get this overview. We're not, we're not got our heart rate up at 170 odd. I don't think. I'm not sure how high mine will go. We doesn't even go that high at the moment, and we're not in the middle of doing that on full-on race effort. Whilst you've got your teammates around you also trying to give you everything.
Well, at the moment, Jasper Paradine sits at the top of the table in that sprint competition. Ollie Jones 3 points behind him. Pavel Skierski, he's 9 points off the lead. There's plenty yet to come in that sprint competition. Lots and lots of points still available out there. 65 points over the next few days. Well, 35 riders in that leading group in Category 1. In Category 2, coming to the top of the climb, it's still a big bunch.
We're in with Rajesha Kamadeva as they come up onto this climb, nicely tucked into that groove. Nicely positioned. I think if you're here now at the 11.2, how much ground are you going to lose? You've got less than 2K to the summit. It could be a lot, but if we go upwards at this pace without it being too explosive, it could well be that we've got a really big group going over the top of the climb for the first time in Category 2. The top of the Dragon's Fury climb coming in at 13.0 kilometers as you get over the top. Emil Ivanov led over Category 6. Nicholas Spratt led over Category 5. Now Batty Category 4. Carlos Manarelli, did say the name?
Yeah.
Manarelli leading over the top of Category 3. Category 2, well, they're going to have to wait to see who goes over there. In terms of sizes of groups, 24 riders in Category 6, 33 riders in Category 5. One rider 12 seconds clear of 22 in Category 4. That was Batty, but Batty waited and we saw that. Category 3, 42 riders together over the top of the climb for the first time. Not sure I'd have predicted that, but I think our riders are going to be going, do you know what? I don't want to go too hard too soon.
Well, interestingly, we've got Vyazlin Churek on the screen from Category 1. The rest of the riders on the screen from Category 2. Betty is in the middle row on the far left-hand side. He's wearing the leader's jersey at the moment overall in the Category 2 race. He'll be the rider defending that today. The ice packs are back in Simon Walter's garage, keeping him nice and cool down there. Machedo, Yazbek, Nuki, Bjorklund, Cahill on the bottom line of the screen.
I'm sorry, but the moment you said the ice packs are in the pancake, Simon Walter gave you a big thumbs up just as he had to get out of the saddle to give us the thumbs up whilst sprinting up the climb in this group of riders. It really is telling, isn't it? It shows you just how competent the riders are. Really interesting the way, the styles of the riders. And that's why I think when we get this viewing of so many different pain caves, the way the riders are riding, I mean, some of them have got some superb speed and style, just spinning the pedals around. Others are just happy to get out of the saddle and dance on the pedals. Other people are churning a big gear. A real good view. Now, let's go dive in with our Category 3 riders. Another really good view in here. Felipe Reinhammer is in here. Christian Montoya, defending champion. Bottom left-hand side of his screen. He's kept his powder dry. Did say we start to see him coming to the fore on the front. So I think today could be a Montoya kind of day. No pressure, Christian. As they go up on to the climbs. You got Antiponi in here, Patrick Carlston. Patrick Felley's in here as well, and it's super, super warm. I think Patrick Felley's just like, what am I doing here at this moment in time? This is crazy, but Fell doing a good job at the moment. Oviedo, just giving us a wave there. So good to see you, Jose. Juan Cueros in here, Lissandra Matthews, Carmen Ivo, sure. Franklin Almeida, Yon Nikki as well. Thank you, everybody, for the view into the Pain Cave. And don't forget that background there. Really important. Good to see the Fusion Race team represented.
Yeah, that category 3-pack going over the top of the climb. 42 riders were in that leading group at that point in time. And it was a massive, massive group first time round. It'll split the second and third time. But right now, at the moment, SS is making his move out of the front of the group. Sergio Hoyos is now moving, and so is Nicholas Trujillo. Nicholas Trujillo is sprinting at 10 watts per kilo. He wants the points. SS in the polka dots is going to go under in 1. Trujillo, that move is going to take him, I think, through in 2 ahead of Hoyos, Traujanowski, Gorzhank, Ortiz, Krasnich, all coming at speed behind because there's a lot of points on offer.
Big points on offer today. Big points. Remember, it's 15, 12, 10, 8, and 5 for first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. And filling those positions in category 2, SS in 1, Trujillo in 2, Hoyos in 3, Traujanowski in 4, and Gorzhank in 5. Those points added in to the totals so far. When they are SS now up to an eye-watering 64 points.
I know, it's amazing. 39 riders in the leading group, so 3 riders dropped on that climb in category 2. They are at 34 seconds, but the majority of the field are in the mix. A lot of riders that we would be looking for, keeping it more steady on that climb, but there's some great performances. The riders just off the back: Bruce Bird, Jonas Bjarhead, Nicholas Fournier, and Carlos Ramirez.
Okay, we're going to the Dragon's Fury climb number 2 for category 6, who are well into this climb at the 34.8k marker. They've got 1,000 meters, 1k to go to the summit at the moment. Dylan Kennett, I have no idea what Kennett's doing at the moment. It's a bit like Iris Poli on the Mont Ventoux. He is absolutely getting himself over the top of the climbs, and it shows you that riders, although they can sprint, if you've got the skills to hold the wheel, if it doesn't go hard enough, you've got a chance to stay in. Look at Jonathan
He's
Vega.
in there as well.
He's doing a great job here, but you can see how much it's hurting to stay with the leading group. Remember, the mountain climbing points at the moment, Ivanov is leading 61 points for Ivanov.
Well,
absolutely brilliant to see.
Defending your leader's jersey over the mountains is absolutely crucial, even though when you're not a climber. I'm trying to think, the French rider in the Tour de France who did that years ago, he took the yellow jersey. He used to have a lovely grimace as he went over the mountains. But
Vogler?
Yeah, Thomas Vogler.
Used to pull faces like he was gurning.
But he took that yellow jersey in the Tour de France by surprise. And then on that mountain stage, when everybody expected him to lose it, he held on to it by fractions, seconds it really was.
You do realise you might meet him in a commentary box at the World Championships when we go to the Haute Savoie.
I've got no problems whatsoever. He was absolutely one of my heroes riding on the road, because I just loved the dogged determination and commitment. So there are lots of people out there who do amazing things.
Yeah, there are. And I think I love the fact that riders in the Tour de France inspire people who are, people like me who are never, ever going to get a chance of doing that, to go ride into race, to come here and race on the platform on MyWhoosh in the MyWhoosh Championships. And guess what? Up on the front, we're now starting to see Ivanov opening up the gap on the front. He wants maximum points here. He's being challenged by Quickstrom. Quickstrom getting second place last time at the climb. Quickstrom coming on the right-hand side. Did Ivanov go too early? Has he got the legs? He has. Oh, that was close. I tell you something, these two are so evenly matched.
I know.
Ivanov's just edging it. And the gap has opened between them on the climbs competition. Zimiel at the moment on 49 points total, comes in third place. Quickstrom's now at 55, 76 for Ivanov. They were the 3-2-1 Skiski and Vaidel, the riders who come through immediately behind there. That, though, for me, was an interesting battle at the top there.
Yeah, it really was. And 18 riders left in that leading group. A split did happen towards the final stages. You can see it quite clearly on the top right-hand corner of your screen. So that category 6-pack moving and slowly getting smaller.
Attritional.
Yeah, 18 riders now in that leading group, and it's a 47-second gap back to the second group as they start the descent the other side.
I think the parallel to a Tour de France stage where you go into the mountain stages and you'd see, although it doesn't necessarily, there are some riders who go clear at the front occasionally, or very often. But what you often see in things like the Tour and the Giro, the Vuelta, is that you get riders, it breaks and a few riders are lost. It goes over another climb on the run into the final climb. Another block of riders are lost. And you go on again and another block of riders are lost. And they are lost off the back of the group. And then you end up with like the big favourites all left there. And we're starting to see that happen here on the MyWhoosh Championships, on the stage race. As we're coming into our mountain stages, those riders who've been hovering around in the GC now really are showing their strengths. They're coming up into form. They're showing why they are the leaders, why they're in that sort of top 10, 15 in the GC. But the places to hide and the are running out, and the time to show yourself is coming on. Spratt now in category 5, another rider, Spratt and Petr here, the Vinigo and Pogacar of the peloton. You've got calculation versus going out for it on every stage. So we'll see how that plays out. Let's go into our category 5 riders down in the Pain Cave. Luke Allport going for the casual look today, just tapping out that rhythm. Marius Fossier, it is the most colourful Pain Cave, Marius Fossier.
I know, it's amazing.
It has to be said. Junior Penn's a great ride from Junior recently in there as well. Every rider on our screens at the moment really doing a great job in this championship, but they've got their work cut out because it's breaking on the front. The pressure on the front is going and putting the pressure on the riders behind, and all these personal battles, whether you're in first, 21st, 41st, 61st, 101st, whichever it is definitely on your screens. Now, Marius Fossier out of the saddle, sprinting hard up this climb. He's working hard, is Fossier, as he goes up onto the top there. This is going to be key. Can he stay in the group? Junior Alberto Pence is in this group, currently holding inside the top 10. So is Marius Fossier. He's here in the block. He's holding station. So is Kendall. Kuntz is in here. Milic is in here. Arcila is in here. Rojas. It's still a big group. Up the road at the moment, 2 riders clear on the front. Spratt, followed by Petr, and then you have got the group behind, the big bunch chasing, and Rod Loxley now starting to accelerate up onto the top of this climb. Brendan Thornton, interestingly, also nicely in this group. Thornton right up there in the GC in category 5. Loxley, he's got the jersey open, trying to keep cool.
It was 33 riders going into the base of the climb in the Category 5 race, and then before they started to move, Nick Spratt in those polka dots. Right the way at the beginning of this stage race, Matt said, what is Nicholas Spratt going for this year? This year it is the polka dots that he's going for, and possibly the overall GC. He took the climb and the sprint competition in his category last year. I think this is a different target this year, and the climb competition alongside the GC could be what Spratt is going for today. He's side by side with the leader in the overall at the moment, Lucas Petr. Those two working well together because Petr knows the danger that is Spratt on these climbs, and he knows if he wants to defend that leader's jersey, he's got to climb with Spratt.
He has. The golden jersey, though, not needing to climb with anybody at the top here. Jason Osborne, though, this is for the points in the climbs competition. Sprinting clear at the moment of Linda Molostic and Ruben Don as they come in towards the top of the banner here. They've reached the top of the Dragon's Fury climb for the first time. Don and Molostic in that order as they go over the line. Ruben Dont, when we spoke to him earlier on this week, was saying he wants to be known as an all-round rider. He loves it when it's aggressive. He loves it when the pressure is on. He loves to race, and he was racing to second place there behind Jason Osborne. It's very rare anybody can beat Osborne on the climb. Osborne, Dont, Milostic, Van Elst, and Kaplinski 15, 12, 10, 8, and 5 points in the Category 1 competition.
And 29 riders in that leading group going up and over the climb for the first time today.
So that's their first time up the climb. Osborne now leading with 70 points, clear of everybody else by a margin. Nicholas Spratt at the moment in Category 5 coming up to the top of the climb. Remember, this is now going into their second descent here as they go upwards towards the top of the summit. What they're going to do, Spratt's going to take the mountain points here. Can he put the rest under pressure on the descent? Are we going to see maybe a little bit of a move on the descent to try and break clear? Difficult to do because it's not about descending skills. It's about putting the power down, and you're going to need to save some of that for later. Spratt, Petter, Kendall, Penn's theme just up at the top of the group.
Yeah.
We're going to see if that's the order they came over the line. It's not quite, I don't think.
Well, but Spratt, Petter, Kendall, Penn's theme are indeed the order they come over the line.
Wow.
And those are the riders who take the points in the competition. Spratt's so clear with 77 points. But, do you know, Luke Kendall doing a great job defending his place on GC.
Yeah.
He's doing a really, really strong ride here. Spratt and Petter clear by 11 seconds of a 23-rider group. I'm just looking to see whether that's going to come back together again. I think it probably is. But that'll put 25 riders in the leading group of Category 5 after the second climb.
Okay, a little bit further down the slopes, you can see Category 4 leader Niall Batty on the climb at the moment. You can see how tough this climb is. He's out of the saddle, turning those pedals around, climbing the ascent here. Second time up the climb of the Dragon's Fury climb. First time over the summit. Batty led over the top by 12 seconds. He's got a similar amount of time in the bank already at this stage at 32.8K. He's got another 3K to go to the summit. Is he going to open this out? Is he just going to try and hold that gap? Because last time he went over the top, he waited. He waited for them. Is he going to wait this time round?
I just think it depends on the size of the pack behind, and the pack behind still looks good. Let's just take a look at the last sprint going into the base of the climb. It was 23 riders. So there's still around 20. I'm just looking back down the hillside. I think there's still around 23 riders in that group actually doing the chasing. On the descent and the transition, the group will just move quicker than a single rider. So Batty's got to, if he wants to go clear, make a concerted effort to hold a strong time trial pace the whole way. And tomorrow is another big climbing day. So I think he's probably going to want to come back into the pack again, rest, recover for the third ascent.
But then, in my mind, it's then how much time gap do you need? I think I would be riding a reverse race here almost if I was Niall Batty. And by doing that, what I mean is I would be sitting on the front and I go, right, I've got a gap of 15 seconds. I'm going to keep it at 15 and save something in reserve. And yes, if they push, I'll lift my pace because I know I can. I'm on a climb. But then I'm just holding the gap. I'm expending the minimum amount of energy to keep a safe gap, to get maximum points. I'm not going to stay clear on the descent. I'm not going to stay clear through the valley. We still got another climb to go. And if I'm going to go for the finish, it's going to be on the last climb. There's nothing to be gained here in going further clear at the front. Having 30 seconds and then, okay, he's not going to put the brakes on, but basically he's not, the only advantage is he's got more time to recover, and we know he can do that on the way down in the bunch. So for me, I'd ride this as a reverse race almost. Look in the rear view mirror, look at the time gap and go, I just want to keep them there. And if they lift it, I'll lift it. If they drop it, I'll drop it. And just keep moving to stay away.
One of the things, though, climbers like is they like to sit in their own rhythm.
True.
And actually perhaps that's what he's doing. He's less bothered about time gaps, who's doing what behind him, what the gap is, do I want to attack further? Potentially he could just be riding his own rhythm up the climb, and that is enough, isn't it, in itself, to get the gap. while Category 2 at the 22.7 kilometre marker, a little bit further behind Category 3 and Category 4. Category 4 on the climb for the second time. Category 3 are about to get there as we see a big push off the front of the Category 1 race. And this is Hayden Pucker on the downhill at the moment. Huge dig from Pucker on the front. Look at that, 600 watts to pick up the pace on the descent. Interesting move
Big
here.
Move. Big move by Pucker.
But really interesting move, because that's a massive pack of riders in Category 1.
Okay, let's dive down in as Pucker puts in what could be a futile move off the front on the descent. Interesting move. Maybe just wanted to wake his legs up in with the prize money in Category 6, because this is going to give us an illustration of what's at stake for our riders here today. Let's run you through the prize money once again as we take a look across Category 6. Now, if you're going to just scrape into the prizes, you're going to just get on board the team prize in 7th place. It's $1,500. It is well worth that effort to be in that team, just getting inside the top 7. If you're inside the top 10 on the general classification in Category 6, you're going to pick up $160. You're not going to be scraping inside the race finish if you are in on the stage, but the last prize winner in terms of on the stage positions, that is 3rd on stage. That is $70 versus winning the stage, $170. Our jersey winners in Category 6 taking away prizes as well. Let's move on to Category 5, where the basic team prize is $2,000. The winning team, $4,400. The individual general classification, 10th place, $240 now. If you make the top 10, $2,400. 10 times that if you take away the win. The winner stage, it's $210. 3rd place, $70. So 3 times the amount for the win as it is for 3rd, and $600 for the special jersey. In Category 4, the prize money goes up. The jersey is now up to £1,000 for the overall sprint, the KOM, the Young Riders, the Masters, GCC. And a quick reminder that if you win the stage, $250 versus 94, 3rd place. The prize for the overall win in the general classification, $3,400 versus $340 for 10th, and it's $2,600 for the 7th team and $5,720 for the winning team in Category 4. As we move up into the top half of our race classifications into the antepenultimate category, that is Category 3, with the team classification win $8,360, and you can see $3,800 for 7th place. So big prizes to be shared out in Category 3 in the teams. To take away an individual win, $4,800, a tenth of that for 10th place, $480. And winning the stage, $280, taking away the best points haul in either the climbs or the sprints, $70 on the stage, and the overall jersey is now $1,400 for the sprint, the KOM, the Young Riders, the Masters, or the GCC winner. 2 more categories to go. Category 2. Into Category 2, we're almost up to $2,000, $1,800 for the jerseys. Just shy of $400, $395 for the win on the stage. Over $100 to take away the points in the King of the Mountains or the sprints competition, $105. When we go into the individual competition, $700 for 10th, $5,950 for 2nd, but a whopping $7,000 for the win. So 10 times the amount, $7,000 winning Category 2 individually. And if your team wins it, that takes you over the $13,000 mark, $13,200 with $6,000 for 7th team. So with 3 riders, that's $2,000 apiece. When we go to Category 1, this is a big prize fund. So 7th team, $10,602, $23,325 for the winning team in Category 1. Take away the individual win, you're going to be taking away $12,000. And the top 3, 2nd place takes $10,200, 3rd place takes $9,000. $1,000 US, right the way down to 10th at $1,200. For the stage win in each of our stages, including today's stage, it's $750 US. And the person who scores the most clients points or the most sprint points, or both, will take 150 per category. And if you take away the overall sprint win, the King of the Mountains win, the Young Riders win, the Masters win, or the GCC win, it's $3,000 for each race category. A monumental prize fund, $500,000 in the men's, $500,000 in the women's, $1 million US.
Wow. Category 2, the sprint is on at the 27.2 kilometre marker. They are 600 metres away, and Vidal Mayer and Tez Gorjank have gone clear of the group. This is the head-to-head for those sprint points. Mayer going down the road, but he's on the wheel of Gorjank at the moment. Gorjank pushing on here, but Mayer is the rider with the points. Tez Gorjank, no points at the moment in that competition, but he's absolutely doing this. He's leading out Vidal Mayer at the moment. Whether that's intentional or not is another question. But Mayer on the wheel of Gorjank going into the sprint at the moment. They've got a little way to run yet, 100 metres till they see it. If they look up now, the banner is coming. Gorjank lifts the pace, Mayer lifts the pace, Mayer lifts the pace again, comes alongside Gorjank, goes up and over the top, underneath the banner they go. Vidal Mayer taking the points, and Gorjank coming through for second.
So Machado going to take away third place here on this run to the line. Carstensen being overtaken by Mundell. Mundell will take fourth. Carstensen will take fifth place. Troshinowski just, I think, missing out on the prize as he comes in over the line in that category 2 sprint competition as they come over the line there. So it's Mayer, Gorjank, Machado, followed in by Mundell and Christensen. So as they came over the line that time around at the 27.9 kilometre mark on the second of our sprints, the points allocation for Vidal Mayer, the sprint leader, 50 points now to the good.
Yes, it's an interesting debate and decision as to whether you join the sprint competition now. I mean, there are still 55 points left available, which is more than Vidal Mayer actually has overall. But it is late in the day to join the comp.
And what we've got to remember, I think that there's two things going on. There is a prize, a single prize for the winner of the sprints competition overall. However, there is a prize every day for making the most points.
That's very true.
Gaining the most points, and that is going to be potentially up for grabs. So there is still points available, which equal prizes, but that is for taking the most points on the day in that day sprint. And I think for me, when you look at the scale of prizes in the overall versus the individual day, the primary competition is that overall because it's such a big prize. But once it's wrapped up for Mayer, will he continue? I think that depends on where he's in the overall GC, because if he's got the chance of GC as well, that's worth a lot more than just taking individual sprint prizes.
Yeah, and we've also got to remember, those individual prizes on GC go down to 10th place. So we will see battles right the way through the peloton for and including 10th place itself. So we may well have 6-7 riders in the battle on the final day looking for that 10th place spot overall on GC.
Yep. I've got a really quick one for you. Maybe not, because there's an attack going in category 1. I won't do the quick one. Category 1 are on the move again. What is it about going over the top and into a downhill? Today, it's a change of tactics. Hayden Pucker is on the attack. Do you know what? Hayden Pucker loves the downhill. I know he loves to put the power down. This is where Hayden Pucker, for anybody who hasn't met him, he's not one of the smallish riders in the peloton.
He's got huge power.
He's a big guy. You know, he's proper brick shed territory is Hayden Pucker. And I tell you something, he is a rider who has got the advantage on the downhill, and he's racing to his strengths here. Kaminsky behind him at the moment on our screens, leading the bunch. Just taking a little bit of a look at the screen here. He's got to keep himself fueled. He's got to keep himself hydrated. You can see he's pretty warm at the moment. Normally, Mikhail Kaminsky is racing in the team jersey. Not today.
No. Now, interestingly, Hayden Pucker, the downhill attacks worked for him. It's how he took his national championship title from in the USA in that battle. But Matthias Van He, the Belgian rider, also in this leading group as well at the moment at the 24.4 kilometre marker, up and out the saddle on our screen, giving him a wave as well back from the commentary box. But at the 24.5 kilometre marker, this is still a huge group in Category 1, you know. They're heading towards the sprint for the second time. That comes at the 27.8 kilometre marker as Van He just tips the water
I hope
down
that was water and not
you got to get the right
drink.
bottle for that. You don't want to be pouring sticky energy drink down the back of your jersey, you know. And if you're ever outdoors and you're handing your bottles to your pit crew, you need to make sure they're labelled wisely.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep, definitely.
Says the voice of experience. Because I had a double pit one day. On one side of the pit, I wanted water, and on the other side of the pit, I decided that I'd split it so that it was energy drink, so that I knew going through one way it was over the head and the other way it was down the throat. You know.
Did you get it the right way around?
There was a strange bottle in there that must have been mislabeled.
Oh, okay. Not what you want to happen.
Luckily, I drank the water.
As these riders come in at the moment, just shy of the sprint, just a quick shout out to anybody commenting on the YouTube channel. That's where we're picking them up. I do like the comment, Alaphilippe as well, for pulling faces.
Oh, yes.
In the French peloton. Although Alaphilippe, I don't think he was quite as expressive, even though he was the best. I would argue he's the better rider, Alaphilippe, with the world, you know, the Vogler with that world championship title. I mean, you know, the guy is absolute class. And coming back from the crash that he had in the absolutely stunning rider, Alaphilippe, even if that does upset everyone in the commentary box, given she's a Tommy Vogler fan. Let's go back to the racing. Let's go back into Category 6. Our leading riders on the road. They've reached a 50-kilometre marker. This means two things. One, they're nearly at the sprint, the last sprint of the day. And two, they're nearly at the second.
Third climb.
The second time when they go into this climb, thinking, "I've got a climb of this already under my legs."
Yeah,
because they did that on climb 2. They had one under the legs, and on climb 3, they've got 2 under the legs.
They have.
Convoluted way of
I
saying
was
it,
getting really confused there with where you were going with that.
I was working on that.
Well, confusing me.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you what I'm confused about. Dylan Kennett has learned to climb. The tracky turn climber.
Well, there we go.
I mean, it's, you know, don't get me wrong. I rode.
There is climb on the bank, you know.
There is, but I mean, you know, I rode the track, loved the track, but do you know what? I rode more national hill climbs than I rode national track championships.
Well, they're about to go underneath the sprint banner, and nobody is popping their nose out into the wind.
Anyone
There's points available.
3 points, guys.
Jonathan Fager picking up the points. He's coming through the pack. I can see him moving to pick them up, but look at that. Just a slight push. You can tell it's a hard day out there when the final sprint points on offer. People just roll through. Nice little lift of the cadence from Jonathan Fager there to try and pick up the points.
Do you know one of the reasons? I'm going to put this out there. 51 points for Ola Warren already.
Yeah, I know, but Jonathan Fager's now sitting on 33. Santarelli Quickstrom is on 31. You know, there are more stages with more climbs, with more sprints after the climbs. The question is to whether Ola Warren will be in the leading group,
which he isn't at the moment.
You know, so
oh no, sorry, he is. My apologies.
Well, you
isn't
know.
He?
So I'm just having a little look. No, he's not.
No, it's not.
But Quickstrom and Fager, by picking up those points, are putting themselves in a strong position.
Come on, Hayden, loving it. He went for it on the downhill. This is this is what Hayden Pucker does. He's gone on the attack. He's gone clear on the front. Whether he's pulling an Alaphilippe or a Vogler face is yet to be decided. I thought this was a bit of a crazy move on the downhill, but going to roll with it. It's Hayden. But you know what? It's going to have a clean run at this sprint.
He is indeed. He's going to take the points. He's going to go right the way through underneath the green banner at the 27.8 kilometre marker, and he's going to give himself some sliding room on the climb as well if he continues.
Yeah, I just wondering about the points on the day, but Jasper Paradines is going to make this 9 points on the day for himself. Hayden Pucker is going to have, I think, 6 points for himself. So it does depend on what happens on that last climb. You can just see the riders coming through there. That's interesting.
It is interesting, but do you know what's also interesting? I'm thinking about the two stages coming up. So tomorrow we're in Colombia, where it's much longer gradual climbing. I think that will suit Pucker's power better than today.
Yes.
Because it's consistent and it's a power course. And then we go into the time trial, and yet again, he's got really high power that he can hold. He did really well in the time trial last year. So it may also be a rebalancing here and a thought process about, well, actually, why don't we put Pucker down the road? Because we know he's got 2 good stages coming.
Very different time trial course, though. I mean, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go.
We won't go there yet.
We're not going to go all the way down that rabbit hole about the time trial courses until we get a bit closer to them. But very different time trial course this year to last year. So these riders make their way out on to course.
Category 2. On the climb at the moment, so 32.6 kilometres. They are 2.5 kilometres into the climb, and Vidal Mayer is attacking at the moment. The rider who's leading the sprint competition, Gorjank responds, Termerton responds as well. The young rider in those white sleeves pushing on and up to the fore. Nathan Guerra now coming from the front of the pack, or should I say the back of the pack to the front of the pack. I noticed he and Phil Graves both went through at the top of the first climb, right at the back of the pack, in as much draft as possible the whole way up. I think that's intentional because they are looking to be at the front of the pack, if not off the front of the pack, by the time we get to the third climb day. That would be my reading of the race. Well, at the moment, the Category 2 pack all rolling up the climb. At the sprint at the base of the climb, it was a 39-rider group with a 50-second gap back to 2 riders on the road. It's looking like 1 or 2 riders may have been distanced off the back, but the majority of that 37, 38, 39 riders all in this group. Well, the polka dot skin suit is in there as well. That is SS. As we drop in with Jakob Bjorklund, you can see the massive screen available to him in front and the towel and the ice vest. And he gets up and out the saddle and pushes on those pedals. He wants to close this down. He is 37th, 36th on the road. He's got 2 riders behind him. They're the riders just in trouble, just needing to squeeze on those pedals to close this gap down, because Marcin Troshanowski is the rider on the front, and he has just lifted the pace. There he is on your screen, Troshanowski lifting the pace on the front. Gorjank, SS, Betty. Betty in that golden leaders jersey. Vidal Mayer as well. They're wide across the road at the front as they start lining up for the top of the mountain. So the Category 2 race well and truly underway. Nathan Craik on our screens at the moment, on the descent at the moment. Nathan, it's so good to have you with us again today on the show, and so good to have you starting stage 4. I know there's some real racing out here. So Nathan writing a blog daily at the moment about his experiences on the Sunday Race Club. Yesterday it was battling with Bjorn. I can see Bjorn just behind him there, 3 places behind him. Tim Sharp is behind him as well. Stephen Stolk just 10 seconds ahead. So there's a rider in sight for Nathan to keep his eyes on as well. What I love all the way through this championships is these, the commitment of our riders. It is a real decision to join us for the Sunday Race Club, but for also the MyWhoosh Championships. And Nathan Craik making that decision and joining us. He's not raced the Sunday Race Club, which is a huge leap into the unknown, but riders still around him, which is fabulous to see. And they will be shifting and changing on GC as well. Now, David Nitko on your screens at the moment as he gets up and out of the saddle and takes his turn on the front of this Category 2 pack. The work is on here. Gorjank, Nuki, Nitko, Krasnich, Guerra, Theme, Mayer, all coming to the front of the Category 2 pack now as we really start to see the riders getting distanced off the back. This now is attritional in Category 2. Let's just remind ourselves, you know, overall in Category 2, when we came into today, it was a massive group of riders on GC with a very small amount of time between them. 37 seconds separated the top 19 riders on GC when we came in today. There's still 28 riders at least in this group. if not more. The Category 2 race is so close and so tight. This is the second time up the climb. There is one more ascent of the Dragon's Fury climb in Bhutan to go. I think we'll really see the pack split then. This more for me is about just dropping 1, 2, 3 riders. The more riders they can drop, the better. But this is not about the winning move yet. So you can see them on the slopes at the moment on the map down below.
Yeah, just I'm really interested to see how this plays out. You can see the positions here of Gorjank just up near to the top of the summit. Nicolas Fournier being distant, and that's not something you would normally expect to say of a rider of the class of Nicolas Fournier. But Fournier losing ground on today's stage here in that Category 2 race. He went through, he was about 2:47 down at the last sprint. So I think work to be done. It gives you an idea between the top and the bottom. Nuki to Fournier was just shy of 3 minutes coming into the climb, and that gives you an idea, a really good representation of how long and how far apart on the climb you are for 3 minutes gap. Nuki leading this race out at the moment on the front. 8 watts per kilo. Let me say that again.
There he
8
is.
watts per kilo. And what I love about Ivan Nuki, he generates it in style. He's not out of the saddle, ragging the bike around. He's spinning, because remember that power is not just about the strength that you put the pace down. It's about how you rev the wheels round as well. It's about getting the repetition, and he's doing that. 91 revs per minute at the moment, and he's off the front here. Nuki motoring his way up towards the top for the UAE clan team here. Gorjank, SS, Guerra, and Kamadeva behind him. Overall, SS leading the points competition. If Nuki can take away big points at the top here from everybody else and make them chase, that leaves it better positioned for SS's teammate.
Yes, it does indeed. But Nuki pushing towards the top, and there's no response from behind. They're still tapping their own rhythm here. There's the push from Nuki and the climbing competition, and there's the overall competition. And I think with SS having tallied up so many points early on, the rest of these have all got their eyes on the overall at the moment. Things may change, but at the moment, Ivan Nuki is doing the business, and he's going to go underneath the banner in 1. So Nuki goes underneath the banner and picks up 15 points in that climbing competition. SS goes through in 2. Tell you what,
he
it's
nearly
nice
missed
work,
that.
isn't it?
Nearly missed that, because Trujillo was going through as well. There was Trujillo and SS side by side there. Look at the time difference between them, next to nothing.
Yeah, I know, absolutely next to nothing. But Nuki, SS, Trujillo, Hoyos, and Trushinowski go through as the top 5. But 36 riders confirmed in that leading group. And I'm just checking how far it is from the front to the finish, or should I say the front to the back of the group. 5 seconds, absolutely nothing. And I'm still keeping my eye on the fact that Phil Graves is right at the back of the group, and so is Peter Milostic.
Let's run across from Category 2, who have just gone over the summit of the Dragon's Fury climb for the second time, down onto the slopes where Jason Osborne was just on the front of Category 1, winding it up. However, Jones closing down onto the wheels. They're at the 33.2 kilometer. And I think there's just a little bit of safe riding going on here, as we just see Pavel Skierski, the leader in the Young Riders competition, with those white sleeves to the leader's jersey, being reabsorbed into the group after being on the front here. Panizza tucked in to this group, just moves up alongside. You can see him out of the saddle here, making sure he can keep as much pace on at the moment as they come up here. Big kicks, big climbs, big push every time they come on here. You can't get dropped too far down this group. Skierski comes off the front. At the moment, when the riders are coming off the front, they are dropping back like a Led Zeppelin. They need to get themselves back up to the top. They need the stairway to heaven, and not the big descent. This is really a case. Make sure that you tap out the rhythm. Fryer is in here And I tell you something, he's climbing great.
Well, he is, and we had 28 riders at the sprint at the base. We've got 16 riders now. A number of riders dropped from this group, including Bjorn Andreasen and Hayden Pucker. So 16 riders left at a pretty much, well, we're around the halfway point on this course, not far off in this Category 1 race. Neil Fryatt doing a brilliant job here, pushing back into the pack in that Masters Leaders jersey at the moment, and doing a great job of getting back into the mix.
Category 1, left-hand side of your screen. The last rider's out of the pen, currently at 34 kilometres covered. Right-hand side of your screen, leaders on the road. The first riders out of the pen, making their way up the climb. They're at 55.8k. So they are on the slopes of the final climb as Category 1 are on the midway climb here at the moment on the MyWhoosh Championship. It is stage number 4 of 7. Rest day for some riders coming on the Sunday when the Sunday Race Club comes to you as normal here on MyWhoosh on the YouTube channel and on Twitch TV. Make sure you subscribe to get notified when we go live for that. Myself, Matt Payne and Emma Martin putting words to the action from the broadcast team, and we'll be watching a lot of these riders in action because not everybody will take a rest day, although I would question the wisdom and perhaps sanity of
it's the smallest
jumping on
women's
and racing.
field on the Sunday Race Club this year.
Not surprised.
No.
So many are racing. So on the championships here across men's and women's races, just so not surprised. Now let's go into the race here. Lucas Pettit, Nicholas Spratt, and Junior Alberto Pence went clear. They've got the gap. It was Spratt and Pettit. Pence is with them.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
Yeah, really has worked hard, and that gap behind. I mean, we're talking. It's oscillating because they're on this little dip. We need them to stabilize. I'm not going to tell you what the time gap is because I know it will be wrong until we see the chasers come out of that same dip.
They're nearly halfway up the final climb. And Spratt, Pence and Pettit are doing an absolutely phenomenal job of working together, the three of them. This is a massive GC move as well as the climb competition going on. And Lucas Pettit, the golden jersey wearer, is in the move. Spratt and Pence, it is fabulous, fabulous racing. Just doing a double check here. It's looking like it's around 300 meters on the climb that they have. But 300 meters of up is a big time gap.
So 28 seconds. I knew it was going to change because what we got is we've got dips and rises between the groups initially, and that changes the calculation that's made because this is a live time check going on at the moment. It's not a case of when rider X goes past lamppost 47, they're X number of seconds ahead of the next rider who goes through as the clock stops. This is a calculation of distance and speed that gives you the time gap. But of course, then if the speed wildly varies, i.e. somebody's on a big downhill and somebody's on a big uphill, then it totally sends that time check askew. But it's looking like it's about 30 seconds, that gap back from our leading duo to the group behind. Leningrad Cadabona tapping on the pedals here, just looking to get this group into gear. Behind him, Luke Kendall now starting to respond. So is Santiago Arcila. You can just see that. But they've really got to keep pushing on as they come up. Luke Kendall is looking very, very controlled here. And you look at him second from the right here. He's sat there just having a little look, check on the phone, just going to wipe the screen here. At the same time, he's marking the moves of the chasing group and looking at who's going up the road, who's coming back down again. Where is this going? Luke Kendall at the moment with Santiago Arcila, the two riders who've broken away from the chasing bunch, or the chasing group as it is at the moment, trying to bridge across to the two leaders. That would make 4 in front, and that is more dangerous. I think I'm not taking anything away from the class of Spratt and Pettit, but I think realistically, given what's in front of them, they want to be a group of 4 rather than a group, at the front, and the chasing group behind don't want them to be a group of 4. There were 2 riders they were chasing.
Well, interestingly, now at the 36.2 kilometre marker, the Category 1 group are over the top of the climb for the second time. They've gone through as a group of 16. Jason Osborne came out from the bunch to pick up the points. Lyndon Milostic picked up the second place points again. Stefan Van Els this time takes third place. Power takes fourth and Dont takes fifth. So a little bit of a jiggle around there, which makes it very, very interesting in terms of points in the climbing competition, but Jason Osborne's still out front. The rest of the riders in the group, let me just give you a call as to which 16 have made the selection. Osborne, Milostic, Van Elst, Power, Dont, Skierski, Pedersen, Fryatt, Vujasin, Kaminsky, Jones, Harris, Panizza, Thrall, Turek, and Paradians. So that means that today on the stage, the final bosses, the Venga Boys, the Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys, ZDR2, those 4 teams all in contention today still, with enough riders in the pack.
And today will be really instrumental in shaping the competition moving forwards, because it's selection. It's almost like a knockout competition. As we go through the stages in the mountains, more and more teams will be knocked out of being in contention, because 1 or 2 or even all 3 of their riders will lose too much time. They'll lose big time gaps. The gaps open and then they're out of that competition. It will leave us, our top teams, battling it out. In Category 2, we just saw Mr. X100 on the front, just driving along this flat section, of course, at 42.9 kilometers. They're down off the summit of the Dragon's Fury. They've done their full descent. They're on the flatlands at the bottom before they go onto the climb to complete lap number 2 of 3 here today on the MyWhoosh Championships. Stage number 4 for 2026. We have really been treated today to some fantastic racing already. Now, leaders on the road now making the way very much into the last few 100 meters of the last ascent of the Dragon's Fury climb. Top of the climb, you can see it's going to be Kroos, who's gone clear at the front of the race, just looking to stretch his legs out. He was inside the leading group all day. He's now gone on to the front. He's got a little bit of a gap here. Is it enough to hold to the finish? It's a long way. It doesn't sound far, 400 meters.
It feels it.
It's going to feel it today. The banner's in sight, though. You can see it, and that, I think, is what makes this finish so much harder. That after this climb, you can see the banner from a long way out. We were in with Jean Calderon at the moment. John just tucked at the back of this group as we start to see Emil Ivanov now starting to open up. He's leading the climbs competition. He's looking to make this more secure at the top. Quickstrom has been the man who's been challenging in second, Emil in third. It's Emil and Quickstrom the other way round at the moment. They're pushing on to Ivanov's wheel. They can't go over the top. So Ivanov taking away the honours at the top there. But the rest of it, as they go over the top, it really, really is very tough stuff. As they go over the top there, you can see Zimiel taking the points in second after Ivanov and after Quickstrom. So Quickstrom at the moment, 10 points garnered from that, 12 to Zimiel, 15 for Ivanov. They're the top 3. Behind them, Skierski taking 8 and Rademacher, defending champion, taking 5 points.
Yeah, he's in the group, and that BMC 6 rider will want to be right in position at the end of the race today. He's got company, he's got teammates in that leading group of 15 riders. He's got Dylan Kennett. He's also got Calderon as well. So there are 3 BMC 6 riders in this leading group. In terms of the other teams, the other team with a full component of riders in there is Level Kevlar. There's Smithson, Cruz, and Vedvoda, those 3 riders in that leading group. So just 2 teams having 3 riders each in that leading group of 6. That's going to help them on the run into the finish and to get them to place one of their riders in the top spot today.
It is. I was just taking a little bit of a look through our groups and where they are out on the road. We're just in with Category 3. today has been very much situation as normal. We just seen Morgan going through on the front of the group. Chikors, Manarelli and co just making their way up towards the line. Chikors is going to get that little bit of a stretch on the group there ahead of Manarelli, followed by Ivanov and Banic. We'll just have to wait for the computers to confirm those positions. But at the moment, Morgan, the rider who's gone through, he's got 14 seconds on Chikors, 18 seconds on Manarelli. But a race at the moment which is relatively static. In the sense, there's a lot more riders, with 36 riders still in contention.
They're about to go into the base of that climb.
They need to start breaking it up.
Well, I think the climb is going to break it up, but I do think you're going to see riders potentially, you know, like Category 6, it come down to a 20-rider field. It's come down to a 3-rider field in Category 5, and that gap has gone out now. So Lucas Petter, Nicholas Spratt, and Junior Alberto Pens in Category 5. Now up and over the Dragon Fury climb.
I love the get to work, guys.
For the last time, and the call comes to work because the pack are coming from behind, being led by Luke Kendall, side by side with one of the Category 1 riders, actually. But the gap over the top, these 3 riders are on for GC today, and potentially they could take some big wins in GC, the Petter, Spratt and Pens, should they keep it going.
Petter already leading in that jersey. He, in theory, he's the rider with the most to gain from this, in that he could extend that lead. However, for me, I think the bunch, there's a big group here. This is relatively big. It's 7, 8 riders in that group. So they're chasing. They've got double the numbers from the group in front. I think it's showing us 54 seconds, but I'm not sure that I would trust those numbers because the leaders are already into the descent and doing probably 60, 70k an hour compared to the riders here doing near 40k an hour. So it changes the time gap.
Yeah, the time check is 39 seconds at the top of the climb. But that's still a good time check because the bunch may well start looking at each other a little bit more and,
lot at stake to just hesitate. At stake to hesitate.
But let's not forget, there are teammates in the group behind of the riders in front. Loxley and Cadabona, 2 teammates of Nicholas Spratt.
Now, let's go to the Category 2 race where we've got Vidal Mayer at the moment on the front doing 5 watts per kilo off the flat plateau down into the descent. We are a stretch away.
We are a stretch
from the
away.
sprint. Yeah, we're not. It's not doable.
It's just over 4k away.
Yeah, but Mayer, this is Vidal Mayer. This is not just anybody. This is Vidal Mayer. The legend is Vidal Mayer. I think he has got the chance. He's leading in the sprints competition. It's not like he's going to lose it if they all come past him, but he's got the chance now to make it hard for everybody on the climb. Maybe take some sneaky time.
Well, if everybody responds to him,
they think he's going for the sprint and actually just keeps on going.
Well, at the moment, Aidan Sinclair just keeps on going. He's on the climb at the moment in Category 4. He's side by side with Niall Batty. So Batty coming back to the bunch may not have been a great move. Arthur Corbani, now on the top of your screen alongside Sinclair and Batty, starts to move. Now, this young Brazilian rider I was expecting to see come to the fore today and tomorrow. He's not been at the fore over the first 3 days of the competition, but he really is now starting to come into his own.
And as we've gone over the climb, I think this is really telling. This now is where we're starting to see him make his move. He's doing it on the last time. And to some degree, we can say the same about Aidan Sinclair. Amazing, guys. Thank you so much. All 3 contenders off the front of the bunch
in the young rider competition,
in the young riders competition, and on camera. And that's what we love. We're able to show you absolutely everything from this battle at the front of the race. Batty, the rider on the bottom of your screen, leading with Sinclair, the rider just above him in Pain Cave shot. And then you can see Arthur Corbani, the avatar that we're featuring, the rider in 3rd place at the moment on the road, the rider at the top. But the bunch has picked up the pace and it is trying to close this gap down now. I think we're going to see a little bit of a push coming on. Sinclair.
I love that. Sinclair goes, oh,
Yeah.
I'm tired. Batty takes his gloves off. Batty's working so hard. I don't think Batty thought he'd have this level of competition because this is just so close. Sinclair and Batty battling it out on the slopes here of the Dragon Fury climb in Bhutan. They roll onto the back of some of the Category 5 riders, but they just keep on going. The chase now coming behind from Panu Alalusa, and now that is a rider with a lot of experience. Court Arthur Corbani has brought a number of riders over, including Matteo Pino and Nicholas Orego. The group, this is tough out here.
It's absolutely brutal out here. I think Niall Batty now needs to shake off the surprise that he's got company and now think about taking those points at the top. He's not going to have a big enough gap. There's not enough road left for him to have a big enough gap to take it to the finish. It's going to be about the climb coming up on the way through. Vidal Mayer, meanwhile, he's gone for this. He's going to go through at the moment the 49-kilometer marker, which sounds great, but it still means he's got over a kilometer to the sprint. Behind him, they're kind of looking at each other. It's not, I think it's telling that the golden jersey of Josiah Betty's starting to work on the front here. And I'm just wondering in terms of team competition, is this a move in the team competition in Category 2 where Mayer of the Goats team is just trying to shake this up a little bit, but the Goat squad, I'm not sure that they're not on the back foot at the moment in terms of that team's competition. So just going to take a little bit of a check on MyWhoosh info. Just bear with me one moment, caller.
The team competition in Category 2. Going in today, it was Vuelta Panda from the UAE clan team from the Goats. 19 seconds separated the top 3 teams.
Yeah, and I am wondering whether this move by Mayer is a team competition thing where he's looking to take some of the sting out the UAE clan team coming into the climb.
Well, the Goats team are down to 4 riders because Bert Cahen didn't finish one of the earlier stages. So David Nitko can't, actually Khan Cahen's out as well.
He's out as well. So they're down to 3.
Yeah, they are indeed. So Nitko, Miller and Mayer. It could be. You never know.
And that's what is happening. Mr. X100 at the moment in second place, going after Mayer. So the UAE clan team taking the bait at the moment from Mayer, who's gone off the front. He's dangling himself out there as a target to be chased. Mr. X100 is doing that, looking to bring the gap back down. But what's happening is that he's bridging across. He's nullifying the time gap that's generated in the team competition overall by Mayer. And we know that Mr. X100 can climb. So that is going to really be instrumental in how that then plays out behind Halen, Thiem, Turmerton, Bjorkland, Damsgaard. At the moment, no one is really taking up the mantle of Chief Chasing Officer.
Of Chief Chasing Officer, there you go. We're about to come into the banner at the 200-meter marker. And X100 goes over the top of Vidal Mayer. Mayer goes onto the wheel. This is the move now, probably from Mayer in terms of getting to. I'm looking at it, expecting him to pick it up, but he's not picking it up.
Well, yeah.
Okay, now he does.
Yep.
I'll tell you something. It's like almost too late, that.
He almost gave away a point there.
He did.
Oh, is this another move? Is it another attack? No, it can't be. Surely.
It's not. It's just a case of the fact that it was indeed in for the points. But those points at the sprint section, one of the things is you've got to think about your timing of your effort. And Macheda goes over the top with SS Power still in the mix. Carsten and Termin Boulanger there as well. But it is 14 seconds back to that group. So at that point on my clock, but 33 riders in that chase group, the 2 riders, Mayer and X100 out front. In terms of that team competition, on the road at the moment, the UAE clan team, the Goats team, Cycle District 2A, Vuelta Panda, the Peloton Phantoms, Team Balbina, Ali Opiomi and the Windmill Eiffel squad all have a full complement of 3 riders in that leading group.
Okay, let's I'm just going to very quickly, before we dive in with our Category 6 riders coming through here. Niall Batty did take the top of the climb with Aidan Sinclair, but the group had closed right down on the heels. Panu Alalusa, along with Bergen, Pino and co, all coming through. 5 riders going through, 17 seconds clear of a chasing 11. But at the moment, within about 28 seconds, you've got what is 20 riders in Category 4, so that's still wide open. We're in with our Category 6 leaders at the moment. Michael Rademacher, defending champion, just starting to come into our consciousness now, just starting to appear more regularly on the front of the race here as they make their way along. You've got Category 1 riders a full lap behind with them at the moment, and for me, that's a really graphic illustration of the difference in time setting off. 6 race fields, 10 minutes between them, 50 minutes race start difference, and that's a lap.
Well, the Category 6 riders are 1,000 metres from the finish line about now. So 1,000 metres to go, and we've got a good-sized group at the front of Category 6 at the moment. At the top of the climb, it was a leading group of 15 riders. They're intermixed with a number of the Category 1 riders, but it's the Category 6 we're looking at the moment. Jonathan Fager on your screen. Mosquera is as well. Zimiel on the front. They're punching up this climb. Now, it's exactly the same finish as the women's race. They punch over to the top of the climb, and then it's a 300-meter run to the finish line.
And remember, we're going to go into the snow line, and you can see it represented by the grey in the top right-hand side of your screen on the map. And we hit the snow before we hit the finish. It gets cold, it gets chilly, but is it going to be the upper stratosphere for Zimiel, for Fager? Rademacher currently now in third place here. A big push from Rademacher now as we come into the mountains. He's in the right place at the right time. Has he lost too much time coming in? I'm not too sure that he has. This is going to be critical. Fager on your screens. Mosquera on your screens. Quickstrom leading, though. Zimiel is right in the mix. And remember, Ivanov has taken this climb as they come over the top, the Dragon Fury climb each and every time, proving he's got the climbing speed, he's got the legs, but can he make it work now?
Well, with around 350 metres to go as they start to move. Quickstrom, Rademacher, Fager, all in the mix. Jonathan Fager on your screen. You can see him sludged over those handlebars, trying to push, trying to hold on to the golden jersey. But the 3 riders are going clear at the moment. Can he do enough to stay in the leader's jersey overnight? Quickstrom, Rademacher, Zimiel. It's 4 seconds as it flattens out now. We're coming into the final 300 metres to go. It's flat now. What can Quickstrom, Rademacher and Zimiel do? Fager, 5 seconds off the back. The leader at the moment on GC in trouble here in terms of defending that jersey. Just how deep is he digging out there at the moment?
13 seconds separating Quickstrom to Fager. That's the time gap difference he's got to keep together.
Well, 13 seconds is a lot more than 5 as Quickstrom and Rademacher now go head-to-head. They see the UCI banner. Rademacher comes up and over the top. He's the defending MyWhoosh champion from 2025. He wants his first win of 2026, and he gets it today in the mountains of Bhutan. Michael Rademacher takes the win. Quickstrom comes through for second place. The defending leader on the road in terms of that golden jersey, Jonathan Fager. What a ride. 7 seconds. He might hold on to that overnight. What a race from him. Fabulous, fabulous riding out there. Rademacher from Quickstrom, Zimiel, Fager, Skierski, Holtz, Ivanov, Kennett, Montoya, and Vivoda for 10th place.
By my maths, and this is only Matt's maths, it's all unofficial, and we're running on live results, remember, here in the commentary studio. Fager, I think, is going to hold on to that by still about 6 seconds, but don't take my word for it. Make sure that you go on to the mywhoosh.com/results page. If you wanted to know and comment on the chat, which I'm not going to have time to type an answer to at the moment, the answer to blue jersey, what each of the jerseys is, what's the blue jersey, you can find that on the link to the tech guide. Go onto the tech guide. You can get that at www.mywhoosh.com/events. Go to the event page, download the tech guide, everything in there.
Well, 500 metres to go in the Category 5 race, and we've still got junior Alberto Pens locked in a battle with Lucas Better. The 3 riders, which included Nicholas Spratt, currently sat in 3rd place, have ridden away on the climb from the rest of the race field. They are at 30 seconds. Junior Penn's on your screen at the moment. Petter on his wheel in that golden jersey. He is leading GC at the moment and now starts to launch his attack. What has Penn's got? What does Penn's got? What has Spratt got? Spratt is 4 seconds back and he's going to come in fast from behind to try and close that gap down. But at the moment, Lucas Petter is showing us why he's wearing the leader's jersey in category 5. Penn's digs at 8.5 watts per kilo. He's closing the time gap down. He's doing an amazing job, but Petter goes through underneath the banner in 1. Penn's in 2. That was really, really tight racing. What a job between them as we drop back in with the pack behind. Kendall coming through for 4th, Petter for 5th, Roja for 6th.
Wow, what a race battled out on the slopes here today. We still got more riders making their way in towards the finish, and every second is going to count now for every one of these riders. Petter, Pence and Spratt over the line. Petter obviously holding on to the lead, but what's it going to be? Here comes Luke Kendall, though, coming up behind them. He's going to be inside that top 5. Loxley is as well. 4th and 5th for Kendall. Oh, Loxley got pits on the line. I think Kelly has just got him on the line. Loxley's legs gave up. Oh, what a tough day at the office for everybody. Petter, Pence, Spratt, Kendall, Silla, Loxley, Petter, Rojas and Lekfa going in. 10 riders over the line, but my goodness me, time gaps really have opened up because it's 41 seconds back to Kendall on that last climb.
Oh no, absolutely amazing and really, really great racing out there in that category 5 race. And just taking a little look and look at that. Just very quickly updating you, right, Jonathan Fager is going to keep hold of that leader's jersey by 6 seconds from Santeri Quickstrom. 8 seconds ahead of Michael Radamak, who's going to move himself up into 3rd place on GC. It's still close because Zimmel just 9 seconds back, and there is absolutely nothing in it on GC at the moment at the end of that just brutal stage in Bhutan.
Oh, absolutely. Just killer. Now, let's take a little bit of a look here. Down into category 2, we saw the riders making a move off the front. It was Vidal Mayer who had the gap. Now, Mr. X100 marked him out. Mayer, though, has got X100 for company. You can see that they're on the slopes there. They have a little bit of a gap back to Phil Graves and co. But the gaps are... they're 24 seconds, and
wow.
We saw on our screens that differential. It's 3 minutes to get about half the climb. It's a 6 minute or to 7 minute climb up here. And that means that at the moment, the representation really does show that they're relatively on top of each other, given the scale of the course, given the kilometers that the riders have covered. A gap of 20 plus seconds seems a lot, but at the moment, it's not big enough, I don't think, to bring this down.
No, and X100 in those blue sleeves in the Masters competition, leading that competition at the moment, working strongly on the climb. In category 4, we had Aidan Sinclair and Niall Batty clear on the climb at the 66.2 kilometre marker now, down the other side and on the run into the finish. Aidan Sinclair has company, but it's Panu Analusa, Dominic Bergin and Matteo Pino. Those are the 4 riders clear. It's a 12-second, it's just a 12-second gap back to Oliveira and Perdencini. They've then got a 20-second gap back to Arthur Core Barney. So we've got a little bit of a split here now. So 4 riders, 2 riders, main pack in the category 4 race as they come in towards the finish line today.
Sorry, I was just deep in thought. I know you can hear the cogs whirring through the microphones as we make our way in towards our race and finish. I think this gap here, I mean, Perdencini, I can't decide whether this is what we expected to see or what we would have hoped to see. I certainly don't want he hoped. He didn't want to be distanced at this stage in category 4. Let's go to category 3 here with John Yannicki, one of our riders we've seen on screen regularly with Mitch's Kalman. They've got Morgan back. They've brought him back. And it's kind of been business as usual in category 3. Morgan's gone in the attack. He's staffled a load of points. Manradi's done the same. But at the moment, this group all that action has still brought a big group
24
in to the base of what will be the last time. And we're on, don't get me wrong, at the moment, we're on the descent. We've still got a little bit of way to go to the climb, but I can't see anything happening in this group to break it up before we come on to our last climb.
Yeah, there's 7 kilometres of racing still to go here. Rune Bakken is the rider we're in with at the moment. 24 riders in the leading group. It was Manarelli who went over the top of the climb to pick up the points. Hjulhorst went through in third to get 10 points. He still leads that climbing competition, but it is very, very close, just 3 points separating them. Osario went through in second place, so he moves into third in that competition. But Ponzi, Skierski, Gallo, Wojciech, Corrales, Janicki, Guarin were all in the mix. Jean Janicki on your screens at the moment in that group as it stretches on the descent at the moment. They've got a little longer to descend before they hit the flat plateau, and then they start that climb to the finish line. Do you know, this is a big group coming in to that climb.
It's huge. It's I kind of have a habit of saying this on the Sunday Race Club, but guys, you know, this is not rehearsal. This is it. This is the first mountain stage. This is your opportunity, and you need to grasp it with both hands. This is what I mean.
Yeah.
This is a great example. Your opportunity is now. There's a smaller group. You've broken it down. Go again, because there's this. You know, even if I'm a tight Yorkshireman, there's still serious money there up for grabs, and more importantly, there's a win up for grabs. If it's going to favour you, are you going to be brave enough to take it? At the moment, Aidan Sinclair's got Panu Analusa, one of the smart riders who has a habit of coming through to take the win at the last moment, chasing him on this slope. Sinclair, Alalusa, then it's Pino Bergin, Matteo Pino. We thought would be a threat at the start of this, did say that. And I think at the moment, he's looking like he's going to be elevating himself right up to the top of the standings. Maybe not to the very top, but he's going to be close. Aidan Sinclair, though, this is where climb goals, sprint goals, and the GC and the young rider all come together.
It does indeed. He's got 300 metres until the line now. He's got a couple of seconds on Panu Alalusa behind. Aidan Sinclair's still got a corner to turn before he sees the UCI banner. There it is. He can see it. It is in sight. This could well be the win on stage for Aidan Sinclair. There's a round of applause on the other side of the commentary box for the young rider. Aidan Sinclair takes the win today. That was one massive effort from Sinclair today. Alalusa is going to come through for second place as Sinclair just slides off his bike and onto the floor. He needs some recovery to come through there, but Alalusa comes through 2 seconds back. Matteo Pino comes through. Dominic Bergin's gone through. Nikolai Bulwara is the rider sprinting for the line for the seconds. But it is indeed seconds that count. So,
right, Giuliano, just coming in and across the line there. That's telling. That is telling him. Wow, what a ride. What a ride. And Aidan Sinclair, that shows you how hard it is, doesn't it? I mean, you know, the tales of, I always remember reading and talking to Chris Hoy, he said he did sprint intervals, and then he basically had a mattress next to him that he could lay on the floor. A bucket and a mattress were what he needed for sprint intervals. I think you're going to need at least that for Aidan.
I can tell you how close it is on GC in Category 4. These are provisional results, but provisionally Aidan Sinclair puts on the golden jersey tomorrow, ahead of Pano Analusa by 4 seconds, ahead of Dominic Bergin, Matteo Pino, Ryan Giuliano. But of course, we've still got riders coming in, but the time gaps are starting to extend, but it's very, very close at the top of Category 4.
Let's go to Category 2, where we just seen Mare and XS go over the top of the climb this time around. Meg taking maximum points over the top, 15 points for Mare, 12 for X100 behind him. SS then Peter Molostic, and I think it's going to be David Nitko coming through. We're just going to do a double check it. Sorry, it's Stuart Miller who goes through taking the 5 points. Mare, X100, SS, Molostic, and Miller. But just as importantly, the time gap at the top of the climb, 12 seconds between Mare and X100 from them to SS, who's the nearest chaser. There's then a group of what is 9 riders in a long, thin line. Then you're getting gaps starting to open up towards bigger groups with Josiah Betty the leader in the GC coming in at the moment in Category 2. He is down in 13th position, 22 seconds down.
Well, he is, and this is the run for the line in the Category 3 race. They've still got 2.5 kilometres to go, and at the moment it is Corrales who's put an attack in off the front. He's got 6 seconds at the moment on the bunch. They've got a descent and this flat transition that they come into, and then they come to the climb. The finish line is around 300 metres from the top of the climb, and the stretch is on already.
The stretch certainly is on already. The gap is going to be important to those riders behind. I think it's going to be sufficient, but now they need to think about the race in front. We're going to go on to this ascent. We're starting to see that gradient pick up 2.5%, 2.7%, 3%. It's just going to keep on climbing. Positioning is going to be key, and so is timing. Wilson Villada, a very quick finisher in this group, but it's all about climb plus finish. It's not just a straight finish run now. You've got to get up the ascent. You've got to be able to climb, and then you need to be able to drive to the line with everything you've got if it comes to a group sprint. This is a big group, one of the biggest groups coming in to the climb of the day. We're going to see how this is going to run. The riders, the usual suspects up at the front, and it's business as usual at the front of the Category 1 race as well. Jason Osborne has sprung clear of the group behind. It's still a big group. Now, we're coming in towards the top of the climb here. Osborne looking to take away mountain climb points, take away the prize for the most climb points on the day. He's going to get that because he's been leading as they go over the top of the climb each time. He's going to have that in the bank. Ching, thank you very much. But I think 18 seconds at the moment is not enough necessarily to stay clear of the group behind on the descent. It's a big downhill.
Ooh.
There's a lot of riders in that group, and that is the only reason I'm saying that. That is a big pack. They are not broken apart here. This is a cohesive unit there. Okay, there's a few disruptors in terms of, you know, the final boss's team members in there, but it's still relatively strong group as a group. Osborne, though, will keep pushing, and he's still got time to increase that gap. He's got another 400 meters for him. He's got another 600 meters for the riders chasing him. And because of that, I think he's going to take that out well over 30 to 35 seconds, and that might be enough, but he's got to get a big enough gap. Big kick from behind. Ruben Dunt on the chase. The eternal chaser, Ruben Dunt.
Yeah, well, he doesn't like to hang around, and he wants those points in that competition because you never know what could happen. Anything can happen in a stage race, and that's what makes it so exciting. Well, Jason Osborne at the moment is going to be the first rider in that Category 1 pack to go underneath the Dragon Fury climb banner for the third time today, the final time today. Ruben Dunt's big push here is for those points. Ollie Jones, Pavel Skierski, Van Elst, Jason Osborne's teammates now starting to try and pack it, but Dunt kicked early enough. He really has, and Jones from the AlphaJaw squad has gone too. So Dunt goes through in 2. Jones goes through in 3. Skierski, Pedersen, Van Elst, Kaminsky go through as well. It's a really strong group actually out there at the moment. So one rider clear by 16 seconds from a 12-rider chase group. In terms of the points, Osborne, Dunt, Jones, Skierski and Pedersen. Can you give us the names of the rest of the riders in the group, Matt?
Yes, he says. So, yeah, let me just quickly fly through them. Osborne, Dunt, Jones, Skierski, Pedersen, Van Elst, Kaminsky, Churek, Friet, Harris, Verjasin, Thrall, and Milostic and Panizza just off the back of that group by a further 30 seconds. Sorry, I was just watching the screen there for when Jason Osborne backed off the power. They went over the line 16 seconds to the good, but Osborne was at full gas going off the top, so maybe he's going for glory today.
Well, talking about full gas going off the top, this is the Category 3 pack, and they're on the run into the finish line today. They've got 300 metres to go, and it's Carlos Manarelli who is out front at the moment, and Matteo Corrales is doing the chasing with Rune Bakken. We've got Bakken, Villada, Santos, Kalman, and Yannicki on our screens, but Manarelli is the rider they are chasing. He's 3 seconds up the road. Now, Junyu Lin starts to come, the golden jersey of the leader on GC, starts to motor. Oh, is he going to catch Melarelli? Is he going to go up and over the top? Is Manarelli going to go through in one? That is the question. The Category 3 pack, what a fast finish it was indeed. In that individual competition, Manarelli takes the win from Junyu Lin by 2 seconds. Rune Bakken comes through for third. Matteo Corrales in 4. Wangarin in 5th. But that group all finishing together.
And I think Manarelli's time loss, his initial time loss, that we saw him lose time early in stage 2. He was 32nd. That's cost him. That's cost him because he's able to pull. He's been pulling time gaps back. You know, he really has, and I just you know, you just think he took the win on stage 1. He's just taking the win on a mountain stage.
Well, he has indeed. But Category 2 is also now getting really interesting. So Vidalmare and X100 down the road. We saw that move go. They're down the road by around 250 meters. David Nitko and Nathan Guerra on the left-hand side of your screen, on the front of the chase group, trying to do some work. It's really challenging. It's 18 seconds, the gap, as Nitko just waves and says hello. But Guerra, I think, would probably be a call for more work to be done by more people. But those people are in the race behind. So Milostic, Damsgaard, Miller, Termerton. There's a 2-second gap to the 2 riders, Nitko and Guerra, who are trying to pull back the 2 riders down the road.
And there's a lot of overall race action unfolding here as part of the stage here in Category 2, because Guerra had really propelled himself up into contention. He finished stage 1 in 9th place. He then moved up 4 places on stage 2, another place on stage 3, up into 4th place. The overall leader, Josiah Betty, at the moment in with this pack. He's 12 seconds down on Trujillo, and he's even further down on X100. X100, remember, was the rider in 2nd place. The gap only 3 seconds separating Betty from X100.
Well, he's decided he needs to do something about it. And to close the gaps down. Currently in 12th place on the road at the moment. Trujillo is 9 seconds up the road, and that's what he needs to close down. Interestingly, Mendakowicz is the rider offering help here. Maciej Mendakowicz is a strong rider, and we know he loves a really long run to the finish. He's the perfect partner for Giselle Betty in terms of this move.
Lots of work to be done, though. Mendakowicz 8th overall. Another rider losing positions. Mendakowicz climbed up 23 places on the intermediate climbing, so stage 2, which was earlier as we came out. I think for me, the thing here, they're united by the potential. They're going to drop down on the GC substantially here. And that's why you're seeing the response from Betty, from Mendakowicz. They've got to work together. They've got to get this gap back down again. But I think it's going to be too little too late. The problem they've got, the riders up in front are not going to back off. And that's from Guerra right the way to Miss X100.
Yeah, and there's teammates of those riders in this pack. And that's one of the big challenges. And that's why Betty's got to do the work. Mohamed Al-Kais now trying to lead this out and trying to punch across. Betty needs to get on the wheel. But with constant movement here, it's really hard on the run into the line. They've still got 2 kilometers to go here. They've got 2 kilometers to salvage seconds.
So let's see how it plays out on the road now. We've got 2 sets of riders, male and X100, right-hand side of your screen. Left-hand side of your screen, Al-Kais at the moment leading the chasing bunch for the cycling district squad. Continuing to pick the pace up here, looking to pull back Trujillo and Co, who are sandwiched between himself and Miss X100 and Vidalmare, the leaders in Category 2. The Category 2 race on the right-hand side of your screen.
Well, I'll tell you something. We've got Jason Osborne in 1 at the 64.5 kilometre marker, around 150 metres ahead of the chase group, which has got Skierski, Van Elst, 2 of Osborne's teammates, Kaminski, Pedersen in the mix. The question for me Stefan Van Elst is in there, but is Ruben Dont on
Yep.
Ollie Jones? Yes, they are. The mix on the road at the moment, because we've got other riders that they are catching and going past. Josh Harris not in the group, and neither is Dan Turek. Now, Turek is going to need to close this down because the Alpha Jaw squad need as many riders as possible in that group ahead. Neil Fryatt, Thomas Thrall, Josh Harris are working to close it down. Some great racing from them as well.
Yeah, big chase, isn't there? The pursuers of Osborne themselves being chased by this disparate group of riders that are spread across this. It's no cohesive unit. They're going to make contact here, but they now need to keep pushing on. They want to keep that time gap down to Osborne, Skierski, Kaminsky, Fryer and co. all back together again, all chasing Osborne. But is it too little too late? How much time is Osborne going to get? He keeps eking out 10, 15 seconds a stage. It's going to add up as we go in with the Category 2 race. Mare versus the rest at the moment with Mr. X100 for company. Vidal Mare went for the long one. I said he might, and he did. It's a brave move.
Well, it is indeed. And Nathan Guerra has gone on a move from the pack behind. He's gone out in charge and in chase of Mare and X100. He's not going to make the catch, but he's trying to give himself some extra seconds on the pack behind. Mare and X100, well, they are now 500 meters from the line here. As they continue to push and continue to move, they're going to swing around the corners, and very shortly they will see that UCI banner. X100 on the wheel of Vidal Mare, the defending champion of the MyWhoosh Championships from 2025. Nathan Guerra, 13 seconds back, the best of the rest at the moment. Peter Milostic, SS, Nitko, but SS and, well, their teammates out there of X100 are not going to chase this down.
Missing rider is Stuart Miller.
Well, Vidal Mare goes underneath the UCI banner to take the win in the Category 2 race today. X100 will take second place today. The chase on behind. Jasal Betty is the rider in the golden jersey, and he too is now coming in, trying to salvage some seconds here. Guerra, Milostic, Zillard, Damsgaard, Nitko, Miller, Betty, all coming underneath the line. You can see Gal Yazbek on your screen working and rocking and rolling. Nitko drawing breath as they come across the finish line in the Category 2 race. It is indeed Mare from X100. Guerra in 3, Milostic in 4, Zillard in 5, SS in 6, Damsgaard, Nitko, Trujillo and Miller round out the top 10 today.
Mitchell in 13th place is going to find his drop down behind Nathan Guerra to lose his third place. Guerra now taking that. Mr. X100 will go over the top of Ricardo Jasal Betty to take top spot. Guerra could actually have moved himself up into second place here by that move.
No, that'll be interesting to look at the overall GC standings a little bit later. But right now, in the Category 1 race, but on the run to the finish line, Jason Osborne at the 67.1 kilometre marker has got 1,200 metres until he gets to that finish line. He's got a 20-second gap on the chase group behind. They are on the left-hand side of your screen. It's a big group that are doing the chasing. They've all come back together again. Kaminsky, Vujasin, Harris, Pedersen, Jones, Fryatt, Turek, Milostic. You know, it is a huge group, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens on that final climb in the group, because they are going to want to start to separate themselves as much as possible. Who's going to come to the fore and take second, third, fourth and fifth? Neil Fryatt is pushing on in that Masters jersey. You cannot blame him for trying as he goes to double digits. This is a sprint away from the field on this small descent now before they run into that climb. Well, Jason Osborne on the right-hand side of your screen is coming towards the last 500 metres.
Fryatt's move there, driving the power down on the descent, building the speed, picking that speed up, really looking to accelerate through there for the ZDR2 squad there, Zero Ducks Racing 2 squad, as they come through, overtaken by Dont and Fryatt as they come off the descent and onto the climb. Jason Osborne had taken 22 seconds in the overall on Ollie Jones over the preceding 3 stages. What is he going to take here today? He's leading out on the right-hand side of his screen, screen. Van Elst is on the left with Jones behind him. Skierski is there as well. The pace is on. They're struggling to hold the wheels in the Category 1 chasing group. They're not going to get Osborne back, but they could lose time to each other now in the finale of this Stage 4 of the MyWhoosh Championships. They're pushing towards the top, and Osborne can see the line.
Well, the golden jersey of the world champion, Jason Osborne, pushes towards the UCI banner. He sees the line at the end of Stage 4. Oh, what a win again for Jason Osborne. Whether it's mountains or flats, sprints or climbs, Osborne does the business. In the run in to the finish line, 300 metres to go, it's Van Elst versus Jones at the moment. Ollie Jones on your screen. Stefan Van Elst, Pedersen, Turek, Don are behind, but it's side by side Van Elst and Jones at the moment. Van Elst is at the front, but Jones now kicks at 14 watts per kilo. Ollie Jones does the business. He does what he does best. He kicks away at the finish line and takes second place ahead of Stefan Van Elst. Pavel Skierski is battling with Ruben Dont and Dan Turek for the next spot underneath the banner, and that was a great battle between Turek and Skierski coming over the line. They are flat across their bars in their pain caves as the Category 1 race comes to fruition.
You can see the effort all over the bodies of the riders as they lean over those handlebars. Osborne taking away a 25.734 second lead from this stage as we go away from Stage 4. Just from this stage alone, more time taken in this stage than he'd taken in the 3 preceding stages put together. He's more than doubled his lead over Ollie Jones. Jones close, but no score at the moment. Van Elst in third. Skierski, Don Turek, Fryer and Co. chasing. You can just see at the moment the riders coming in one by one. Thrall, Harris and Milostic now over the line. That covers you your top 13 riders at 47 seconds covering them as they came in through the finishing line. Vidal Mayer on your screens leading in the Category 2 race with Mr. X100 behind him. And then Guerra getting a 5-second gap on Milostic. A 6-second on Zigard. SS also on the same time. Damsgaard not far behind. So great riding in all of our categories as we come in to the finish here today. What a Stage 4 we've had, Emma. I mean, I was looking forward to this stage. I think it has exceeded all of the expectations here today. I can't imagine that it's ever going to be as good as that, but we've got potentially an even better stage tomorrow. So I don't know. Today just sort of, it's blown me away.
Well, I have to say, coming into today, looking at the maps on Bhutan, I would never imagine we were calling 20 up sprints, but we were. It was absolutely outstanding, and the cat and mouse out there, the strategy, the tactics, the fact that those bunches stayed together tells me that the riders are considering the team competition. They're not putting in attacks. They're playing things a little bit more safer to make sure they pack the numbers in that teams, and that's the main focus on the race at the moment. It's just amazing. I mean, look how close it was. In Category 6, Rademacher from Quickstrom, 0.39 of a second. Zimiel, 2 seconds back. It was absolutely superb.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the results and just sort of working out those targets. Amazing to see Rademacher, 17th on Stage 1. He then moved up 10 places, dropped a place, up 5. The defending champion coming good. We're coming in the mountains, ominous for everyone else. And you can see also the way that the mountains competition is played out. Quickstrom and Zimiel, Fager in, they're all showing they're strong on the climbs, but they couldn't go clear. Emil Ivanov, though, leading that climbs competition, doing a great job inside that top 10.
And BMC 6 holding on to the lead in the team competition. It's a 2-minute gap now back to level Kevlar, but we've got another big day in the mountains tomorrow.
Let's move on to Category 5, where Lucas Petter showed just why he's leading out the overall competition. Junior Pence sitting in behind. He took a 1.327 second deficit to Petter. Spratt, the mathematician in third place. And in terms of the GC overall, it puts them, that's your top three at the moment, with Luke Kendall in fourth.
I know, it's amazing. The team competition, the gaps have really started to open. Virtual Velocity are well clear by 9 minutes of Whoosh You Were Here. But the battle for second and third is really close. There's just 27 seconds separating Whoosh You Were Here from Road Brazil ZTBR. So those teams are going to be battling out there tomorrow.
Now, category 3 coming up, and we saw that run for
Let's
the
try
line.
Cat 4 first, shall we?
Category 4. My apologies. Category 4. That's only numbers I'm getting wrong. There's nothing new there. Aidan Sinclair coming in over the line. It's because I'm blown away by the ride by Sinclair. He came in ahead of Panu Analusia, and again, a bit like Rademacher, a rider that we know suddenly starts to come good the moment we come on these climbs. He's been holding his powder dry. He moved up on the last climb in stage 20 places. He's moved up another 5 today. That is ominous.
Yeah, it is. And a young rider as well. Absolutely brilliant there. And again, you just look how close it was. 35 seconds separating the top 10 riders through on that stage today. In the team competition, Cycle District 4A are the top team at the moment. But when I tell you how close this is, hold on to your hats. 8 seconds. Cycle District 4A from the BMC Anzacs. It's just 1 minute and 5 seconds back to Pedal Club. 1 minute and 29 seconds back to Level Golden 4. There are still 10. There's still 4 teams in this for me at the moment.
Can we go to category 3 now?
Yeah, let's do that.
Go on then. Okay, category 3 now. In with Carlos Manarelli. Carlos Manarelli, the rider, taking that away. We saw him. He would clearly. He took a couple of the climbs by going clear on the front. He took away the win here by 2 seconds from Yu Yun Lin. Yu Yun Lin, absolutely great riding by him. He's not always at the front of the race, but when it matters at the end of a stage, he is. And it really is, I think it's Wisehead on young shoulders there. Absolutely brilliant riding by him. Back and coming to the fore here, which is really interesting to see as well. It's one of the few races where we've got the top 3 riders very similar. Yu Yun Lin leading, Jacala in second, and Skiski in third. They're still hovering. It's not broken them today.
No, well, and you know what the really interesting thing for this is? We were talking about how close this was, about 2 hours ago before the race started in this competition, and how there was like a fraction of seconds across the first 27 riders. It's really, really similar still. It's not really shaken anything up today. And like I say, you look at the map and you make an assumption, and you're so wrong because this pack coming in this sprint, Suffer Together are still leading the team competition, but by 19 seconds from BMC 3 Elite. At 23 seconds is the third team, Peak Power Racing. At 32 seconds is Peak Power Racing 3A. And at 32 seconds, 0.7 are Level Vikings. 37 seconds separating the top 6 teams.
No change really. It's all very similar there, although there are potential changes to be had. Now let's go to category 2. We saw that move of Vidal Mayer going on to the fore, and a response tried to come from the rider who came in the golden jersey. That is Giselle Bessie. Bessie, though, unable to stay with the leading duo, to even catch to the leading duo. In fact, the only rider who managed to get any time back in that sort of later section was Nathan Guerra. So it's Mayer, X100 and Guerra, then Milostic across the line. Number 1 overall, Mr. X100 takes the lead, the defending champion. Vidal Mayer up to second place now overall, which is very dangerous. He is just ahead by what is going to be 13 seconds of Nathan Guerra, who's moved himself up into third.
Wow.
And Nikolai Damsgaard, he's currently in 4th position, Betty down to 5th.
Well, interestingly as well, the Goats have top spot in the team competition by 2 seconds from the UAE clan team.
Close.
It is close because the top 5 teams separated by 49 seconds. The Vuelta Panda, Team Balbina and the Peloton Phantoms still in this.
So the riders are currently making their way around the course. We've seen all the results so far in all but our top category, where we saw Jason Osborne taking the win, extending his race lead now, a 25.738 seconds added to the preceding gaps that he's opened up now. 48 seconds the gap. 4 stage wins for Osborne. It's ominous. It's very ominous. The rest of the riders led by Ollie Jones, second on the stage, second overall. Van Els, third on the stage. That moves him up to third place overall. Skiski and Don, they're battling for positions in the overall as well as on the stage.
Yeah, but look at this. The final boss is 3 riders in the top 4. Alpha Jaw Space Cowboys, 4 riders in the top 10.
Yep.
This is like pack your riders in as tight as you can for the team competition. And I think that's just going to continue.
It certainly is. And I think it's really setting us up for an amazing stage tomorrow where we've got our big mountain day. Today we've had 3 Category 1 climbs, and they've not disappointed. Probably big changes in most of the categories in the women's and in the men's race. But I have to say, I was surprised to see some of those categories stay as close as they have. Category 3 in the men's is a good example of that. When we go to tomorrow, though, it's all uphill. I mean, this would be a stage that I would just have nightmares about for weeks before getting there. Never mind when we're there. It's all up. There's nothing else for it.
There's some flat. There's no downhill.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And the flat's not going to feel flat. Not when you've done that amount of climbing. 2 horse category climbs, 2 beyond category climbs, basically linked with a relatively flat section in between. That's not really going to help that much if you suffered on the first climb going into the second. It is a really straightforward course profile to look at. It's going to be absolutely brutal to climb. Any predictions, Emma, in terms of what we're going to see?
Well, I made assumptions today and they were completely wrong. But the assumptions I would make about the course are the strong climbers are going to be the ones that come to the fore because there is no downhill. There is no opportunity for a pack to chase at all. It's all about the climbing legs tomorrow. So when you open the wardrobe, make sure you select them.
I told you, that's where they come from. They come from the wardrobe. It's not umpteen thousands of hours of training, etc. If you are out there still racing, watching this live, keep on going. The finish line will come and you will have completed stage 4. There will be less stages to cover than you've had already. We really, really appreciate every one of you out there racing and riding. Well done to everybody in every category across the men's and women's race fields. A fantastically entertaining day today, as always. And thank you very much for watching. If you've enjoyed the show, give it a like, give it MyWhoosh a follow. Don't forget, of course, you can subscribe on YouTube and on Twitch TV to the live coverage. Don't forget, of course, that you can catch up with Emma and myself a little bit later on today, this evening, depending on how fast it's edited on the podcast as well, coming out. Myself and Matt Payne and Emma Martin available on Instagram. You can keep up with us. It's at Matt Fixer-Payne and at biking_. Emma, you can follow MyWhoosh on at MyWhoosh on Facebook and on Instagram. If you're on X, it's at my_whoosh. You can follow the podcast. It's at MyWhoosh Racing. And don't forget, give MyWhoosh info a follow. Even better, log on and get yourselves into those stats like Emma's bound to do in about 30 seconds, if not already. So that is at MyWhoosh or www.mywhooshinfo.com. We will be back tomorrow. If you are going to catch us, then we hope you are. Make sure you tune in. It's going to be an epic day in the mountains. Who will be there as the mountain judges our riders on the day before we go into the rest day? Until tomorrow, from Emma, myself, and all the team, sleep well, rest well, be ready for tomorrow. Until then,
goodbye.